I mean, you can come back into this area. We have earnings. It's just a matter of, I mean, when they have earnings, just a matter of figuring out if it holds down here near 10 bucks. Probably worth a nibble if you can get it. I think Rivian's a great opportunity, you know, for the long-term account if you believe in this space. I mean, you're not going to get that many possible double ups. I mean, Rivian can get back into the 20s. We've seen it back. I mean, it hasn't been there in a minute, but it can get back up here. So if you even test this 17 or 18 level and it's on a good story, like then this is a possibility for sure. You know, we're gonna have names like Affirm and stuff like that we're talking about, but at the end of the day, you know, Rivian, I see them around. I like them. There has to be more than one EV rolling around, right? So true. I think that's a good opportunity there to get that long. So looking to add one more name onto here, but might be Rivian. I don't know. Volume 475,000. That's pretty good. I can check this out here. This is the eSignal hot list with the trade rate that we have right here. This is Nvidia, Tesla, MSTR popping around right now. Palantir, SES, you mentioned that with the imbalance. And then the big stock that everyone wants to talk about, and again, thanks to eSignal for this scanner, is Twilio. I mean, Twilio, wow. I bought this stock because we were using the technology here when it IPO'd. It IPO'd at $30. Look, it's been up and down. You can call up huge charts for this thing. During COVID, it was going absolutely insane. But talk about a monster play here from the summertime, like Twilio down here, $55. Back here, like that was incredible. Now you're going to get to 135, a triple in 6 months for Twilio, up 19%. So we'll get to the nuts and bolts of that. Make sure you do scan the eSignal QR code right there. Grab all their tools. Also make sure you grab our watch list to find out the information there on Twilio and many earnings reports other than Texas Instruments.
Yes, because Texas Instruments is, I mean, it's not really that important, Texas Instruments.
No,
I can't think of a reason why.
We found out the one stock that Adara truly hates.
No, Adara pointed it at him, I think it was unprompted, Texas Instruments, it's not going to make the watch list today despite the fact that it had earnings. I'm like, okay.
I was like, what?
I was like, all right.
But she's right, though. I mean, there's
a lot to look at. We're just kidding.
And that's why I'm telling everybody, make sure you download the watch list, like ASAP. What was that, some ASMR stuff you're doing?
No, I just, I just heard somebody say that Adara hates Texas Instruments.
I said that.
Yeah, I don't know. I just heard that somewhere.
Oh, yeah. I said it loud.
Before we go back to the desk, thank you, LiveFast56, for coffee money.
Coffee money, okay, here we
go. We appreciate you. That's what I'm talking about. We need 5
more of those, and then we can get a little bit of a latte action going on here.
Let's go.
But, yeah, and Randy's not here.
Right, yeah.
So what the heck?
It's Friday. Randy tends to not be here on Fridays.
Yeah, he has a lot of days off. Yeah. But okay, let's go back over. Yeah, we'll talk about TQQs. We'll talk about everything. But when we have a guest like Michael Noss here, we don't make him wait for too long. So let's go back over to the desk.
True.
It's Friday. Hey, we're backwards today. Hi, Michael Noss. How are you? It's
we're
usually on
that way. That way, that does.
It's Friday already. It's been a quick week. Lots to discuss as far as the overall market is concerned. You've been hard at work coming up with a few of your own items. So they're going to switch it. There we go.
There we go.
Now it feels normal. Perfect. Talk us through what we're looking at here today.
Yeah, so, the wild market for sure. Not really too much to go over technically when it comes to the broad market because we just hit all-time highs. So I don't think you need a CMT to come on and tell you that getting to new all-time highs is certainly bullish. So, like Brendan's been saying, I have been working kind of on my own over at Stats Edge Trading and trying to build some systems and some ideas, things that we can quantify when we are in a bull market and that we can trade. So little teaser for, I'm sure, what we're going to talk more about when I'm over visiting you guys this time next week. So first chart here you're just seeing is just an equity curve of this idea, right? One thing I'm getting deeper and deeper into is quantitative trading and systematic trading and the ability to prove that what I'm doing is going to outperform the market and what markets this thing is going to work. So you can see the green line is just the equity curve of the strategy I'm going to show you. And then the red line is the S&P 500. So in bull markets, this generally outperforms. It does overwhelmingly good against the market as a whole. In bear markets, you can see the pullback. So this won't do as well in those bear markets. So if we're going to break new all-time highs, this is something that I'm going to pay attention to. So next chart here is just showing what we're talking about. So you guys have Brian Shannon on all the time, close friend of mine, not the creator of the anchored VWAP, but certainly the guy who's popularized it the most. And this strategy is pretty simple. So that dark purple line, that's the anchored VWAP, and it's the anchored VWAP from all-time highs if we're looking back. So this is an example of what we're trying to do with this particular setup. And of course, I've got some ideas for you. Idea is pretty simple. You're looking to have a stock that is very strong, and you're ranking the stocks by how well they're doing in an overall uptrend. You're looking for them to pull back and spend a month or two below that anchored VWAP from all-time highs, and then a breakthrough. And the idea is that when we get back above that price, we have sentiment shifting, and we have things that are, people are now happy with the stock, even if you started to buy it from the worst possible price, which is what that anchored VWAP from all-time highs represents. If I started buying BerkB before that purple line, and that was 2023 or so, I would have got it in the worst possible price at that moment. And when it gets back through that price, my sentiment shifts. So that's the idea. So my thinking of bringing the scan to you guys today, or the system to you guys today, is that there's going to be a lot of these things that have pulled back when the market pulled back there, and maybe doing some catch up, maybe now doing this sentiment shift and breaking through the anchored VWAP from all-time highs. So when it comes to what I'm going to look at for the next week or so, it's going to be those names. What's breaking through that anchored VWAP? What's having the sentiment shift? What's potentially going to catch up and break out with the overall market? So of course, I got some names for you. First one here being Qualcomm, QCOM, for those who don't know. And again, the idea is pretty simple. That's the anchored VWAP from all-time highs that happened in, I think, May, June 2024. And ever since then, this one's been pulling back with a lot of the kind of semiconductor AI type name in space. Been pulling back a little bit. And this week, you can see we're trying to break out through this anchored VWAP. And that's like 175, give or take. Very good looking weekly chart, very good looking technical pattern. And again, we know if we're going to be buying names that are strong as they're breaking through this price point, we have the data to say that this is a good thing to do, and this is something that potentially could help us outperform in the long run. So I really like the look of this one. You could use the psychological level of like 150 or so for the stop. For me, I want to see a break. I want to see that continuation happen pretty quickly. If we get back below that anchored VWAP, I want to get out. But this is a really good looking name, not only because of that anchored VWAP, you can see this nice base it's been putting in since July of 2024. So a long time in this base. So that little breakout, I think, corresponds with that. That's where we're adding a little bit of discretion to the system. The system will pump out a whole bunch of names. We go through and we try to figure out the ones that we like the best. And next one here is a regional bank, a Bancorp. So Ameris Bancorp, it's actually a foreign bank, I believe. And again, the same pattern. We have this anchored VWAP from all-time highs, or at least a major high. We've been pulling back. We've been spending some time under that. I'd like the banking space if the market is going to continue to price in these rate cuts that everyone's believing is going to happen. Then if we're going to get more rate cuts, that's going to benefit banks, and it's going to benefit smaller banks, I think, a little bit better. So tried to break that anchored view up from all-time high last week. Didn't quite get there. Pulling back a little bit this week. That's sitting around $65 a share. It's a good looking bank, and got to add some banking to my portfolio. Last but not least is the example we used, right? So we used BerkB, Berkshire Hathaway, as that first example of what we're looking for is some time under the anchored VWAP from all-time highs and then a breakthrough. That's what we're getting here today and this week in BerkB again. So it's interesting. He seemed to kind of nail the top in selling a lot of his Apple. So a lot more bank exposure and different names like that. So we've now spent 2 to 3 months under that anchored VWAP, broke through it last week, and we're kind of testing it this week. So if old Uncle Warren can hold in here, I like the look of that one as well. So there's some setups for you, and there's also an idea. So you can start going through some of your favorite charts, anchoring that VWAP to all-time highs, setting alerts for those prices, and then if they break through, at least with the data that I've shown you, that it's a good way to get involved in names that are having that sentiment flip.
Take two. I know we'll get questions on this, but if you didn't mention, that was a weekly chart we were looking at there, correct?
Yes. Yeah, those are all weekly charts. It doesn't really matter what time frame you're looking at, because that's the beauty of an anchored VWAP, is it's going to be the same price regardless. I just think the weekly chart was just easier to demonstrate with.
Yeah, I remember last time, I was just saying to Sharif, I remember last time you were actually here in Toronto, we were discussing this kind of on an intraday basis when you get those stocks that are gapping higher using that gap candle and then waiting for that same kind of retake of the anchored VWAP on a continuation move after a gap fill.
Yeah, I think, again, you guys talk to the master of anchored VWAP, but what I like about it is it does a few things when it comes to looking for sentiment. And then also we know that there's some algorithms that are kind of programmed to buy and sell at VWAPs when it comes to large institutions trying to fill massive amounts of orders. They may buy at an anchored VWAP or sell at an anchored VWAP. So I think those two things are important. And like we talk about all the time, trading is fractal. So this idea of spending a lot of time under an anchored VWAP before breaking, that might be something that a day trader tries to test on some of these crazy movers. You have a stock that pops in the morning and then pulls back in the afternoon. Try anchoring a VWAP from that high and seeing if that flip ends up working, because I could see the same thing happening on a very micro scale.
Great stuff, as always. Michael Moss, in-house next Friday. We're looking forward to it. We'll see you then, my friend. Have a good weekend.
I'll talk to you then. I'll talk to you virtually on Monday.
Looking forward to it, Michael. I love dropping the fractal knowledge. Wow, I absolutely love it. And let's get some Mandelbrot in the house here, everybody. And that's for math nerds. What I liked about, it's Berkshire, that made me want to reiterate a point. Sean and I were just sort of discussing this. And obviously, from a trading standpoint and investing standpoint, might be two different things. But remember when all of the distress that some of the insurance names were put under occurred, you saw it reflected in the stock prices. Well, in this particular case, you look at the 200 on the daily. We keep talking about it over and over again, but like these good, higher quality trending names, when they get there, it's just, you buy out in front of it, and oftentimes it could be like a catalyst or news that takes you there, and then you get that bounce. It was the exact same thing. I mean, not exactly the same bounce, but it's the exact same move that Apple's been doing right into the 200 period moving average. And I think a lot of times when you're guessing as to where you want to own something for the long term, it's hard not to just eyeball this. When something trends above it, it's really good. And I think when you look at a Berkshire there, that looks absolutely fantastic bouncing. I like the financials this year. XLF was one of my picks, so I'm all on board with that. But I'm also on board with when you're looking to DCA into something, dollar cost average into something on your long term. Sometimes don't wait for a line in the chart. It's like, if I see it bounce, I buy it the next day. And a lot of times you really can't go wrong. And the other thing I meant to say about when you're buying for the long term, there's a really good, and it's an old paper, buying the close prices is historically much more advantageous than buying opening prices. Like if you're ever like just buying in a general sense, like what time of day do I add in my long-term account? Statistically, buying the close is better than buying the open. I forgot to say that the other day.
Right. I think, we
were talking about it, and then we didn't say it on air. That's all.
Look, I mean, just for that Berkby, I know Neil talked about it. I really I've liked the stock. I've been buying it. I've liked the Dow. I chose the Dow as one of the levels or one of the picks for 2025. It's been moving to the upside a little bit. And again, it's just that same kind of thing here. I like the companies. I like the recent addition of Nvidia and some of the other stuff happening here in the diamonds. But you do get hopefully this will load up. All right, you know what? I'm going to go over to the e-signal platform right here, DIA, and just show you what I was talking about right now on the 200 period. So we didn't quite get down there as we did for Berkshire. So nice little bounce off the diamonds as well. You're looking for a name that's not at all-time highs. The Dow right now as well, getting close. I mean, you're a whisper away, but at the same time, you're not there yet. So if you are looking for something to get you a little bit more as opposed to, we'll talk about VOO. We talked about SPY. Let's talk about VOO. We talked about that yesterday. There's, the NASDAQ, the S&P 500 right now breaking through, going to all-time highs. And, of course, we know about the NASDAQ as well. IWM, I don't know why this isn't loading. But the IWM also, a one where you can try to gain some movement to the north side, playing catch-up.
Yeah.
Small cap needs to do.
They need to.
All right, let's go find out what's being upgraded or downgraded over with Adara.
We're the third straight day in a row. Netflix leading the upgrade side of things here today, getting an upgrade from Bernstein with a $1,200 price target. Will we finally see it close above $1,000? We'll have to wait and find out. Oshkosh getting upgraded here by KeyBank Capital Management. Twilio here with an upgrade by Robert W. Baird and a $160 price target with TWLO. This one has been moving there after providing really strong preliminary Q4 results. So that one is certainly going to be watched today. Then we had ALK here, Alaska Airlines, with an upgrade from TD Cowen after their earnings report yesterday morning. The downgrade side of things, AutoNation kicking things off, getting downgraded by Stephens. GE Vernova, a recent earnings name here too, getting downgraded by Guggenheim, but slightly up on the day. Foot Locker getting downgraded by Needham. And last but not least, Kroger with a downgrade from Citigroup, guys. What a list. Okay,
Guggenheim. So basically, GE Verona's gone too parabolic for you and you're not happy with it. Yeah, slapping a ye old downgrade after 7 straight up days. Since the 50-period moving average bounce, it is up about 30%. It's up in the last couple of weeks. You're up 16%. Yeah, it's been a run. But obviously, these kind of like anybody in the energy utility sector has been booming. Like VST, you're seeing going, Constellation, it's in that group. So yeah, I mean, valuations are obviously getting stretched with those, but just kind of pointing out that's what happens. And the other thing too is being reminded, hey, hit that like, hit that subscribe, and I promise we are never keeping secrets from you like I saw in the chat. Like when I was talking about the whole buy at the close thing, that was something we were discussing, and we like to share the little tidbits of knowledge that we always have, and we love to get those kind of tidbits from you, our viewers, as well, because the community is a fantastic one. So make sure you hit the like, make sure you hit the subscribe, and then we'll share all the market knowledge that we have with each other, and everyone gets a better journey. And hopefully we're not.
I don't share everything. I got to keep some.
Keep a few.
I got to keep the family secrets here about investing. Cause it's not like we've been talking about Palantir.
Like where the best cannolis are. That's the secret.
Messina Bakery. I mean, there you go.
I was joking. I know you said.
Yeah. I'll give it. Yeah, of course. All right, Sofi. Sofi could be an interesting name again here today, outpacing the market up 0.4%. Not on the upgrades or the downgrade list from what I know. But I think this little drop, like again, you get some movement there into the close. Interesting that happened. I'm not even sure what happened there. But taking that 1820 again looks pretty good to me. If we can hold this VWAP and head northbound, I like Sofi for a banger today. I mean, it's been just on the 5-minute chart here. I mean, the trend, obviously holding this 50-period moving average. I mean, there was like that dip that we talked about, but nicely done into this upside. So yeah, right here around $18. Looks like it has some kind of support down to $17.90. I mean, you're not holding it that risky. And then even if it gets real nasty on you, $17.70 is right here to try to help you out. So you don't have to take too much risk here. Could be one where if you have a little bit of a less buying power, you could take a couple thousand shares here of a Sofi being an $18 stock, and I think get some juice to this name, especially with it being up with the market here today. So we'll have to watch out. Like ES is down, right? So down 0.13. Sofi again, more than tripling that to the green side. So, all right, it's 9 o'clock. Make sure you do scan that first of all for real trading, and then go into our link in description. Make sure you download the watch list. We'll talk about it coming up right now.
First off, a note from our friends over at Worksport with some PR this morning, advancing and expanding their patent portfolio by approximately 25% in the last 12 months. They also joined Lot Network, which is a nonprofit global consortium of leading companies committed to preserving innovation. So shout out to our friends over at Worksport. As mentioned, let's get a look at the overall market.
All right, let's just mention here on the SPX, the index, not the futures contract. We closed out at all-time highs yesterday. Never been this high, 6,118. That was the highest close ever. Now, with respect to the futures contract, we closed out at 61.51. So we closed out a little bit above that 50-point level. We're already below it to start the day, down 0.14, with the overnight high being 61.56. So here's the deal. We're going to look to that quarter point area, 61.25 as support. If we continue moving up, we're looking all the way back to 61.75, the area we rejected back in early December.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you head down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. Super easy. All you need is an email address, and then you get that delivered right to your inbox every single day. has everything you need to know on it every day for free. Free. Go do it right now. 1.8% here for IBIT. Bitcoin following suit here. We're back below 60, a little bit of a pullback right now overall. Yes, we get the executive order, a crypto executive order from Trump. Not necessarily the Treasury related executive order, I think, that a lot of people were hoping for.
Yeah, it was an introduction.
Yeah.
Let's just call it that, Brendo.
First step.
Yeah, first step. So the strategic Bitcoin reserve, the one that we're all looking for because it could fundamentally change the price of Bitcoin. Look, here's the deal. He's commissioned a working group to basically look at the viability of that. I'll submit to you that probably has to get done through the legislative branch rather than the executive order. However, they're going to hold on to the approximately $20 billion in crypto that they've seized from criminal organizations. Some other things that we got over here. He's going to safeguard blockchain users. He's issuing protections for developers, miners, and individuals, as well as the right to self-custody to be able to hold on to your own Bitcoin. He's also looking to support the stable coins, these tethers, the USDC as well. And one more important thing over here, he basically all but outlawed centralized digital currency, looking to throw his weight behind these stable coins, Brendo, rather than going through the Fed.
We are also potentially going to get a decision on some Solana ETFs as soon as today. So there were a lot of filings that were coming due. I'm pretty sure it's actually today for that decision. So heads up on that as well.
Yeah, and look, that'll be interesting to see if we get our next ETF with Solana for sure. It seems to me, again, who knows, but it seems to me like that probably will happen. Whether or not that's today, you never really know. It was a sell the news event yesterday. Unfortunately, we were kind of joking around like, hey, imagine that they do a reserve and it's not Bitcoin. Maybe it's the Trump coin. I can't imagine that would happen, but it would be kind of hilarious if maybe not hilarious to people that own Bitcoin like myself, but would be interesting to see if it was anything but Bitcoin. It'll be Bitcoin. I think we all know that. I think everyone was kind of pricing in that, and then there was a bit of a sell the news and disappointment event. That said, we're kind of pointing out that yesterday, you're still in the same consolidative range. So overall, like, it was just a dip back into what is the top end of the recent top end of the zone. So that's a really, really good sign. Like, are we going to break out the 61 like we kind of thought was going to happen last night? You got to cross that bridge when you get there. But I think you've got a very defined range now, like in the 58 to 58.5. If you're looking at IBIT, obviously, and we seem to be able to hold 100K pretty well in this range. So I think that's a place to look. And then individually, what's setting up pretty decently right now, you're not up that much on Bitcoin, but Coinbase is at the top end of the range. So we find ourselves with some strength today. Well, Coin, you might not be at that 61 break, but you are at a breakout spot for Coinbase at least, which is up at around 304. So I think this is the one I'm going to have on watch. We get going and there's any bids over 04, maybe looking for like an 05 type breakout for Coinbase, and it plays both directions. If we test the bottom end of the range, maybe look for the higher low here at the 95 spot on Coin. So yeah, it was disappointing certainly last night, but I think this still bodes well the long term. We're making higher lows. You're now holding 100 instead, holding 100 instead of 90 on Bitcoin. Those are all positive signs.
What's up to? Is Nvidia ripping right now? Okay, Nvidia's going up, says Joey Options over here. So I just want to say what's up to Tarek. We posted that other setup there in the chat. I really like this ultra wide monitor here. I got one for Baxter. He was like looking for something like this. So that's a pretty sweet setup there. I was asking you what charting platform you have right there, but I really shout out to Tarek, man. I'm going to
that's sweet.
Like that one and repost that for you. So thank you for sharing that with us as well. All right, so I put down here. Oh,
what happened to?
Yeah, I just saw Meta's falling right now too. So
no, Meta was close.
I don't know if I just heard it in my ear. So we'll find out what's going on. Meta right here, 642 down to 634. My guy said Nvidia was moving around as well. We'll have a quick little check in on what Nvidia is doing. 146 and change. So yeah, a little bit of a move up there for it. Wow, I mean,
there's a headline here.
Yeah, yeah.
Zuckerberg planning to grow Meta's AI team significantly. Investing 60 to 65 billion in capex.
Yeah, so that's
2025.
Why,
so 60 to 65 billion in capex. That's great for Nvidia, and people don't always like a lot of spending, but that's bullish for Nvidia no questions asked. So that makes more sense why you got the Nvidia spike up and then the move down.
I just punched long on Nvidia, so just very, very small starter position. I want to be part of this move. Okay, so what I wrote down here with IBIT was 61 pull through to 59 dip buys. So I was just thinking that if we break through on IBIT, let's go. Let's go, Nvidia, baby. This is what we're doing, Neil. This is why we're here. We're here for you guys. We're here for the trade. Thank you to Joey Options. Thank you to Meta. And there it goes right there, man. We are already printing right there. It's a banger, Neil, to start the day on Nvidia. Fortune favors the bold. We got in there immediately, took that long on that news. And this is what you have to do. This is what being a trader is. Analyzing the news, stepping in, taking the money, and then spinning the money around and around and around. So, wow, okay, this is okay. That's your first Dollar Club winner right there, brought to you live. It came over to me. I'm long Nvidia. There goes Nvidia. Nice move to the upside. We are out of half of this trade. Let's get out of a little bit more than half of this trade. This is exactly the talk that I was saying yesterday when I said, you just wait till Nvidia comes earnings. It'll already be close to that $200 mark because CapEx, these guys are going to spend. And there it goes. It's a nice play right there. Props up to anybody watching, following your boy. Okay, so there it is. I mean, we're doing it again. Every day we get tweets. Can we do it again? I just say watch. I mean, I don't know. Proof is there. Right, IBIT through there. So anyways, let's, you guys can go have a check. We'll see if we can get out some more of Nvidia. But at the end of the day, I like the talk. And I just think the more that we hear from Trump, the better it's going to be. I mean, I just think people will ask questions. I think he'll give the right answers. There's 61. It's kind of where we got to yesterday or the day before. Let me just double check. Was it yesterday's high was 60? Yeah, so sorry, yesterday's high 61. And then we also got there the day before and failed on it. So I kind of think a breakout through there is probably respectable or dip buys into $59. But let's go Nvidia. I'm going to monitor this play as now we are really rocking and rolling here. It's NVDA to the moon. Go follow me on Twitter. Let's go, Brendan.
Holy.
Yeah, great move for Nvidia. We were just kind of chuckling about Meta downside here. Might be a little bit much, but there's a quote actually just coming through here from Zuck. We'll read through that in a second here. So 1.3 million GPUs could be included in this spend. 1.3 million GPUs. We're planning to invest 60 to 65 billion in CapEx this year. We'll also grow the AI team significantly. So, I mean, you and I were just saying, if it's 65 billion, how much of that's just going straight into NVIDIA's pocket?
Well, they moved inversely. Meta went down, NVIDIA went up. It was exactly as you said, kind of going from one pocket to the other. Obviously, that doesn't take into consideration the rewards you get, obviously, when you invest in something like that. So we'll have to see exactly how that goes. Should we talk about Tesla, though?
Yeah, let's have a look at that image that you have up there. If you haven't seen this yet, this is the revised new version of the Model Y. Now available in North America.
Yep, it is. It was only available in Asia to start. We kind of built it on the How to Trade show during the midday last time on the Hong Kong website. It's now available for pre-order in Canada, Europe, and China. Here's the deal. South of the border, it's going to cost you about $59,990, Breno, and that doesn't include the $7,500 EV tax credit, which may not be available after, I think, February 1st. We'll keep an eye on this one. Obviously, it's one that we've reported on earlier. You get a bunch of stuff. You get a bigger screen. You get ventilated seats in the back. It's a different light bar in the front. It's a contiguous light bar in the front, contiguous light bar in the back. You got interior lighting.
This guy's very excited about it.
He is, and I don't know why, Berndl, but he was blurring stuff in the video there. Okay. I'm not sure what's going on over there, but yeah, good looking car.
Yeah, I mean, I like the sharper edges and the little more aggressive styling in it. They were a little bit too round and bubbly.
They were
initially, so it's a little more sleek at least, but yeah, more options, guys, for Tesla buyers.
Which is good. That's been the complaint is, the recent complaint has been that they need the refreshes, you need more options, and certainly I'd be a little more excited for the smaller models that you can get out there, but it's not bad news. It's just interesting that you're only now getting to 1 million shares of volume on Tesla today, and the other flip side of the coin is, obviously, when you have Nvidia going, and that's now done tons of pre-market volume, and obviously Meta on that news is going to be big. Tesla is going to end up a little bit on the back burner, but 413 is still, it is what it is. Like, that's where resistance was before. It supported a couple times. So that's the line to watch on Tesla. I just don't know if this is going to be the trade today. And yeah, it doesn't have a lot of volume, so I think it's a bit of a pass zone. I think if we're looking at an EV name, probably Rivian looks a little more interesting, even when you look down at that 1250 level, as opposed to Tesla, at least for me.
Okay. Wow, we just got out at one. Oh, I mean, now it's ripping up. I was gonna say we just got out at 148.30 right now. This is $1. I'll take the other side of it. I think Tesla's one of the best trades today. Long 414 here. I think it could get into 420. Watch out for 424 breaking higher. So it's on the sticky note here. And you know, we've been really nailing Tesla. Tesla's been an absolutely fantastic stock for me lately. You know, strong today, much stronger than the market. It has to be looked at for sure. It's just one of those plays where you're right there, right to 414. I like that level. It was kind of the highs there yesterday. We'll see if it can wind up holding. So pullbacks into 414 are fantastic. I don't think there's really a breakout level. I mean, you could play the pre-market at 416.40. But at the same time, I'm already bidding down here at 414. See if we get a dip buy opportunity in Tesla. So, we're already we're kind of over the moon a little bit here with Nvidia. I really like the trade there, breaking through these levels of 147. That news hit and, you know, it just blasted off. You're never too late to get into a good trade. So that was it to the upside. And we're getting lighter and lighter on it, obviously, as we go here. We only have 20% left, but that was already a big trade. It might already be P&L number one by the time we're done this round at 11 o'clock. So let's wait to see what winds up happening. I like Nvidia, but I do like Tesla down there as well. I'll put some shares on. I'm already bidding down at 414. I think it's a trade worth taking, and it's the number one idea here today on my sticky note.
For Twilio, actually taking out the highs right now, 20.5% here to the upside. Better than expected results. The forecast pretty impressive here as well. I mean, this thing's up $6 from where we left off last night.
Ridiculous move here, Brendo. Good look, 20% and going still. Here are the deal, guys. Recent performance revenue for the preliminary Q4 results. 11% booming revenue, surpassing the 7.9 the street was looking for. Adjusted operating income also exceeding what the street was looking for. With respect to free cash flow, that also beat the guide. Really good for 2025. Free cash flow in the range of 825 million, 850, with revenue growth expected to be about 7 to 8% this year. That's in line with expectations. I should say, AI integration is going to be their main focus this year. They want all 9,000 AI companies that are companies that are using their platform to be integrated into their AI platform. They plan to expand conversational AI, and no acquisitions planned for this year. So cash is going to stay where it is.
I think that's going to be the biggest thing going forward, is that conversational aspect of it. I mean, you and I were talking about ChatGPT and the ability to just have a conversation at this point if you have the paid tier.
Yeah, and you it's not a one-off conversation, Brady. You go deeper into the issue. It's like, hey, no, explain more about this. It's fantastic.
And you can actually just completely change topics right in the middle of it too, and just go in a different direction. It's crazy stuff. Crazy. But what do we do here, guys? Twilio up huge.
For continuation, I mean, it's obviously, it's up 20%. It's up 10% from the initial move in the aftermarket, where you at 430 when you're trading at 126. So maybe not 10%, another 7 or 8%. Let's just say a little bit closer to the number. You know, when this is happening, you want the stair-step play to the upside. Usually I'm like, yeah, let's just go with the pre-market low or a little bit of a gap fill to the prior high. But when you've already blown out the top, you can't necessarily worry about those types of things. I just look for VWAP to hold early, and if that doesn't, then it's the pre-market low, and try to keep it relatively simple. You know, that said, it's not a ton of volume, but it is very, very good relative volume on Twilio. It's not a super big spread name, but it's one of the names that, especially on a Friday, you're going to want to make sure, check out the imbalance. Don't be having one running against you and then just necessarily be sitting on the bid to get run over, and wait for that open volume to start to come in. That said, you know, I do like Palantir here, and be remiss not to mention I'm looking for longs in Palantir into the 80 levels. I said that's where I wanted to be at the open. We're looking for this one to do the old hold a pre-market low, hold a VWAP, rally into the big $80 level on the daily. That's not the all-time high or anything. It's just the lower high from at the beginning of the year, like January 6th, I think was that 80 high. So yeah, I mean, I do like Palantir more as a trading vehicle than Twilio, but I think you got to look at Twilio as well.
All right, I'm just getting, I'm actually putting an order in here. Okay, so I just wanted, I mean, we got out of another piece of Nvidia right there. Nvidia is now $1.35. What's a max? Right there in the money. So we did it already again there. All right, we're done. Now we can start looking at this. So my next out is going to be 149 on this thing. And then we'll just see what happens near that 150, so on and so forth. Oh, Rob, I must have missed it. That would be fantastic. Thank you. Oh, Rob got one. Wow. Thank you so much, Rob, for that. Oh, thank you. As we go. Okay, thanks, Rob. All right. So as we go, there goes Nvidia. We like that trade. As I said there, it's hard enough, as you'll see, you know, to grab these dollar winners. This is $1.50 right here on excitement, and Nvidia is just getting going. So Twilio, I just say the same thing as we always say, and it's been working, right? It's just a dip back into VWAP. So whenever there's huge gap plays, this is outperforming its expectation on the day based on options. So you do want to look for a continuation, although that theory did fail with Netflix. Netflix outpaced its expectation, then fell that whole day. So, yeah, I would just say if you break through this 134, you want to get out of Twilio, but I'm not actually buying until you get into that 134. And then if you're going to do that, I mean, it's up, honestly, like $25. You're not just going to get in and get out with a 50-cent loss or anything. So I think you want to really look at the bottom of this, which is 132. So I would say start buying around 133, 134 if you get that opportunity. VWAP is dynamic. It'll be changing as the market opens. Obviously with that big opening volume print. Oh shit. Oh my. Nvidia right now just is like, just touched I'm at 149 even. Get me these shares at 149 and we'll be fine. You know what? I might just put one out right now, get it in the 90s. I don't know. It's just, there it goes. Okay, finally, face slapper right there. So yeah, man, if you guys, wow. Okay, Neil, there we go, man. This could be that early just.
Oh, Nvidia.
Nvidia right there. And look, man, congratulations. I mean, this is why you guys are watching. We tell you to send in your layout, send in this, send in that. What you're looking for is trade ideas from us. You're looking for executions. You're looking to play the game. There's a perfect example there on Nvidia. We brought you the news. The trader stepped up. We made the trade. We looked at Meta. We're in this name, and I hope you guys can also join us in this Nvidia long at some point.
Shout out to Travel Trader as well, who grabbed the Meta short.
Yeah, man, huge Meta short. Yeah, and that was the other thing, like Meta short, Nvidia. It's
okay. Yeah.
Congratulations to everybody, and thanks Neil for that. So let's go over to somebody.
To the desk, and we get to take care of some biz.
Brought to you by Hive Digital Technologies, HIVE, the ticker on the NASDAQ. They're pioneering digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions in Bitcoin mining. A global leader in cutting-edge data center operations with over 2,700 Bitcoin on their balance sheet. Hive consistently tops industry in Bitcoin mined per exahash and is redefining the future by powering the world's most transformative technologies with efficient green and clean energy. Learn more, follow them at Hive Digital Tech or hivedigitaltech.com. Sign up for their free newsletter. Let's talk some Boeing here. It was not a good report as expected here for Boeing, but only 0.8. On the way back up here.
I think like all the bad news is factored in already, Brendo.
We're over it.
It's another $4 billion loss on the quarter, not the year,
it's fine.
Not the half year,
fine.
The quarter. I was doing a little calculation here, Brendo, and over the last 4 years, they've lost $25 billion. They haven't posted a profit since 2018. So it's a bit of a tougher look. Now, with respect to the actual data here, Q4 loss, as I mentioned, $4 billion revenue, expected to be about 15.2. That is below the street's expectations. Cash burn continuing to accelerate, $3.5 billion expected to be reported in terms of for the quarter. The annual profit, as I mentioned, they haven't printed a profit since 2018. Some of the challenges they're facing, the 777X and their 767 program due to the labor strike contracts, as well as their defense unit, their tanker program, their 747 Air Force One project, also space problems as well with Starship getting stuck in space. So some of the operational challenges here should be mentioned, though. They raised substantial amounts of money in the fall. That helped them kind of keep the ball rolling. Let's see how they do.
New CEO. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, those astronauts are still there, I want to say.
Yes, I think
it's February.
Something like that. It's supposed to be SpaceX bringing them.
Yeah, that's crazy. Boeing, though, guys, as we said, trying to get back upside?
I mean, bad news is not as bad. I was looking at no. It's not that bad news is good with Boeing. It's just that at this point, it doesn't matter as much. Like, we know they're bleeding money. We know they haven't made money in a while. We know they have issues that they have to get in with production that they have to figure out. We know this is a turnaround story, but all of that seems like it's already priced in at this point. And even today, like you didn't even break down this week's range. It managed to hold on. Like there was in the aftermarket, whatever, there's not a lot of liquidity in the aftermarket, but what happens? They just bid it right back up. So I think if you're looking at this today, just what was the prior low? It was 173.5. I think you go from there. If it doesn't lose that level, then Boeing goes back to being what it was, which is a slow grind back into the upside. I just want to quickly, and we're going to get to Affirm in a second, but Meta is having a little bit of a bounce back. It's trying to get back to the prior high where it broke out in the afternoon yesterday. You know, ideally, that news doesn't hit. I was looking for Meta continuation longs. This clearly news changes things, right? So I can't sit here and say, yeah, it looks just as good going along to the prior all-time high. No, it gapped up, and now you have this weighing underneath it. So I have to eyeball this 635 level, maybe even consider going the other way if it fails at 635 here at the open. But Boeing, unless it sees that prior low, you know, it could happen. It's a Friday. If it does enough of a dump there, I think it's got some support underneath it.
All right. All right, let's go back over and we'll talk about Affirm. Affirm is on my sticky note and on the watch list. So we'll talk about some key levels that we like for Affirm right here as Nvidia hovers around that 149. I just got some more out right there. We're in the money $1.80. We're taking more out. We already got one out there at 149. So we're right here right now. Now we're just holding 10%. So we're only in 10% here into the open. We do have 30 seconds and we'll see some imbalances. So let's go back over the desk and then you'll come back and we'll discuss Affirm.
Yeah, a few positive notes this morning on the back of Affirm coming through as well. The Wall Street Journal also reporting this, $750 million in funding coming through from Liberty Mutual. 4.3% failed, however, just failed at that initial high. A bit of a pullback right now through 59.
So this is interesting here. This LMI, Liberty Mutual, is actually going to purchase some of the installment loans that currently sit on Affirm's balance sheet. It's going to be initially about $750 million, but the program could grow to about $5 billion by June of 2027. Just to give you an idea what kind of customer base Affirm has here, they're supporting over 19 million active users, Brendo, and about $28 billion in gross merchandise volume was bought using their loans, so substantial amount. Affirm's up big not year to date, but in the past year, up 4% this morning.
Yeah, we should maybe stop talking about it because it's coming back in pretty hard here right now, but nice look to start anyways.
Yeah, so guys, for Affirm, what's up, Adam DeLuce there? I don't know, where'd you get that number one thing there from the chat? I can never find these emojis. All right, so I have Affirm written on here. I like 59, I wrote down 58, right? It's at 59 now, just to make sure. Yeah, so pull back into 58. So again, I like the space here. 58 is a little bit, I mean, it's only 6% short float is what I'm seeing. But right into here, this little sort of where we ended and then we gapped lower, we tested 58, and then we started to make these lows. So it's near the bottom because I like it. I like some of the talk here about the new investment, committing over $5 billion. I mean, this is what these sort of, and Affirm's not a startup per se anymore, but this is what these companies need. So I like the investment. I like the runway this gives Affirm to complete more deals. So I like the stock. I wrote down a $60 break, but you know what? That's like a lower high, and we may be putting in another lower high right now. So I'm not super convinced anymore. I will take a little break here on 60, so I'll put some shares in. But this one's going to be trading pretty lightly, but I do like the long. So if this keeps on falling back in here, I am bidding right now. I'm bidding 58.25. So we could get that right off the jump. So if we do, we do. By the way, Apple just pulled back in. So this, oh yeah, the imbalances. So we talked about these all coming out here. Nvidia's a sell on that. So that's, we like we said, we only have 10% left there. Apple's a sell, but Apple falls right into, again, I'm not, like, this is a trade that I want. We have Apple right here at 225. It just came in with a couple minutes to go. So we're taking that long. So there's a first nibble long on Apple. Remember, like, to get run over here, this is what happened to me 2 days ago, where, or maybe it was just yesterday actually, we were able to battle back on Apple in the afternoon, but at the end of the day, do not catch this falling knife here. If it does come back in, we had wrote down 224 might be the stop, so let's give it to there before we really start to panic here about Apple. But for right now, only 2 minutes to go. I like the Affirm long, I'm bidding it, but maybe this market comes back now. As we figure out this Nvidia news, right?
Yeah, I was kind of like, I'll still be on Palantir, at least for now. That looks pretty good. Apple, I like the 223.5 as a kill spot. So I'm looking at, it's starting to come in here. I'm looking at 224. I had one short, well, I mean, that's not, whatever, it is what it is. I am looking short on Intel just because of the pattern it's had the last couple of days. We still have 2 minutes. It's been down a couple of days in a row, prior high. So I want to short back into this 2180 prior high, and then this high that you had yesterday. Did I just hear it called to the desk?
Yeah.
Yep.
Just real quick, guys, we're reading more about this Meta note this morning. We're back to green. Big bounce underway right now. They're also building a 1 gigawatt power plant that apparently could cover a significant part of Manhattan. It's that kind of size for Meta.
Hopefully, that's good. I mean, we'll figure out what happens here with Meta, but nice little move back to the upside. It's huge, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is, we're in that AI revolution. You just said nice short to whoever that was in the chat. I hope you guys covered that play, because you just got burned if you were short Meta there. Come at the king again. Like, I really like Meta. I like Nvidia. I like all of the tech stocks. So let's just wait to see what happens. Chef Joe. And by the way, Chef Joe, thank you so much for coming on. If those of you watch Chef Joe, this guy's a natural. I told him he's coming for my job. Takes it down there yesterday on the recap show. Shout out to you, Chef Joe. Okay, here comes Tesla. We're long Tesla. We wrote down this name as well. So Tesla long at 414. Here we go. We're in that name, the bottom for Tesla. I mean, we said 412, and that would be sort of yesterday's close. If we're wrong, we want to be wrong down into there. We never like getting in too early, but we are in right now. So let's wait to see what happens. Maybe it's a 413 break, but Tesla right now long and in charge a little bit, 25 cents. So we'll wait. Apple's trying to get back upside as well.
Yeah, Apple. We got the countdown coming in. Apple coming in as well to that 224. But Adair, last time of the week in the red. Ring it in one. Let's go.
All right, so we're just going to get some of our stop orders in right now just to make sure that we're all good. Oh, and by the way, those of you worried about Apple, let's go, man. There's another one. It's a good trade right there as Apple. We just got a piece out to the upside. Hopefully some of you bought that dip down there at the 200 period moving average. We did not. So a little bit of an out there for Apples. It just ripped up to 225.50. And by the way, Neil, we did it again. They question us. They question us. And there goes Tesla up to the upside. It's $1.60 in the money on Tesla. It's $1.70 in the money on Nvidia, and we're 10 cents in the money on Apple. This is what we're doing every day. So over here, so far so good. Let's just keep on going, man. We got another out. We got double outs there. Double barrel outs there on Tesla. So far so good. So far so good. You know, you never know where this market's going to go. But Apple right here, let's just see if it can climb back up to the promised land, 226.
It's trying. It got to 225.5 there on Apple. So it bounced off the pre-market support on Apple at 224.5. It did make a run at this $0.50 and continuing to go. Palantir's coming in.
Bang! Look at
Palantir's
Tesla.
coming back into that 78.5. Ooh, we just barely missed it.
Holy
catch this bid here on PLTR, but the market making a very nice rebound. Only in Apple for now, but I'm also sitting VWAP on Nvidia. This is a powerhouse. The market went red to green just there. come on, Palantir, pick us up. Don't want to have to take a breakout on PLTR for sure. Like I said,
Neil, I know you're busy,
right
but you might remember the number one trade that I mentioned to you. You threw it back to me on Tesla. I said the number one trade here for me today was Tesla. It's now, Neil, $3 right now in the money for Tesla as we go upside now. I'm going to start to empty out more and more here for this play. There's a decent one. Look at the pullback. We talked about liquidity coming into question here. And it just, these moves can happen. Pop $1, drop $1, pop 5, drop 5. So let's start to get more and more out of these plays. Nvidia, perfect example. Nice pull right back down in for NVDA as well. So we're starting to get some out at the top here. It was a nice run on some of these names, but Neil, look at the
Market's
NASDAQ.
coming back.
Yeah, the NASDAQ's coming back pretty hard here. So great trading on Tesla. Yeah, go with Palantir. Let's go.
I mean, it's hilarious that the market is coming back and Palantir is saying, no, we literally don't care. So I'm just going to cancel the bid at Palantir. We're sitting at 78.32. Shout out to Magic Johnson. You didn't help me today. But it looks like you're trying to hold on to VWAP. Nvidia just pulled back into VWAP. But I also want to make sure that we get Palantir here if we hold on to this 79 level, because it's looking pretty solid here. So 79, that's a real wick, by the way. It did get down to 78.4. Looks like we'll have to pick this one up at 79. And definitely relative strength here in Palantir.
Oh, buy. Affirm.
There it goes. I mean, Nvidia goes right into VWAP. So continuation play into VWAP on Nvidia. Apple still holding on to the 224.5, but with the market pulling back in, there's your retest of the double bottom. That's not it's like
there goes Tesla.
3-minute chart, so it's like kind of a double bottom, but right back in to this low is Apple. If we hit it again and bounce, we'll look for a re-entry on the long side of Apple. I guess I'm not getting an Intel short, so.
No, the market really pulled back in here a little bit. So, we got out of some Tesla. We're still in a little bit of this Tesla here as we wanted to buy it. We talked about 413, 412s as an issue right there. It does dip down and low to 411.70. Remember, we just said, what goes up comes back in, goes up $5, down $5. That's literally what just happened. So we did take a piece out there as it's coming back right now.
Palantir 80.
Yeah. Come on, man. Do we love that trade or not? Yeah, go over to Neil's screen there with Palantir. I'm in a $1.70 winner again here on Tesla on the reload, but I'm assuming you're in that Palantir.
Well, it came.
I just have 5 positions.
Yeah, no, I actually was just in. Take a break. It went right away. I jumped back out. If it's gonna go up to that 80 too quickly, breakouts have to work right away. What I'm staring at right now is Intel. I got to be able to catch this one. It's a bit of a miss, obviously. So it is what it is. Not happy with that one on Intel, missing that. And of course, missing the dip on Palantir. I'll take a breakout at an $80 level, but if it instantly fails, jump out and be willing to come back into the trade if you get another crack at it. Nvidia is also retesting VWAP in here, so want to make sure we reload that. Those are the 4 stocks I'm looking at. It's Nvidia, it's Palantir, it's Apple, and obviously Intel. We'll see if we get a shot. But obviously when that fail break happens, I'm not trying to hold it all the way back into prior highs. I'd rather have it pull back, give me a better entry, maybe 79 quarters, 79.3, something along those lines. Or we could just take the break the second time after it's rinsed some weak hands out.
Yeah, well, you can see that exactly. Perfect example there. Yeah, it's like you always say, it's okay to be wrong, just don't stay wrong. So in and out there of Palantir, and I'm trying to do the same thing with Tesla. If we break out, okay. Trying to have some diamond hands now as it's reloaded a little bit down here, but we did get stopped out of some down there at 412. We talked about that level being one of those things. So we did get stopped out there. But again, we're going long into here, so getting stopped out for $2 and making that is fine. We talked about only having that 10% left. So far so good here on Tesla on the reload as it shoots right back up to the upside. Affirm. It's not doing anything. If this breaks down through the quarters, through the 3 quarters, so 57.75, I'm just going to get out. This came with nothing. It was on the watch list. I like this. I like the news. They get the investment. It was up near that $60 mark. I thought that was probably better. We talked about our sort of look at Affirm, not doing much, but we'll still wait for it. All right, so $2 here on Tesla. We just took some more out there on Nvidia. This name we also had 10% of this one. Now we only have 7.5% left on Nvidia, but watch out. This could go red very, very soon here on NVDA. So we're watching out for that. And then Apple, I'm here to support it down at these levels. So if we can get into 224, then that would be, I'll buy a little bit more here, but I'm waiting for a little bit lower into 224 to follow our plan. There's nothing more important than following your plan. So that's exactly what we had in mind. So we're just going to sit back and relax a little bit here and look for some more plays. I wanted to also get long FXI. Oh, that's okay. So that's kind of coming in a little bit now. So if this falls into play, we'll get some long FXI. I'm bidding 91s. Let's just see if it goes. Again, not much happening. I thought we liked sort of the talk there about China today, but the ETF's not doing anything. Maybe we have to go over to a BABA or something like that. So we'll keep.
Or Pinduo Duo. That's also worth a watch. The other thing sometimes you got to do is maybe try to adjust on the fly to the plan. So
right.
I don't know if we're going to be able to, I'm going to be able to get Intel. I don't know at this point. This is a flat bottom break. I think it's got a lot of room to the downside. If we end up with a red day, obviously the stock is already red, so might have to look for some kind of bounce. Prior highs might not happen. So we'll look at VWAP. I think that's going to have to be the first angle that I go to. But there goes Apple. Apple initial bounce gives you $1, but it can't hold on to the lows. So if this is going to happen, remember yesterday on Apple. Remember yesterday on Apple, patience for it to make the rounded bottom, hold on to VWAP, buy that higher low. That's what worked yesterday. No issues waiting for a little bit of that today and not try to catch that falling knife. But let's go to the desk. We've got Adara.
This is Himax. This is his third straight day here of upside, the second day of upside off the open. Basically what happened was on Wednesday morning, Ming-Chi Kuo, which is a noted Apple supply chain analyst, basically tweeting that he believes Himax is in a position to benefit from TSM and Nvidia's project. So HIMX photonics play here, according to Ming-Chi Kuo, with about a 5% short float. No new news. This is just a day 3 move on that Ming-Chi Kuo tweet, guys.
Thank you for that, Adara. A little bit of here as we go back. I mean, we're doing fine. It's just not ripping or tanking as much as I'd hoped for. It was a great start there for Tesla, a great start for Nvidia. We sort of called that Nvidia trade as a great one, and there it is, right back into the 200 period. So treat it as you may, man. We're at the highest spot we've been at, and part of it is because, well, actually, we're not at the highest spot. The highest spot our net was ever at was when Tesla was up here. But right now, it's a nice battle back. We did well by buying that back. But you know what just helped us out here, Neil? Hopefully we'll be up on Apple, we'll be up on Affirm, we'll be up on Nvidia, and we're up on Tesla. So we're going to go 4 for 4. But look what just happened. Affirm just came in for us. So that was a play that we're like, we don't know if we like it. It comes up into the 200 period. We'll take that 25 cents now on Affirm. We're going to wait for a little bit higher. If we could take VWAP, that'd be great. And then we'll see if it pumps just that little bit more. But right now, it's Affirm trying to go. And here comes Apple, man. We bought some dips. Our price is only right here. We did not aggressively buy these dips. Okay, we were waiting for a better price. So we're still long right here in the 90s. So that's a negative position for me as of right now. I see that you're in and out. Now you're back into Nvidia. So let's see if Nvidia can climb upside as well. There goes Tesla. Tesla's a banger right here, guys. What's up, Adara?
Quantum. Okay. Quantum sharply to the upside here. This is QBTS, up about 7% QUBT. Also very strong. Rigetti here, up about 9% with a 20% short float. I'm not seeing any news on Quantum. Apparently, the Defiance Quantum ETF hit a $1 billion milestone as of yesterday. So we know Quantum's been strong since the election, even stronger after Google announced its Willow Quantum chip. So just be aware of these Quantum plays. Once again today, they all have short floats from what I'm seeing of greater than 10%, guys. And we also have economic data at 9:45.
Thank you very much, Adele. That is correct. They all have 16 to 17% are the short floats on all of those Quantum names. All right, first available pop. Let it come. The market's coming back. I think Intel should give us that short. We are getting a bounce here in Nvidia. Came under, went red to green. Well, okay, fine. Green, and then to red, and then just red to green for a split second there. Let's see if it can get back above and maybe challenge this VWAP. But on the move to the upside, this will be, I guess, the chance to try to get into this Intel short. So it's going to pull back into, it's trying to pull back into VWAP. Don't want to speak in certainties. I'll look to play it back into 21.20. But you're absolutely right there, Adara. Rigetti on an absolute churn. It did wick $15, pulling back to VWAP on its own as well. So maybe look for a VWAP bounce or continuation if you're into it. Nvidia, that needs to get to VWAP as well. Let's get another 30 cents, and then we'll be on the offer there in front of 147 1/3.
All right. I hope everyone's enjoying the show. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We have 4 positions on right now, and the only one that I'm like, I'm not really in love with any of them. I mean, we're getting out of them all, but Affirm right here, The spread is not great. The volume is not great. I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. But you know what has been great today? Shout out to Chef Joe. Shout out to everybody that watched the recap show last night as well and got to meet Chef Joe. There it goes, man. There goes Tesla again. I mean, this is now $5 in the money for us here on Tesla as we dip by into 412. It did get up to 418. I mean, that would be $6. Let's see if it can get back up to there. We just looking out at 417. We're getting lighter and lighter, right? So now we probably have under that 10% of that position as well. We still do have 75% of our Affirm position. So, you know, we're getting out of winners when they go up, but we're kind of holding on to this loser right now. Watch out for Affirm. If we break below here, shout out to Adam to lose and everything like that. That's there again. So here goes Nvidia again, man, to the downside. I reloaded it as well down here, but I can see that it's not really working out right now. But we already got some outs on the upside. And this is where you're going to talk about like, boom. Like we have that tick there, and then we have a 149 here, right? And then we just bought these dip buys again here on Nvidia, trying to give it to that bottom. If we break that bottom, then we can get out here. But I like the stock right now. I know Neil mentioned that someone there was short Meta. I hope you guys have gotten out of it because right now Meta is absolutely ripping. Huge trade there for Meta off that bottom. So good luck there and good look, anybody that looked at that. But here goes Apple, man. This could be a big one. I mean, it just got to get going. So let's see if we can go now. We'll put something at 20 here to get a piece out, but then we're looking for a lot higher than that. Let's see if Apple can get some wings there and really start to go. The market's still pretty flippy floppy right now. And there goes Affirm, guys, again. Like Neil, man, we're on one
into VWAP. Nvidia just gave you that 147 third.
Yes,
but
yes.
See, right there's a seller at 147 and a quarter to 30s. And they just immediately, like the second it gets up there to VWAP, it just dumped right back into 147. If it breaks this sucker out, I think you can get above there and maybe look for some longs. So somebody's holding this stock down at least temporarily. I think we have an opportunity. If it can get through that, I think it should be really good. Yeah, Meta's the best reaction you can ever see to negative news is that on Meta. And it's not negative news. No. You guys know what I mean by that. But it's just the fact that people don't like when they spend money. It is what it is. They tend to get punished by it. But now your all-time highs on Meta.
Let's go.
This is before the news, made an adjustment. I was looking for long back in. But when you have that kind of a dump, let's see it settle back. Go back to the original plan was as long as it's holding that new fresh high, look for the hold. So 638 would have been that top. I think that puts you in line for any kind of a VWAP dip in there. We're just still in Nvidia and Intel to the south side. Intel still underneath VWAP. As long as Nvidia can hold this range, want to look for the reloads, but you are continuously challenging that low. Like it's all well and good to bounce off the bottom. You break the low, it's an out, and then wait for the next support level, which is all the way down at 145 here on Nvidia. So I guess we're finally back to the well with Meta. You never really know what news is going to transpire. So if you have a crystal ball, great. But I love the fact that we're bouncing higher here on META. First available dip, we'll go back. And let's go to Adair. We've got numbers.
Let's go video.
We do have a couple numbers here. For the first time this week, actually, some data coming out around this time of the day. S&P Services, PMI, S&P Manufacturing PMI, and Composite PMI all due in the next 5 seconds. I'm also seeing some small cap runners here like EVAX and NKLA to be aware of. And with that, we do have our economic data print. Lower than expected S&P Services PMI here, 52.8 versus 56.5 expected. S&P Composite also lower than expected, 52.4 versus 55.6. However, the S&P Manufacturing PMI actually came in above estimates, 50.1 versus 49.8 expected. So again, just to recap, lower than expected S&P Services and Composite PMI, higher than expected Manufacturing PMI. Now at 10 a.m., we're going to get probably the more important numbers, especially the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment and its inflation aspect, which has become even more important. We'll also get the existing home sales number coming through at 10 a.m. there. And if you look here at the NASDAQ, nice little range here with lots of support around that 531 level. Let's see what happens here rest of the morning. 10 a.m. though, much bigger numbers, guys.
All right, thank you, Adair. That was one of the best updates of all time. Why? Because we went long Nvidia there, a significant amount of shares down there at that bottom. Hey, man, this is what we're doing. So we're cashing it out, man, as we go back up there to the upside. We're out of half already of this trade. So big time trade alert there on Nvidia. Also, didn't we say this before we went over? I said, look, man, we're going to see if Apple can do something special right there. And Neil, guess what happened? It did something special. Nice move there for Apple for us as we're doing it here for you. But watch out, though. These numbers, like I said, this market is just so like volatile, needless to say.
We just wicked the top again.
Exactly. So we're going to get some more out right now. So we just finally made our goal there for the day. It was a good one, but now some of these positions are pulling back a little bit now. So watch out for Nvidia. Watch out for some of these longs. We're in it, baby, and we've got it pretty good. Good outs for sure, again, on Affirm. If it goes, it goes. But we got some more out there at 45 on AFRM. And we're making them sing right now today again, Neil, as we're going to be upside on the day right here. Let's go Nvidia. Nvidia is really making me proud as we continue to go upside again. It was the number one P&L name yesterday on the show, Neil. It will be the number one P&L name. I don't know. We'll see what else we get involved in. But for now, it is that again. So we really, really like what we're doing. Happy Friday to everybody. I hope you're enjoying the show. I know I am. And we do this every single day. We're going 4 for 4 over here, and it's been so far so good on the day. It's just Tesla right now is giving me some nervous, nervous Nancy hands here because it's looking downside as the market goes upside.
Well, that guy I shouldn't say that guy, that order or the sellers that were there on Nvidia at 147.30, they're still doing a bit of a dance here, so it is at VWAP. We're doing a nice little bounce off of here. I'd like us to put in a higher low. Ideally, you basically have like a V shape or whatever you want to call it, Christmas tree on Nvidia. You need to see something a little bit stronger than this. And I want to see that higher low before we add. You're going to only really add at 145.5 here. Otherwise, you have to back off. Just quickly over to Intel, popped into VWAP, back into the low of the day, back into VWAP. We'll look for the reload. As long as it holds underneath VWAP, still want to play to the short side on that name. Down 2%, obviously in a strong market. The market just went red to green. Okay, Meta is trying to pull back here. There we go. Nvidia just blasted through. Meta's trying to pull back, but it can't seem to get into VWAP yet. Still want to be playing on the north side of that one. I love the reaction that it had, but now you're through that seller on Nvidia. Put in a higher low. Look for some ads at VWAP. 148 and 149 are going to be the two levels. This one comes right back into said pocket. Apple, I'm not at the point yet. It's still, there's your wick, higher low. I like that. That's more of like a topping tail candle in there. I want to see some strength at VWAP, or wait for it to get either into the lows or back into 223. So Apple going to play the patience game like yesterday. That's what worked for me on Apple, so we'll stay with that for sure. Strong move on Nvidia right now. Let's see if he can get through that 148. About a buck, but I think he can do more.
Done for the day, continue, man?
Well, I have to still host. Well, if these guys need win, these guys want winners over here. Yeah, no, she's just asking if we're done for the day. I mean, like I said, if you're doing this, then that's the whole point of trading, right? I actually heard, we always talk about it, and actually that's what Chef Joe said too on the show. He's learned a lot of lessons. He's really played the long game. He talked about learning to zoom out and look at longer spots there. But at the same time, it's part-time trading, and that's the key thing, right? So like, if you have a full-time job like a chef or any job, doesn't really matter. Like, that's why I'm here to tell you, and Neil will tell you too if you ask him, like right now we're 3 for 4, and we talked about the position that we were worried about with Affirm. Okay, that came out and down. But at the end of the day, we've made, and this is why I tell you, goal met, because we've now met a goal enough where we've made the right amount of trades here today, and we've hit our goals, we've hit our targets, and so now it's 9:50, Neil. The market's been open 20 minutes, and right there it's boom shakalaka, and you can now leave, or you could stay and continue to trade. And I'm going to obviously stay here and continue to trade. We've been pretty, on fire here, so we're going to continue to do that. And I like the upside momentum in the positions that we have. So I'm going to sit back and relax, and this is what we've been doing this whole time. So yeah, so far so good. We can have a quick look. I mean, I'm trying to get into other names there. I know Neil was in and out of Palantir, but yes, sir, look at that one. We said maybe Palantir could get to all-time highs today. That looks a little juicy. I don't think that will happen. The all-time highs for Palantir are 85, 84, 80. So only $4 away right now from that move. So you can get like a nice little 5% move up here for Palantir. That's a banger trade right there, Palantir. Boom, right there off the open, right off the 200 period. Congratulations, anybody that had that. But right now it looks like Apple wants to go the other way right now and make these lows. So watch out. We are getting, our stop for Apple is breaking through 224. So no more bids now for Apple until we get a heck of a lot lower, and then we'll see if we do hold some of those bottoms. It was Nvidia, Neil, obviously the one that made that huge move.
Nvidia is still holding. Nvidia looks fine above VWAP. It's Apple just looking for the entry spot here. Ideally, we get a nice little reversal candle that'll give us a higher low. This is, I know it's all red right now, but it's still above that prior bottom. So the only good, like the initial trade off this dip at 224.50 was good. Kind of ran the stop both times. I'd like to see us give another higher low. That's what my eyeballs are on right now. Intel, so there's a few shares on the bid of 21 at Intel, which is holding it up, at least temporarily. So I guess this gap fill will have to wait a little bit till you can chew through this big 21 order on Intel. But we're still looking to short pops. I think it's still a flat bottom break and looking incredibly weak here over on Intel. Meta is allergic to pulling back at this point, so VWAP might not necessarily be a thing. So we'll have to wait for a little bit of this to calm down. I like the 10 o'clock zone to get into things that if it's outside of your range, wait till 10 o'clock in that opening range and then maybe adjust your plan then. Until that point, I still want to look for a VWAP pullback. I still want to wait for Apple to confirm that it's making a bit of a curl trade. Those should be the next two. Intel, I think Intel breaks that 21 unless the market goes even more ham than it is as we speak. Nvidia, if Nvidia double taps 149, I think that's an out. Obviously, the all-time high is up there right on the 150, so want to be able to respect that as well. All right, a little bit more strength coming into Apple here, but still looking weak.
Yeah, I mean, right now, guys, we're $5 in the money now. Like, look at what Tesla's doing. We're getting lighter and lighter on it, but my next out for Tesla is not until the highs. So we're gonna have to wait to see now. We do have that target down there where we got stopped out. Again, that sucked. We made the bottom. Oh, where's Adara? On the recap show, Adara asked me about stop outs and getting wicked in and wicked out of things. And I told her that that's going to happen. When you stick with your plan, it's going to happen. But you know what, Adara? To the point right now, Tesla's one of the top stocks here for the day, right? So there it goes. You get back in, it wicks out. You can always get back in, and there it goes to the top side. So great question there by you yesterday, Miss Adara. And again, here goes Nvidia, man, still to the high side. Now $4 in the money on Tesla, $1.30 in the money on Nvidia. Now remember, you're going to hear me talk like this. I said we put on some shares down here. We said we liked this when it was coming in, so that when it goes up, this is what winds up happening. You're able to spin something like this, have a good day, and then just now look for even better opportunities. And hopefully we're able together to find some of these. So let's keep looking for more opportunities. Tesla, I don't mind that high of the day break, even there at 419. But SMR, I wanted to have a quick look. Okay, barcoding actually not doing anything. I'm looking at some of these alerts that are coming through the eSignal platform here. SMH, Tesla, SMR, AMD, Oracle, SMH, PayPal, SoxL. So it looks like right now they are very, very focused on some of these chip names. Okay, Apple, I see you. I see you, Apple. Nice little reload down there. Neil, it's another 40 cents over here. Nice move there on Apple. Nice move on Nvidia. There goes Apple up to 225, but it does fade out there. So let's calm down. It's Nvidia right now that's taking it out, 148 there for Nvidia. Just an up and down fail through there. So we take another piece out. And again, thanks, Chef Joe, for all the kind words. You're welcome back anytime, my friend. And maybe you brought some good luck here to Tesla shareholders, because right now, this is, Neil, I just said we were $4 in the money. We're now $6 in the money here as some of these names just keep on trucking to that north side. So far, so good. We just need Apple to go. We just need Apple to go, and that would really put a cherry on top.
It'll definitely put a cherry on top if Apple can go. I just took a look. Nvidia did a wick at 148. We say if it failed the even dollar, 10 o'clock, let's grab that win, see if it can't pull back. The market also did this at the exact same moment, which was you wick the high of the day, pull back under. I like the fact the NASDAQ has come right back. That's a good sign. It might indicate VWAP could be the spot to add. Apple, as you were just mentioning, just put in that higher low here. It wicked this 224.65 level and then was able to close back above. So it basically went long at that price. Let's see it play into VWAP first and then work from there. There's still that 225 half. That is a little bit of a trouble spot, I think, for Apple. If it can't get through that, it could be in some trouble. All right, Intel just did I didn't mean to bid 50s there. Intel just broke 21, but came right back. So a bit of a bottoming tail candle here on Intel with the market at highs. I want it to close underneath 21, and I think you resume to the downside as long as this closes underneath that $21 level here on INTC. I got to slap the fail on this. It was like one short idea today, and it was Intel at 21. I mean, I know I said like these highs in here, 2160. Technically, it didn't get there. But we said this with AMD. Sometimes sit in the trade, and I guess sit in the trade in the pre-market is the other way to go. A little bit distracted by Meta and Nvidia. And sometimes that happens. Like you get distracted by Meta and Nvidia, and it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world because those are the big volume names. But did miss the initial short there on Intel, and we're just going to play the continuation. Still Apple, man. It just...
I know, that's the problem.
It's just not bouncing enough.
It's definitely not bouncing.
Yet. Broadcom, everyone's saying, look at TSSI. I know there's a lot of names. You want to stick mostly to your plan. This TSSI, I know it's up 8%. It's done 500,000 shares worth of volume. I think you usually have to draw a line somewhere when it comes to volume. Not a very liquid name and not one that I would pay attention to necessarily until things settle down a little bit on it and then it gets maybe consolidative levels. And Broadcom, powerhouse, almost 250, about to get to that 250 spot, up 3%. But Apple just again.
Broadcom, oh my God.
Broadcom's having a strong day. Apple again, it can't hold the prior low, so look for it to revert there. But once it breaks the prior bar, don't wait for it to close under. Once it breaks the prior bar, jump out, wait for the next level. 223 half, 224. Both of those I think can be in play, but Apple doesn't want to hold on. It can like the long, it just doesn't seem to want to go. Outside of that initial push, Apple's been very, very weak compared to this market, which is green. I mean, Apple's green too. But.
Yeah, we'll wind up going red on Apple here. I mean, if it winds up breaking this low of 224, I mean, we had talked about going long into 224. Because we got a little bit out there, I'm gonna put on a little prematurely some more right here. It's at the bottom if we're able to. I just put on a bid there at 40. I put it at 43, or let me just punch in there. We've got some 46s. We're also bidding some 43s, small amounts of shares. I want 225.25. I mean, we can get even a little bit closer into 224. Yeah, let's get a little closer into 224 because we just averaged that right now. So let's go like 224, basically like almost flat to see if let's go 224.05. I mean, me and Neil talk about this all the time. You know, you just sort of bid random. You've been sort of random numbers in front of key levels. And then when it misses, I bitch about it. But at the end of the day, like it's just kind of is what it is. Right there, we'll wait to see if Apple can come back into $24. I'm just gonna wait for that level. So it's come in now. It was sort of, again, the 50-period moving average is at 224.37 here on a 5-minute chart. There's 224 right here holding, breaking higher, then hitting back down, getting to it, I guess, yesterday sort of at the end of the day and then opening up above it. I just wanted to test to see if that's gonna hold. And this is part of what we're talking about. It's part of trading. Like you're gonna sort of stick your neck out and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, so new position on FXI, but a quick update on this. I'm waiting at 417.50 now. I was waiting at 418.50, as we said, looking for it to make a new high, but Tesla right now has bounced off in the last 10 minutes or so right here. So we should be zooming back out, but here we go. A nice move up. There are numbers as well. We're into FXI. Let's go Tesla. Get us out. 50 more cents. What's up, Adara?
We have a ton of numbers here to get through, including a much stronger than expected existing home sales print here. 4.24, that is well above the previous print of 4.15 million homes, and then forecast to 4.2. So existing home sales change accordingly is higher than expected. 2.2% versus 1.2% expected there. Now we also got the inflation numbers, the 5-year inflation print flat here compared to expectations. So 3.2% exactly in line with estimates of 3.2%, but below the previous print of 3.3%. 1-year inflation, though, a little bit higher than expected, 3.3% versus 3.2% expected. These inflation numbers for University of Michigan have been really key. They led to a pretty big drop in the market when they came out last time, that preliminary print above 3%. So these are certainly things to be aware of here. The other 10 a.m. print here was the University of Michigan sentiment, which is actually lower than expected, 71.1 versus 73.2 expected. So to recap, lower than expected University of Michigan consumer sentiment, higher than expected 1-year inflation, and exactly in line here for the 5-year inflation print. With all of those numbers said and done, the Q is still slightly positive on the day, or SPY looking basically the exact same as the NASDAQ, a little bit of positivity, despite all of those really nice moves off the open on names like Meta and Tesla, not really able to give Qs or the SPY that pushed to the upside. Novo Nordisk, which actually had an incredible gap up, now up only 7% here. Really strong data here for one of their weight loss trials, this amycretin. Last but not least here, Twilio still up about 22%. Now seeing very strong here Q4 preliminary results. Keep an eye on TWLO, looking great here and giving up none of that gap to the upside. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Back to you.
Okay, we said that we were going to get very, very specific with what we were doing on Apple. Now our average price is what was just right there at 224.15. But here comes the pushback in now, so watch out. The future, okay, so we're getting out if this breaks 74. Okay, Apple's really coming back in. We were just flat on the trade, and then it just went this way. So watch out for Apple finally taking down 224 right now for AAPL. So like I said, this name will go red for us, obviously, if it breaks, there it goes. If it breaks lower, we wanted to try 224 there. The NASDAQ's not doing anything. It looks like today, able to get out there. Oh, there it goes. Able to get out of some Apple up there, but at the end of the day, like I said, we have to slap fails on ourselves when we lose on trades. And there it goes. Nice move to the downside there for Apple. So just completely wrong on it. It was up there today. We thought it could continue. I kind of like the way Apple was looking. But yeah, look how this looks right now. Just straight to the downside on the 5-minute. Really no reprieve at all. For Apple. We kept on trying, and then at the end of it all there, it'll be about a 40-cent hit as we were long at 15s and out at 75s. Yeah, exactly 40 cents. So that's okay. FXI not moving. More outs up there at 148 and change. I want to get back into Apple because before I left it alone and it started to rip up, I think it was yesterday. I was like, oh man, why do we leave Apple? So let's just see if maybe there was a little bit of flushing action there. Yesterday's close is 223.50. So that could be an area to look at there. Looks like we just bounced off of 223.50. I'll try it again, just seeing that level, but let's just take a shot down here and see if it wants to retrace a little bit to the backside. We can make back something of what we've lost. But right now, 223.50 coming into play here for Apple.
It's still heavy. This is, this is like
probably a short.
I wanted to wait till the next level. We did, but it just bounced 20 cents before the sellers re-emerged. There is a key level at that price from the afternoon yesterday, underneath 224. So you're seeing it bounce off that. I'd like to see us at least get back to the 24. VWAP at this point, I think you're asking for a lot, but it's a little bit of a tighter stop at least now, because if it breaks 50, if you're long into 60s, you don't have to really hold it that far against you. Okay, here comes, all right, the market's, yeah, okay, the market just did this. Market just went red. Let's be a little bit cautious here. The market just went red. Nvidia doesn't hold on to VWAP, so we have to wait back into 146.5. We'll see if it makes a bounce off that level. Just going to have to wait patiently for it. Why did I not get filled on? Yeah, again. Damn. All right, let me cancel some orders on Intel. Not that it's going to pop back up there to VWAP, but we just tried to grab an add on Intel underneath the 21 level, and it's really starting to dump. Need some other short ideas at this particular point, because if the market's going to do this, where you go red to green and all this exuberance is trapping some people, I want something else that I like to the short side. Just for everyone asking about EVAX, I have the tap on it, but it's $7.50, which is exactly where it closed. It was like the third halt. It halts up, it halts down, it halts up. So a bit of a seesaw action on that. Usually you want to trade these ones when they calm down after the open and stop halting. That could be in that particular category. So Apple's trying to hold, but once again, if it makes a fresh low, we have to be able to jump out of this one. Take the pot shots, But at some point, it's like it's only going to said downside. There's not much left underneath here in Apple. The sell program is very real on this. We'd have to go back over to Nvidia. Maybe this can hold VWAP and maintain its strength at least.
Yeah, I think you just got to, I think VWAP is very, very important here. We're going to try one more time on Apple, but yeah, it's same way. We were just able to get something out. We were long at 63s.
Right.
We were able to get some 75s there, and nothing considerate here at all for Apple. Oh, the one thing that I wanted to talk about, first of all, FXI is a nice trade, man. That's 5 cents in the money, which is pretty good for the ETF. So we only have now like 1 or 2% left of Tesla. It came right up into that 417 area like we talked about. There's all the wicks. There goes Apple. We actually did not get the best price. It went up to 418 on those numbers, but look at that move right back in there for Tesla. So maybe trying to buy some dips there in Tesla could be something at this moment, but like you're just trying now to get back to the upside. So we'll try a little bit here on Tesla. Got to go find out where our stop is. It's still breaking in oops, that's still FXI. My bad. Okay, so there's FXI. Big trade there on FXI, to be honest with you. I mean, we wrote down go long 90s. There's up to 98. We wanted to layer into this. I'm actually waiting now at 31 even to get some more out of FXI. But here's the trade that we just put on. So we just got some more in there on Tesla as it just fell back in a little bit. So let's just, Apple's now bouncing back, but let's just see if Tesla is the one that wants to go. We know we can get the juice here on this name because we've gotten it before. So now let's wait to see here what winds up happening with Tesla. There it goes, Neil. A nice little move back there for this one. And Apple also trying to get back upside. So Tesla long at 413.25 right now, a reload long in Tesla, and it just went up 60 cents. But let's see if it has some more juice to the upside. Getting a little bit out up here.
Yeah, I think that's a good look. We've reclaimed 50 on, well, you just mentioned reclaimed 50 on Apple.
Oh,
and speaking of 50, if you are wondering where Rivian bounced today, I'll give you one guess. Because, well, I mean, everyone watching the morning would know that Rivian had a 1250 level on it. Well, Rivian we talked about VWAP and stocks that are holding it and stocks that aren't.
Yep.
Rivian bounced off of, $12.48. So not exactly 50. I'm a little bit incorrect on that, but now it's holding VWAP. That's what you want to see. Like, this is obviously a little bit stronger. I want Nvidia to do the same thing. It's really battling here at VWAP, but it hasn't held it yet. That's one that we need to be able to, if it puts in a higher low, got to be able to get back into it. Relative strength matters in this market. So still eyeballing Nvidia, not yet. I think it needs to close above VWAP at least to get me into it. And Rivian, I think it's worth at least a little bit of a chase. And just pop in if it comes back underneath this 70 level. Just buy it at VWAP. It's a $12 stock. Like, really, at that point, you're 15 cents away from that 50 level, so you're not giving it a ton of room if you buy it a little bit early. Strong move for Rivian, right? Like, automated driving. I don't think they're going to win in that realm, but if it takes the stock higher, who cares? At the end of the day, I don't necessarily believe in that aspect of the business, but it doesn't matter if this is the bottom here temporarily on RIVN. Shout out to you, Marty.
Yeah, what's up, Marty? Okay, so just real quickly here, FXI, there's the long that we talked about. We like this long into 3090. We talked about bidding into that. So just in changing up the game a little bit as we talk a lot of tech names, here's a big win, honestly, for us on FXI. Came right into the 200 period. We were just sitting here and got filled. And we talked about this earlier. We were always bidding this 90 level ahead of the 200 period moving average. So ups a daisy goes FXI there on some nice China play upside on that one. Look, we were able to get out more at 414 here. It looks like it still just wants to dance around. I'm fine just kind of like licking some of the wounds there of Apple and so on and so forth by really just trading Tesla now. Tesla's going to be a big stock. And we had written it down here. And again, if you guys remember at 9 o'clock, I was like, look, Tesla's going to be a trade and we want to make sure that we're on it. It was a good one. It did fall out. It almost fell out again right there on Tesla. So we're going to just start to get some out here and not like pretend that this is the best stock of all time here or anything like that. Let's just get out of some Tesla, massage the position a little bit here. There's another out at 414. We're long right now. It's 75 cents, and now it's even more in the money, and we're now out of 50% of that reload. So if this goes, man, we can really do something. So let's go here to 415 and see if we can take that out. So let's see if, okay, here it comes right away. All right, I'm gonna take this right now at 60. Let's go, Neil. That's another one. It's another chicken dinner winner. Tesla's now $1.28 in the money and going upside. Good hold there on Nvidia at the 200 period, but look what we did. Remember, we got out of, we talked about only having half left. Right now on Nvidia, on that reload, we have 10% left now. Could possibly reload this again and debating it. I think that's not a bad play. Would much rather be long down here though than at the 200 period. So I think we're fine right now. Let's just sit back and see what can happen in this market. It's only 10:10. It feels like it's later than that. I mean, I don't know.
It feels much later than that, but it is at that point. And I saw who was it in the chat that said this? I was looking at exactly the same thing. Ezekiel Lepera, Apple support 223.35 with 200 SMA. I mean, it wasn't just, Intel's on trend. If it fails the trend line, I want to look to add on the trend line instead of VWAP. That's why I'm on that chart. But I was with you on that a second ago. And it just broke down again. So and the other thing too is get double barrel closes right around this price as well. But these are the technical areas to play the bounce, really, and there has been some bounce there, but it's still working to the downside. So wait for the next spot if you're trying to revert this thing. It's a runaway freight train. But just to go back over, when you're chasing a move to the downside or you're playing a move to the downside, I look for VWAP, I look for the trend. If we can make another lower high, that's the place to add. If we're not getting VWAP on Intel, then the place to add is going to be wherever the lower high happens to be. We have not, and apologies for not looking at Bitcoin here. I feel like if we lose VWAP on Bitcoin, this market might have some trouble holding green. But we are here right now. So 60 is on the bid-ish. I mean, it's like 60 and change on IBIT. And if it can break trend upside, I like that. The other play is Coinbase, although the reason I went over to Bitcoin is Coinbase looks really, really ugly and choppy. The tape is really unclean. The spread is kind of nonsensical around VWAP here, whereas IBIT is at least a little more reasonable with the exact same trade setup. I think you can just play off a round number at $60 over there on IBIT, whereas with Coinbase, it's kind of all over the place. I think it just looks like a better vehicle to trade than Coin. So I know I had Coin on my note, but that kind of looks a little nasty down there. I'd rather play on IBIT. All right, Apple, it's trying again. Nvidia is also almost at our spot. So we're waiting for Nvidia to get back down to that low, 146.5, put in a higher low, and then we'll go back over to Nvidia. I know it's red on the day, but it did hold this support early in the morning, so we'll look for it to hold again.
All right, I just bought one more time here off of 223. If it doesn't work, Apple, then, oh no, what happened there? Oh no, I put the wrong price. Okay, I want to buy some Apple right now, so let's just buy it here then at 12s. Okay, there it is. So we'll buy some there on Apple down here at 12s, and then we're just going to wait to see. It does look like it wants to continue to break lower. This is just like kind of fun money right down here right now. We'll see, because we can take shots because our stop isn't too far away if it does break down through this 223. So I'm going to give it to like 222, like basically 90, like just a break, and oops, that's still Tesla, my bad, I'm on the wrong stock. Right there as we go long again on Apple, and let's just see where it goes. We're into some positions now, long at 10s on Apple. I mean, that's not going to be anything. We need it to go a little bit higher. Oh, I did want to give a shout out to Marty here in the chat, because again, I'm just glad that we have a bunch of traders out here trading with us here today. What's up, Marty? He says he loves the fact that I'm playing the Tesla long and you're playing it short, and you've hit your goals. So that's exactly what the market's all about, man. It's about hitting your goals and about making those trades. Okay, here we go, Marty. We are into this Apple trade as it just went into the 20s there off of a 223 hold. But it's not necessarily ripping. Let's get something out there. It is at 222. We're getting more and more out here of Apple. Let's see if we can put some damage back in on this one with very low amount of risk. We just explained that. It's about 15 cents worth of risk. Let's just see if it can go up. So our first, we just took some out there at 22s. Let's take some out there again at 30. And then we'll see if we can hold like 75% of this trade back into to hopefully the upside right now. But that's about it, man. I mean, Tesla just keeps going. We got some, 415 coming into play again here. like we spin this all the time, but like Travolta's just like, man, like we have these winners, we have these losers, but what exactly is going on right here, right now? Hopefully we can get a carry forward now in the market. I'm all long. That doesn't necessarily mean that the longs are going to print, right? So just be careful. We're getting more out up here as we're underneath.
22 too.
The market's weak.
Sorry, 22.
Yeah, 22,000. So a good look there. Yeah, it hasn't been a long day. Yet I'm long, so we'll see what happens. But
yeah, I just glanced over at AMD and was like, I'll get to that in a quick little second on AMD. But yeah, you, when you see AMD, you'll get it. Bitcoin just lost 60 at one short, and it's like it's not even at the price that I like. But you couldn't even hold the view up. This is why I traded IBIT instead of Coin, because I feel like if Coin, the same thing, like you just can't have the same level of risk in IBIT. Like I think it gave you at least a reasonable out. You can have a 90 break or an even dollar break and get out a couple of cents underneath.
At least.
Whereas Coin, like this is what happened on VWAP at Coinbase. I mean, come on, it was just distinctly different. Like it broke VWAP and dropped $1.50. With IBIT, you could get out for a few cents worth of a hit. Like it's going to be 2-3 times.
Try to go Apple.
But we're only in one short trade on Intel. We just popped 21. It held on to the trend, so we're not getting VWAP. 21 is going to be the new out, and we'll just try to carry this through the low. It'll be the only real short we got. Probably should have. Hindsight's 2020, but also about to go red in theory is AMD. Rejection of the 125 level on AMD, holding VWAP, trend down. So this one looking incredibly weak. I went over and was like, okay, well maybe Nvidia is about to set up for another bounce off that level. What setup? None. There wasn't anything. The first time we came down in here, there was a nice little zone where it consolidated, where you could go and build a long position, but not this time. It's just powering through the low. That leaves you with 145 as support next, and that was a big support level yesterday. Nvidia held 145 morning session, held it at noon or just after noon. So if it gets down there, that's the only spot I'm looking reversion. Or the pops on Intel for sure. And shout out to Voldemort, because, hey, we talk about things that are above VWAP and looking okay. Rigetti, up 7%, holding on to VWAP. There's nothing wrong with that. That looks pretty good. The other name is Rivian, which I try to weasel in, as Sharif says, but sometimes you try to weasel in and sneak in on the long, and that's not the right play. The right play is to get a little more aggressive. Rivian 2% up and almost putting in a bit of a bull flag with a double top. So Rivian looks strong to me, relatively speaking. Probably play this one still back at VWAP if we can. But yeah, there's that 146 on Nvidia. Where is that bottom going to be? Hopefully not 145, because I don't think that's going to bode well for the overall market.
All right, so just a quick little talk here. Nvidia, despite getting out, like this is where you need risk management. We talk about it all of the time. Nvidia is P&L number one. Easy today for me, and we just lost the bottom because you're getting out when levels hold and it comes up into key levels like the 50-period or VWAP. And again, trading's all hindsight. We can always look back and say ifs and buts or candies and nuts, but at the end of the day, this is why we're posting these things. Look at FXI, bottom of the day to top of the day. You have to start getting some out. So we're doing that. Apple, same kind of ways right now. We loaded it up. We put on our biggest position in Apple down here right now. It's a little bit, I don't want to say it's revenge trading, but I'm looking at the name because it was up, turned into Redsville. What if it just gets going again is what I'm trying to think about here with Apple. So let's just wait to see if it does get that little bit of rocket boost underneath it. And if we can get anything out around the 50s on this name, then, oh man, well, we'll be having, okay, here we go. We're already having a nice little move here in Apple. There you go. Take the 36s, take the 37s. So here it goes, man. We were long on this name. It was 15 cents worth of stop. We just took 25 cents there. Hopefully Apple can get going here to the upside. It's AAPL really trying to blow up. Not only that, Neil, we also have $3. I mean, I don't like, this is just really coming in now. We have $3 now in the money. Let's take it out. Look at this Nvidia or this Tesla trade. Oh boy, I hear this guy talking about Rivian. Not enough about Tesla by me, because look at Tesla right there. This is $4 right now in the money on Tesla. So, oh boy, I mean, this has been, like I said, it's only 10:20. Like some of these moves that we're seeing here today have been absolutely huge. What a time to be a trader. And it's just been quite the run. Good out there on Apple. Like thankfully we got that 34.36, because look at this move right back in again. trade out of the weak names if you can get a winner on those longs. So right now, good trade there on Nvidia off the bottom at 146. Let's see if that winds up holding. I'm excited for a long play, but the long's making me nervous. We're underneath VWAP, so oh man, got to get out of some of these.
Yeah, we're real close to 22,000 again. Like the Nasdaq's barely holding on here to that 22,000 level. We're going to go to the small cap recap in a second. We are back into Nvidia, a bit of a trend reversal here. If it can't get through, if it consolidated here before, if it loses it again, cannot let the market break back down. So let's go to Adara and the small cap recap. Go EV, who knew?
Yeah.
Go EV is actually on the small cap recap. Funnily enough, we're going to start here with IWM, which is holding decent support here. Trying right now again to break that 229 level, which was a little bit of resistance, then kind of formed as support. But the IWM on a nice little uptrend as of yesterday. But maybe potentially here around the top if we can't break back above 229 for that Russell 2000. We have Himax. As I mentioned earlier today, this is a day 3 mover. The only catalyst in this that I've seen was around, I would actually say exactly 3 days ago to the hour. We did have Himax here being mentioned by Ming-Chi Kuo in a tweet saying that it's likely to be a nice benefactor or beneficiary of TSM and Nvidia Silicon Photonics Group. So keep an eye here on Himax being named as a Silicon Photonics play by Ming-Chi Kuo. Then we have here GOEV. There's no new catalyst here for GoEV or Canoe, but back on Friday, they did announce their Chapter 7 bankruptcy filing. That would be last Friday. Looks like it's just rallying here. About a 7% short float and lots of retail attention. Last but not least, DDD. The ticker is DDD. The company is very aptly named 3D Systems, announcing here a solution for remote spare part printing here with Dalmir buses, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, that might have been a jinx on GoEV there. That is heading swiftly to the downside as we speak. That is a bit of a topping tail candle on GoEV. Let's just quickly pay for some locates in a couple of seconds there. That's how fast it is for us at real trading.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So I was just able to, I saw GoEV, and then obviously everyone in the chat was talking about it. Dara mentioned it. Saw that reversal candle that loses VWAP, maybe a continuation play. But we got to pay, what is that even? Oh, that's less than $1 per 1,000 shares. So like 0.9 or something. Very, very cheap locates on GoEV. As I said, if it holds on to VWAP to the upside, then I probably don't take the short, but I want to be prepared for it. So Nvidia is trying to make that bounce. You're seeing a bit of a move to the upside. Nasdaq's still underneath 22 though, very, very barely. I'm looking for a breakdown on Intel here, but if we make a fresh, like we break out through 21, probably need to jump out of this. The market's bouncing off lows. The market's trying to bounce off that 22 low, and if it does so successfully, I'd want to get out and then hunt for a new entry point on Intel as it continues to bleed down. There's GoEV. It actually bounces off of VWAP, so nothing yet. It just held 50 cents. But if you're going bankrupt and you trap people long, I don't know, that seems like a decent opportunity there if we lose that 50 cent level and jump underneath. Like you got 13 to 15 cents underneath VWAP. There's probably a structure of a trade where you can risk a couple of pennies to try to get 5, 10, maybe even that full 15 cents. But it has to set up first.
All right. Yeah. Look, I think it's all about risk to reward all the time. And if the setups are there, I think you go for them and then you ask questions later. And that's basically what we did with Apple. We talked about this trying to go. We got some good outs and then it dripped through and then we just punched. We basically didn't punch out. We got automatically sent out of that trade as it does break lower and then in again. So I'm not going long Apple anymore. We try to catch too many falling knives. This is a downside play here for the market. So we're getting some more out on, I'm offering FXI right now at ones, but I'm trying to get paid to get out. So a lot of these prints are happening on free or on the midpoint. So I don't care about the size here. The market's coming back down. Let's try to get a little bit out here on FXI. Like I can't even get printed over here. Okay, there we go. We just got, okay, well, as I say it breaks through. So we'll go props up to actually looking at the stock and making some plays there. So hopefully that will come in for us at some point there. Again, FXI. If it does, we'll reload it. If it does not, then we obviously will not. So we'll wait to see on FXI. DraftKings right now, Okay, a little bit of a pull back in. It's not going to be news related because the market's coming back, but there's a nice little move back in, getting the scanner here on eSignal. So here's our eSignal scanner right there, bringing us DraftKings down into the 200 period moving average. So there it is right there, DraftKings, a nice move in on the 1 minute chart back into the 200. So this name losing some steam as well. This one, as we talked about yesterday with, I believe it was with the break there at the end of the day, and I said it's not technical. Oh, Google. This one might be technical because it was holding, whoops, to the downside right there into the 200 period. So watch out now for this play on DK and to the G. And then, guys, I mean, we got to get out of Tesla, right? When Tesla goes right back up there into the high of the day again, we're getting out. So now on this reload again on the downside, I'm not sure how many shares we have left, but it's under 15% left here for Tesla. Probably not going to reload this and going to use this as our out. So I'm now changing the outs on Tesla from 412s into this level right there. Basically 413, that's 412.75. So let's go 412.74. I always do a little bit less than that. Push offer, enter. We only have a small piece left. Get me out of everything that we have left there on Tesla if it does break. So FXI's been a jam for us so far. Like the stock, we'll see if it can hold out. But right now, that's really the only thing that I'm doing here on FXI. So I haven't reloaded anything. I like the good news you're looking at. Rigetti, maybe?
Well, Rigetti's a beast today.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at the other quantum names. Maybe we'll look for some relative strength and weakness there, but here's that 22 thou on the NASDAQ that we're just able to wick and hold. So that's obviously going to bode well here for Nvidia. So it did just hold at 146, kind of broke trend, held that prior bar, got the re-entry, but see, it's still sellers. Where it consolidated before for the long, you've got sellers right there again at 146.5. But right now you're getting 146 to 146.5. I was long 46, and then we added at 22s. I always put 22s and 12s. So that's what we're in. But we need to hold on. This higher low is going to be the out over there on Nvidia. I just looked up to say, okay, GoEV is gone now, so much for that. I guess it doesn't want to break down yet. So it held on to the trend line and is absolutely blasting. I'm thinking reversion on this. I kind of don't want to chase a company going under, but if it decides to squeeze, it decides to squeeze. That's not the play that I'm looking for on GoEV. Rivian is now back at VWAP, so waited a little bit patiently for it to get back to VWAP, and now it's here. If it can revert, like break this little downward trend or just bounce off, we'll look for the little bit of a curl here on Rivian. That's pretty much it. And Apple's still not really doing what we want just yet, so maybe you have to wait a little more patiently for Apple, but at least Rivian's coming back into VWAP for us.
All right, Dara,
what's up?
We do have a crypto segment coming up here with Hive Digital Technologies in just a few minutes, but actually the crypto catalyst I want to share with you guys first. Keep an eye here on IBIT doing a little bit of a bull flag and all of these other crypto-related stocks. The SEC has apparently actually rescinded an accounting rule that basically forced banks to treat Bitcoin and crypto like liabilities on their balance sheets. And because this guidance existed, it had been a bit of a deterrent here to these Wall Street banks owning and holding Bitcoin. So now that this rule has been revoked, could be a good look here for BTC and crypto, guys. Back to you.
So yeah, 105.6 right now for crypto. We looked at IBIT. I was just looking at the Qs because the Qs are near this bottom. I was just saying like I was thinking something has to be along, and then I looked over. We're at 22,000 again, as Neil had pointed out there on the NASDAQ. So thinking about this play right here, but just also wondering, like it's Friday. Obviously, it's could be some sort of relief rally to the downside there. So some taking off some of the rally and relieving some of that pressure there with the downside play into the rest of the afternoon. But we're still only 10:30. It's still so early. So I don't want to like count out the fact that this 22,000 marker is something here for the NASDAQ. So here's like a bigger chart here again, trying to hold out right now at this level for, it's basically 21,977 here. We can try to see if there's some sort of a play there with the NQs. So we'll have a look there for a potential long.
GoEV is going bankrupt, right?
Was that the story there? I don't know. What was, I missed what Adara said.
Oh, I chuckle because it doesn't seem to think so.
Oh no, it's going upside?
88% now on GoEV. I wonder if this can get to $1. I'm starting to think, can this get to $1?
Well, those are the plays we're looking for. If stocks get to the dollar, looking for that break. I know we talked about Polestar before making a dollar break move.
Yeah, I got to change. Well, obviously, I've just paid for locates on it, and it did not break down, obviously. But I might look for like a mean revert or something. Like you don't want to. There's no part of me that wants to jump in front of what is obviously a moving freight train here. So maybe I might put a smaller, like a 1 minute chart, and then look for a mean reversion on this. Because it's obviously squeezing and going nuts. So yeah, let's get to a 1 minute chart, and then if there's like any kind of a trend reversal on the one, which it looks like it's doing here, maybe just take the shot and give it to the high. It hasn't happened yet. If it gets to $1, that's a different story because I know I'm all over the dollar. If we can get futures. And obviously Rigetti is continuing to go. That $15 prior high, that looks like a pretty decent spot as well. The $15 level, maybe that prior high can give you that bit of a dip spot on RGTI.
Finally. All right. Oh, good. Okay, so there it goes right now. There goes the TQQs, man. We bought that dip. We went over to it. I said, hey, look, we pulled down the chart, Neil. We pulled down the Qs. We said we like that kind of level right here for the NASDAQ. So let's go upside right there. Long at 86. It's at 88.06. A quick 20 handle winner right there for you on the NASDAQ. So far, so good. I'm going to kick another piece out right now at 05. And hopefully by the time we come back, it will be through or at least close enough to this VWAP. And that's where you know we'll be getting some more out right now on this play. We are only out of a third right here of the futures, and you guys wanted a little bit more futures trading, so we have that right now. And you wanted some more crypto talk, so we're actually going to bring that to you right now.
Excellent.
With Adara, yes, at the big desk. Go Tesla.
That's correct here. This crypto update is brought to you by Hive Digital Technologies. Today we're going to be talking to Frank Holmes, the company's co-founder and executive chair. Great to have you on here. How are you doing today?
It's great to be here.
I think it's also a really great time to talk about crypto. Last week, of course, we were back over 100,000. Now we've actually made a new all-time high for Bitcoin. And also here, we have the first week of the Donald Trump administration, which was viewed as being pretty bullish for crypto. We've already had here the announcement of a crypto task force from the SEC. And we've also had Trump sign the first crypto-related executive order, of course, related to that digital asset stockpiling. So from your perspective here, as someone, of course, as part of this crypto company, how are these actions being viewed and received by the industry, and what type of executive orders or actions are you anticipating going forward through this administration?
I think always if there's a huge amount of supply going to hit a market, it makes the market try to preempt it and bids dry up. Now that 200,000 coins are not going to hit the market, bids are more confident in sort of price discovery. So this is really positive. The next direction will be how much money will they put into and accumulate Bitcoin. And I think maybe it'll be that Bitcoin produced in America is what will only be bought. So they know exactly where it's been early. All that will do is make the value of Bitcoin in the US more valuable. These are sort of ideas and regulations. But I think that things like, Russ Ulbricht being released, all these are important changes of embracing innovation in the blockchain. And the average person doesn't know that blockchain was created in 91. And along comes Napster in like 98, and it's peer-to-peer, and that's so key to Bitcoin ecosystem around the world. And then comes SHA-256 by the Defense Department of encryption for facial recognition. Well, that overlay is what created Bitcoin. It's an evolution. And it didn't start just in 2008 going into 9. It really started back in 1991. And I think that now we're seeing, as the technology evolved, now we're going to see regulations evolve, but at a much faster pace. We're going to see adoption come in at a much faster pace. And the value of Satoshis will go up. So if you go to buy $1,000 of Bitcoin, you're really not buying Bitcoin directly because it's over $100,000. You're buying almost 1 million Satoshis for $1,000. Where can you buy 1 million shares of a stock for 0.0007 cents or something of that nature? And when that Satoshi hits 1 penny, Bitcoin's 1 million. So I think it's very doable.
Another thing here, too, that we've had here, of course, with this new administration coming up that I think could also be a really interesting look here for Bitcoin and for that crypto growth is the fact that we had that AI infrastructure announcement coming back here with Project Stargate. This actually could have some implications here for crypto due to, as you mentioned, the blockchain, right? There has been a role here of AI tech within the blockchain, but then we also had miners here like Riot basically saying that they're going to be potentially pivoting away from Bitcoin mining towards data centers because of this news. So with that in mind here, with the various implications, how do you see this announcement changing or impacting the crypto space in the years to come from this blockchaining and mining perspective here with the next 4 years?
So from the very looking at cause and effect and possible ramifications, we have to go back to the beginning is energy. Everything about making Bitcoin proof of work is all about energy. And everything about AI is energy. Really, if you don't have that energy, that source of stable energy, the data centers aren't going to work and then the AI chips aren't going to function. So energy is going to become the real key component. Then the data centers, and all the shit, they call them the sticks and shovels and picks that are necessary to build that data center. And then you're going to have the ASIC chips or for Bitcoin mining, but for AI, it's going to be the GPU chips that go in that data center. And what we've seen so fast is the value of a data center go up and the source of energy go up dramatically, and they're being deemed as sovereign property.
Thank you so much here for being here with us. I think it's a lot to think about, and I think especially too with this is only the first week. I cannot wait to see the other announcements that we're going to see here in the crypto space over the next 4 years. So thank you so much, Frank Holmes, Executive Chair.
The cheapest are Bitcoin miners because they're trying to take over Bitcoin miners and convert them to AI.
Yeah, I think that'll certainly on watch here too, the role that mining and blockchain are going to kind of intersect, right? As Riot was kind of alluding to as well, off that AI infrastructure news. So thank you so much, Frank Holmes, Executive Chair of Hive Digital Technologies, for being here with us today.
What's up, Frank? I mean, hey, $1 million? We'll take
$1 million.
Just Bitcoin higher from here is great. I mean, I know there's a lot of investors on our chat. There over 50%, I think it was, of our chat were holders of crypto. So some great information. And Frank, man, send me one of those hot hats. I mean, I like to. Why not?
Oh, that was a nice
little beehive action going on there, a little Hive.
Yeah,
because we're buzzing. We're buzzing about the name right now. So thank you to Hive for coming through.
We all like Bitcoin here.
We all like it. Yeah. I mean, IBIT is on the sticky note. So, but anyways, 106, good level there. Great interview. Thanks, Adara, and thanks Hive for that. And you can go check them out here with Hive. They're both on the NASDAQ Hive blockchain right here, $3.315. And also, again, up 1.5%. Nice little move there for Hive. Definitely trying to base out. We talk about that all the time. Sometimes you got to take shots. And right there at this bottom, we talk about Marathon, Hive. Frank just sort of laid out the case there for them. So yeah, go check it out. Hive listed there on the NASDAQ and as well listed on the venture exchange here, hive.vn. And the thing about all of these names is you can get them on what I consider the best platform around for charting, and that of course would be eSignal. We talk about it all the time. Scan that QR code and just be part of it. Trust me when I tell you, all of these scanners, I mean, right now I have 3 positions on, but sometimes we'll have 5 or 6, and they all hit on the scanner. You want to be able to connect also to your broker. I just saw on the screen there, over 50 plus brokers. I'm going to pull down the charts and show you. I've already showed a couple times today. This alert window for me is what it's all about. Like right there, Nvidia right here on alert. So you can call it up, you click on it. Again, it's integrated. There's Nvidia breaking below the low of the day. And look, the #1 name here right now on my alert tracker, Nvidia, SPY, the SPXL, DraftKings. This alert ticker from eSignal is something that I've curated myself. So I put in the tickers and able to watch whatever I want. But they also do have a pretty hot list right here as well. And it's called the hot list, and it goes by trade rates. So like right now, it's saying to us that Palantir is buzzing right now. So as you can see, there goes Palantir buzzing to the upside. It's telling us to, hey, you, look at Rigetti, look at QBTS, look at Nvidia. These are all huge levels and huge information portals for you to trade with. Like just sitting here trading and listening to us is one thing, but no matter what software you have, you want to make sure it's reliable and able to get you the data. You might not be, Neil, these hot lists, like you might not be looking at NASDAQ stocks.
That's
you're
the
in
thing.
Toronto.
Well, also too, like
you can flip it up.
the chat was all on us. Well, the chat, you guys were all on us about what the quantum names were doing.
Yeah.
Obviously, you got a watch list, and certainly it's going to help you get a quote board like Sean just had there, set up some alerts, and then have a group of stocks that you want to be in. You never know where the next trade is going to be. Like if you told me that GoEV was going to be going under and I was going to be shorting GoEV at like 65 cents this morning when it was 33 cents yesterday, I'd have told you you're full of it. But that's exactly what happened. Obviously during the interview, a lot can happen.
Getty.
They said we're looking for a mean revert on GoEV. Well, it did. It broke the trend here. I shorted right underneath 66 cents. And then this is more a line of best fit than a trend line, just so you guys don't at me for this not looking very good. But it goes right into the line of best fit and then bounces. So I was able to get 90% of it out, and then it broke the high. So GoEV is still going, pun definitely not intended. And maybe it does.
It was intended.
Not really. This might get to $1. If it gets to $1, I'm only looking reverts. I'm not chasing this move. Forget about it. I'm just looking for another reversion trade on GoEV. Maybe it's 85 cents. I don't know. But whenever it sets up some kind of a real higher low here, I'll just kind of connect the dots and then get in, risk a couple of cents to try to pull back into VWAP. I don't need that trend line. I don't need that trend line. But this is doing, 75 million shares. Obviously, it's got a pretty interesting catalyst for it here today. But yeah, the next trend I think is going to be some kind of a trend revert on this, which I guess does want that dollar level badly. Sometimes you see this happen, right? Where it's a relief rally on a sort of heavily shorted type of name. And that's what you're getting here on GoEV. That dollar is a significant level, not just because of a buck. You can pull it up on a higher time frame, like in the daily chart right here, and just sort of see that dollar level. If we come to my chart for a second, it's not just that it's a round number. I mean, it was a flat bottom break, it consolidated pre-split, then split, and then a breakdown underneath. So patience game for sure on GoEV to kind of pick your spot. If you're long, great. You can just sort of hold on to it. But if you're looking short, you got to have a very good setup plan.
Yeah, and I think like trading with a plan is the number one thing that we talk about over and over and over again. What was this? Rob put something. Oh, chance for a chicken wing. Oh.
Well, I asked for a coffee, and he said,
"Oh, yeah. The wings
were yesterday."
All right, so look, we're layering in now to the futures, and I want to see us hold this 22,000, and I'm trying to give it down right here on the NASDAQ into 8750. The only thing is, like, now that I'm looking at this, look at this trend. We're now like starting to just get sort of, we kind of topped out there, and as you can see, if we draw a line, we are now underneath it right here. So we're starting to loop downside right now on the 50 period or the 200 period moving average here on a 5-minute chart. This is where I'm stopping out if we break. So that's like 87. It's 87.50, but I'm going to give it a little bit more room. The stop out for this trade is like 87.25, is like down into here, just before we had that sort of get up going. So again, we're just long right here. The best we've been able to get, like this was an 87.80, and we went to Frank there from Hive, and thanks for that. But it goes up into 88, and that was basically the best that we had gotten. We got 88.11s right there, 88.10s maybe. So that was a good move. That was about 30 cents. So we're trying to do something very, very similar now with this trade. Trying to give it, like I just told you, about 30 cents to the downside is where we'll stop out, and then we'll try to. I'm going to see if we can hold this and like get to the 200, get to VWAP, but like the 50 period is a pretty decent spot as well. And then something out right around here where we just got out at 90s, by the way. So we went long there at 65. Those outs are 85, 87, 91. So some good outs there back up to the upside, but right now we're just like holding on. We got an average price right here, right now of 77. So yeah, that's sort of what I'm rocking with here, and just kind of like not really hoping for the best, but like, honestly, just hoping that the NASDAQ holds. And there's 22,000. So if we get this bump up, I mean, we're here to trade it. And again, we analyzing things like, is the market really in trouble? We got some numbers today. Those have all been bled through right now. The NASDAQ is definitely on a downtrend. We're underneath VWAP. We're underneath the 50-period moving average. But at the end of the day, we've seen rallies in the NASDAQ. We saw a big one yesterday. I mean, that Playmaker poll is up. and it's long every afternoon, every midday basically. So I don't
Not
think
basically, literally.
yeah. Well, I think
Literally,
it's probably like
it's
70-30. I think, isn't it, or so?
It's never been short once. It's, as a matter of fact,
It's 100%.
for the record, I am now voting
So it's
short.
literally the best trader that we've ever seen.
I've been like just as a joke been voting short, even just because I
take
know
it more serious,
because I
man.
know it's not, but I know it's not going to win. I was taking it seriously almost every
yeah.
single day, and
No, me and you are both voting short because it never.
I'm
wins.
voting short just for a laugh because I know it can't get any support. It's kind of, well, I don't want to get into politics.
Look, I'm proud to say that that poll is 100
doing very
times
well.
better than Neil and I. So congratulations.
It can't stop.
It's perfect, apparently. It's one every
Well, it's
day.
not perfect.
You guys have been.
No, it's up.
Oh,
So-
it's 50% accuracy.
No,
Okay,
but the principle's 2-to-1 risk to reward, right? Which mathematically,
Right.
if you have you guys
How many
understand.
units is it up?
You don't have to win even 50% of the time in that regard, and then you're
It's
fine.
up 5 units, and how many days has it been going? 30 sessions. Right, 30 sessions, 5 units. So unless your unit is like $1,000, like each unit, like you're putting in $1,000 worth of risk, and we could talk about the units and everything like that when it goes to their show. Still, that just shows to show you how tough trading really is, right? I mean, you can clearly see all that, but that's okay. So Trump talking right now about Germany and trade practices and all that, but we're already long FXI, and let's go, man. I want to watch that. That Playmaker poll is very exciting. I like the 2-to-1 ratio. We're in the futures, so that's the same thing. So I guess we'll trade futures, and so will you guys. And so that's wicked. So thanks for that, guys, on the community spot right there. But we're long right now on the TQQs. I can load up this is something that we should probably, we talk about this all the time. Like, we could load up our statements and tell you guys like what stocks on the month we're up or we're down on, how well they're doing and things like that as I ask these guys how it's doing. That's probably something that is of interest. Okay, so right now the TQs trying to make a move back up. We just took a piece out as we said we would into 88. Oh boy, here we go right now. We're at 98 and then stop until 88.15, which is right up here into the 200 period moving average. So we're at 98, and oh boy, Neil, we're doing it again right now with a 20 handle winner on the futures. Let's see if we can continue the good vibes right now and get some more out at 98. Only 13 minutes left until the big guys bring you VWAP, Elliott wave theory. So if you're like, you're here in Toronto and it's like, it's really cold here and you're thinking about like, you want to get into those, nice little summer breezes and join those waves and all that kind of stuff. Join these two studs beside me here during the midday show and they will go over Elliott wave theory.
Sharif was just rocking Summer Breeze, makes me feel fine. And he was singing it. I'm just going to say it. I'm not going to sing it.
Makes you feel fine.
That's a great song.
Yes, man.
It's a great song.
This is what we're doing. There it goes right now. TQs, by the way, another banger for you right there. All right, Neil, let's go. Kill them with kindness.
We came back over to, it's Go EV. We had it actually 3 times. Once, twice, thrice.
Yeah.
And OB thrice. I know I'm supposed to say OB thrice. Sorry.
No,
Once,
you're not.
twice, OB thrice. There you go, Sharif. That's one's for you. Off of the 80 level. So
Get it, Neil.
it ended up being 80 that it pulled back to, but look at it hold on to the 70 level. So each time it pulls back, you're gonna make sure you're getting out. Last time I actually was out of, when it got to prior support, I was out of like 90%. I want to make sure we're doing the same thing. And if it gets to VWAP, we're looking all out. Look at the trend up on Go EV. They don't care that they're going under. It doesn't matter if you're going under.
But sometimes it's the best news.
Sometimes that's the best. Exactly. Sometimes it's the best news. Nikola had that same thing yesterday. And Nikola's up today, right? Like we heard the same thing yesterday that Nikola was going under. And look at that at Nikola. Double top at that 94 level. Might pay for some locates on Nikola, see if that 94 is going to do something there. Let's go to Adara. Time for Money Talks.
Yeah.
We're actually going to do a bit of a Money Talk sector watch hybrid just due to the fact that we did have to push back some segments because we had our special guest here on the crypto segment. We're going to start here with Money Talks, though, which is actually the USD is at an incredible support resistance level here. Look at this. We are holding 107.30s. Now, this is actually a level of resistance going back here to late November 2024, actually briefly breaking our incredible uptrend starting in late September 2024. This also, though, formed as resistance going back to late September, early October 2023. So this is a massive support resistance level on the US dollar. Can we hold it? We'll have to find out. We did get here today on the economic data front some stronger than expected, slightly stronger than expected 5-year inflation print, but the 1-year coming exactly in line with expectations. Slightly lower than expected, though, is Michigan consumer sentiment. I also think it's worth noting here stronger than expected existing home sales and kind of mixed performance here for the S&P PMIs. 2 of them were well over expectations. The other one was a little bit below. So not a ton of clear communication here in this economic data. One number that we definitely have to watch, though, of course, has been the inflation projections for the University of Michigan. So definitely be aware of that. Also worth noting here, we have basically still the exact same odds of a rate cut, 99.5% of participants. So basically everyone here expecting we will get 0 rate cut going forward on January 29th. And that actually is funny because that happens as we had Donald Trump yesterday saying that he would like to speak to Fed Chair Jerome Powell because he actually wants to bring interest rates lower immediately. So interesting note here, we'll have to see how that all unfolds, but I think it's certainly worth noting that Donald Trump has said he's willing to put a little bit of pressure on the Fed for that to happen. Now, here's our sector board. Not a lot to talk about here anyway. It's pretty mixed on a day that we were a little bit flat in the Qs and the SPY. Electronic technology, I would say, is really mixed, though. We've got some weakness here in TXN. Basically, we did have, of course, Texas Instruments with their earnings. This is Intel a little bit to the downside as well, but then we have other chip names like Broadcom to the upside, AMD to the upside. So really mixed picture here in electronic technology. Health technology also mixed. Intuitive Surgical down about 5% on earnings, but Eli Lilly up 2.5% likely here in sympathy with Novo Nordisk stronger than expected weight loss drug news. So basically, much like the market, a lot of these sectors are not painting super clear pictures today, guys. Back to the
Not painting clear pictures for sure, but Novo Nordisk, I'm really happy when that pulled back to see Eli Lilly actually hold up a little bit, although I fret to look at it again. We'll go there in a second. GoEV, I saw in the chat, and what I love about this is what I was seeing on the tape, apparently there was a moving average. I saw in the chat, someone's like, it's holding the 20 on the trend line on GoEV. I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's holding this 70. I was just looking at the bid at 70 and saying, hey, you got to keep getting out at 70, and if it breaks trend back up, just get out. So whatever moving average that happens to be, you can see it when it gets down there that it's buying it back up. It also happened to be an even 70-cent level, which made it a little bit cleaner. I can tell you one thing. My practice of entering orders on these penny stocks, it's like, oh, I used to be really, really quick and fast at these 3-4 digits getting the orders in, but it's definitely holding trend, but it has worked for the reversion a couple times here. That said, if it gets to $1, that's a different beast if it gets to $1 on GoEV. This one is absolutely flying to the upside. It's kind of like unabated to the quarterback kind of thing. The market's still looking okay. I'm going to go, I've got this up, because all of a sudden, it's a bit of a different look on Apple. Maybe the 15 minutes going to do it a little bit more justice here on Apple. See, on the 15-minute, this is actually holding the trend reversion as opposed to there's a bounce and an immediate rejection. There's a bounce and at least attempting to close green here on Apple. So for the first time in a while, this is looking like it could be a little bit of a local breakout long. That said, I'm kind of fixated on GoEV and looking for the next available trade on GoEV. So a couple of times we've been able to get that curl. Each time it's pulled back about 10 pennies, and then you kind of go a little bit higher. So if we get to that 90 or get to that $1, I'll look for the same setup.
What's up, basket case? Oh, you want it? There it is, basket case. You talked about it right there. And look, man. What did you want, basket case? You think you want a hot dog cannon? Okay, let's get the hot dog cannon going. Right there it is for you. What's up, basket case? Hey, maybe you're another real one, basket case. You would have to lose right there. But there it goes, man. Thank you so much for that. And it means a lot. When we write down things on here, and Tesla, we wrote down Tesla long 414. There's a reason why Nvidia number 1 P&L today, Tesla number 2 P&L today. It's this 414 is held. I mean, we just got stopped out. We had less than 5% or 8% or whatever we talked about. But it's been holding this 414, right? That's 413. So here's 414 right now. So when you look at notes like this, it's like you got to adjust intraday and sort of trade the plan and make sure that you get out when it pops and reward yourselves. Because we talked about this, Nvidia, the number 1 P&L name today, and it was only long. and then it breaks and we get out. Risk management, just like Neil's talking about with GoEV. It's the same thing here with FXI, right? I mean, our stop rate here was 80s. We wrote that down. So that's 11 cents or so worth of a stop, to now capture. Again, it's only 20 cents upside, but that's a nice move for FXI. And we talked about this right on our note. Again, you got to have macro ideas, right? And that is that we talked about Trump and how he seems to be, speaking very kindly right now, anyways, about some of the China was on our watch list there today. So good job there at Darius Reeve and everybody who created that. And that really, brought my attention to it. So I want to thank the watch list for those trades. And then there it comes right up there. And I want to thank all of you for believing in me as well, especially you, Basket Case. I think that's what my wife calls me half the time. But right there, $88 just came in. That's another 35 handle winner right there for you on the TQs. We're trying to hold a little bit. We still got 2/3 of this. So let's see if it really wants to go upside. We're going to put in some work at the gym. Then we're going to come back and hopefully we'll be able to spin this name a lot higher than where we are right now. So far so good here on the day, man. It's been a good day. I mean, Apple really pissed me off, but we'll see if it's trying to rebound now. And no, not really. Still down here at 223. So it's been a day, needless to say here today. And I just want to thank everybody for sticking with us and watching us. And for everybody that has winners today, congratulations. And those that don't, you'll get it back. So don't you worry about that one. I'm going to put another order out right here for 5% at 87 for the TQs, or actually that went to 88. So too bad. We should have put maybe 87s. Just underneath the 50-period move. There we go. We got it. Just underneath the 50-period moving average. Let's take another piece out here on a long position there on the futures.
Yeah, good look there. And so Apple did not trend revert. Obviously, it looked good for a hot second, but it couldn't hold on. Nvidia did and make a little bit of a curl here. It broke, held the trend line. Well, sorry, didn't hold the trend line, broke the trend line, closed above the trend. Prior bar low was going to be the out. But at the same time, Intel broke VWAP and then wicked it. Well, if you wick me out of a stock that's been a short all day long, I want to look to get back in. If this closes back under VWAP, I don't mind jumping back in. I mean, ultimately, we didn't get to this one early enough, I don't think, but I want to give it a little bit more of a chance. It looks like it wants to close under VWAP again, and then we'll jump back into that short. It's 2.5 down. I don't know what AMD is doing, to be honest with you. Actually, AMD's back above VWAP, so that looks pretty good. And then GoEV, it did curl, but it didn't really give you the setup that I needed. So it did make another curl, but it didn't really break the trend the way that I wanted to see. Like, you couldn't really get a consolidation short like you could here or like you could there. It was just a huge breakdown, and all of a sudden, I think it's on the other side now. The day-long trend is broken on GoEV, so waiting for the top, I think, is gone, and I got to look for a lower high. So different entry plan here as the days-long trend is gone for GoEV. And yes, the news of them going under was it was like on Tuesday that they had that news. But sometimes you get a relief action, rally to the upside, right? If it sustains this all day long, I'd be a little bit surprised, but you have to have a bit of a rule of action to get into the short. Otherwise, it could go up forever, and then you could get yourself burned over and over again. So I got to pick my spots. If it holds underneath the prior all-day trend, that can be an entry and give it to the prior bar high at 78. Intel, we'll see if we get back in. It's still battling with VWAP as we speak.
All right, guys. I mean, I apologize because we're supposed to be looking at active names, and we've looked at it, but we haven't really traded Rigetti there, and there it goes, right up through $16. So I cannot believe we were just long this at $6 at like the beginning of the week. Rigetti, I guess it was last week. Rigetti, huge move off the 50 period, now looking to take down $16. Remember, you have that gap right there, 1680 or so, with that high wick in and around here as well. So I don't want to necessarily call a short here in Rigetti, but maybe you are trying to turn around just a little bit now on RGTI. I'll try a spot short against that top wick there. That wick, again, on decent volume. The last time we had a decent volume candle, it didn't necessarily spurn a downside move at all. So that might not necessarily be the top, but we'll try it right there on Rigetti. I'll put another spot in and around $16, but so far so good there as we just punched the short in RGTI, but who knows? It just went 5 cents for us. That doesn't matter. That's 16. It's not going to halt on us, so our stop orders should be fine. It looks like there's tons of volume here. So we're waiting for a flush, but at the same time, like understanding that high we have at 1620. So that's 1620 there. So if I'm going to put that as our out, then yeah, man, like we're going to see, because this could easily move back into the 50 period, 1540s or something on a little bit of a dumpy dump there for Rigetti. But let's just see. Just think it might be worth it. I know a lot of you, well, I'm not trading this, okay, I'm not trading this with huge shares or anything, but if it goes to the downside, we'll be able to put some profit obviously on the board. So I'll put something there at 60, 25% is what I was gonna say. If we can get out 25% right here at this sort of shelf, we'll do that. We flip it on its head, we put up Rigetti, and there it goes right now. It's a quick little 10 cents, 15 cents now in the money on RGTI. Let's see if it just continues to go lower here. It's Rigetti, and it is heading to the low side, and we've got the short.
Yes, sir. Oh, it is 11 o'clock. We got some Elliott wave theory headed for you from the midday guys. So once again, I know what the poll is going to be, and to get a chance to break off those lows on the NASDAQ, which is always risk to reward. It's probably a good look for the Playmaker poll. Let's get on. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Well, let's get on to the midday. Let's go learn some Elliott waves with the Bash Brothers. Go get them, boys.
Yeah, the Bash Brothers in the building.
Boom, there it is. I almost took out that monitor and the camera. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That is your boy, Joey Dang Options. And I'm Sharif, and we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream. Shout out to Darth Buddha. And one of my favorite names in the chat, no question about it, a proper Dang Paradox. What's up to you, my man? We got Aiden Bridge and T-Money, Black Hawk. Okay, we got Botrix and Corey Pratt. Let's see, my main man, Adam DeLucin, Trader Forever. PC, Wannabe Pro Trader. Sammy M. Sammy. We got Billy Bezos. I like that name, Billy Bezos. We got the Hobo Trader as well, Joseph. And Woody, I'm not reading your last name, but what's up to you, Woody? Why not? We got Evan, Jimmy J as well, Rock Doc. Bilbo Bag Holder, love that name, always makes me chuckle. We got Sergeant Sexy 12. Okay, I see you, Sergeant Sexy. Who else we got? We got Muhammad, we got Chuck of All Trades, Ryan Felipe, with love to all. Shut up, I like that name, Chris Richards, as well as Blue Arrow. Options Ed. Joseph. Somebody said Joey Options Ed. I don't know.
Options Eddie, man.
A couple more here. We got Yuhi, TVD, Catmandu. Who else? Blue Bear. That's another OG. We got Alberto Guzman, Drop Trades, Cynthia. One more. Let's see if a really good one. I'm trying to see if there's a really good one. I don't want to. Sean Neal, that one's really good. Sean Neal, what's up to Sean Neal? Hope the morning show met all your expectations. It was a killer morning from the big boys. Lots moving today. The what's it called? The Mag 7's on the move. The small cap gappers are on the move. And your boy Joseph is going to show us what is moving in each sector before we weasel on into the lesson.
Exactly. So
good morning.
Good morning, my friend. Yeah, I mean, great morning thus far. I think what we had in the pre-market was definitely entertaining and interesting with Nvidia and Meta. So yeah, let's see what happens with those big guys. But again, let's see what we got from a top sector performance thus far. Again, in the earlier hours of this session. So utilities up about 0.6% here, guys. And then we got consumer staples about 0.5, about 0.5% up. And then we got the communication sector up about 0.4 as well, too. So let's take a look from third last all the way down to last place, which is the industrials, down about 0.3% there. Technology negative as well, guys, sitting around that same negative price action, so down about 0.3, and then energy down about 0.4 as well too. So those are your bottom three. Utility seems to be rocking and rolling today at the top of its class. So let's see what the rest of this session has in store. We do have a lot of choppy price action. Tesla is now breaking down. I'm in some iBid as well too here, guys, which is breaking down. I thought we were going to break out here, but it totally doesn't seem to be the case. Excuse me. I added on this volume, which is like, okay, but now just seeming to be a liquidity grab as the rest of the market continues to the south side. So a little bit of breakdown action here, Tesla breaking through some key support levels, and let's get right into this lesson.
All right, guys, we're going to continue our discussion about Elliott wave theory. Today, we're going to cover wave ratios. So imagine the market unveils a secret code hidden within its price movement. We're, exaggerating for effect here, of course. Elliott wave theory suggests this code might line the ratios between the waves. So the ratios between the waves today, we'll explore these ratios and how they can enhance your understanding of potential price targets and retracements. But a word of caution before we start, these ratios are guidelines. Underline that, guidelines, not strict rules. The market doesn't always follow them perfectly. However, they can be a powerful tool when used alongside other technical analysis indicators. So let's get right to it. As we always do, let's explain everything from a high level. These Fibonacci ratios, I was going to give you guys that one right from the beginning. Get it, Daryl. Fibonacci sequence, I should say. So what we're talking about here, so the Fib sequence is a series of numbers, right? I just explained these anew, where each number is the sum of the two preceding ones. So simple, 1, and then 1 is the next number, then 2, then 3, then 5, then 8. You guys get it, okay? So there are numbers right there. So the ratios for impulse waves, these are important. Remember from our first discussion on Elliott wave theory that waves 1, 3, and 5, those are the impulse waves. Those are the waves moving with the direction of the trend, okay? Wave 3, the biggest and the baddest of those 3 waves. In general Elliott wave explanation over here, waves 2 and 4 are the corrective waves. They go against the trend, okay? So wave 3 for the ratios in this case, so wave 3 often the longest and the strongest wave. It's theorized to be about 1.618 times the length of wave 1, which is a Fib extension. So keep that in mind, right? So you're looking to see, are we maybe at the top of wave 3? Are we halfway through? Are we 3/4 of the way through? Well, one guide is to see how long, the height-wise, price action-wise, wave 1 was, and then try to project 1.618 or maybe 1.62 just to round up the length of wave 1 for wave 3. It gives you a guideline, but again, it's a guideline, not a strict rule, so don't place too much upon that one data point. Wave 5, this typically extends the trend and can be equal to wave 1 in length, or about 0.618 times the length of wave 3. So you're looking for wave 5, the concluding wave for the initial move for Elliott waves, to be either the length of wave 1 or about 62%, give or take, the length of wave 3, okay? Again, guidelines, not hard and fast rules, and I'll show you what they look like in a second. So the ratios for the corrective waves, these are waves 2 and 4, and these go generally against the trend. They're corrections, they're pullbacks, retracements, whatever the hell you want to call it, okay? Wave 2, this pullback, this is the pullback after wave 1. It's expected to retrace about 38.2 to about 50% of that wave 1. So again, you have a standard that you can base the length of wave 2 on relative to what? Relative to wave 1, okay? Wave 4, a smaller retracement after the powerful wave 3, which we know is the biggest and the baddest of the impulse waves. It often retraces, I'm talking about wave 4 here, it often retraces between 23.6 to 38.2% of wave 3. Again, a guideline, not a hard and fast rule. I'm sorry to keep saying that, but I really want to stress it, okay? And here we go. Now, first slide. You're moving along your merry way. Now you know we've got the initial wave 1, we've got the wave 2 correction, and then we've concluded wave 3. Well, before we've concluded wave 3, we've already allowed wave 1 to develop. So we have a standard on which we can try to base the top of wave 3, which again, about 1.618 times the length of wave 1. Likewise, again, with the other corrective waves and the final wave of wave 5. And here we go. We get another kind of look at how fibs or these fib ratios work. And I'm not going to belabor this point, obviously, but if you want to take a screenshot of this infographic to kind of digest later, have at it, baby. And this is I'm not sure which stock this is. I think it's Oh, this is the NQ, I believe. And basically, we're making our way up, and then the corrective waves are all percentage, or sorry, the wave 3 on the way down is about 1.618, again, the length of wave 1. Okay? So beyond the basics, these are just the most common ratios. I really want to stress that. There are additional fib ratios like 61.8, 78.6 that can also be considered in this context. And remember, the market can sometimes overshoot or undershoot, of course, these retracement levels. So make sure to use them as a guide generally for a price area and not to base everything on them. So putting it into practice, how do we do this? Okay, so step 1, you got to identify the trend. Are we making higher highs or lower lows and lower highs? Or are we consolidative? Okay, so first of all, identify the trend. Second, locate wave 1. This sets the baseline for the potential retracements and the extensions. Remember, you're basing wave 3's length on wave 1, and then you're basing wave 5's length off wave 3. So they're all interconnected. So you've got to be able to identify them properly. Okay? And then, number 3, you apply the ratios. So use the fib ratios as potential price targets for wave endings, which are corrections, and the extensions, which are the impulse waves. Again, waves 1, 3, and 5. So mastering the art. How do you do this? Combine it with other technical analysis tools, man. You can't just rely on fibs. You can't just rely on Elliott waves. Use wave ratios along trend lines, support and resistance zones, volume analysis, as Joseph would probably stress, for stronger signals. And practice makes perfect. You guys probably already know that. Analyze historical charts and test your skills at identifying wave ratios before applying them IRL. So you can pick up historical charts of whatever was trending, and most of the MX7 has been trending the past decade. So try to identify what you perceive to be waves 1 to 5, identifying the different waves correctly, and then see how that all jives in real life when you try it in the sim, or if you really want to try it live, maybe with some smaller shares there. I'll submit to you, most technical analysis, if not all, is fractal, as Mr. Noss made the point this morning. But again, there are certain elements of technical analysis that perform better to intraday and some others that are better for swings, maybe longer term investments as well. So keep that in mind when you want to apply these. Maybe not the best method for intraday, but you let me know. Maybe you guys have applied it intraday and it's worked out well, Joseph. I hope everybody. Price up is over. Hey. Pull is up, baby. Get that. You got Meta. You got Nvidia, Joseph. Bitcoin. How could we not throw Bitcoin with the orange man signing that EO yesterday? And then Tesla, last but not least, with the Model Y now officially out in North America.
Yeah.
Well, for pre-order.
There you go, for pre-order. Yeah, looking good. And sharp too, as Brando mentioned not too long ago. Guys, yeah, so here we are sitting in some Bitcoin. We can take a look at spot real quick, but let's talk about what's going on. So we have this consolidation phase at the moment, but a really strong opening drive in this Bitcoin ETF. Really, really strong 5-minute orb as well too, guys. So climbing as high as 60.50, now pulling back up over 2.65% on the session. So let's see if we can get this to continue. Let's take a look at spot itself and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. There we go. And here we are, right? So you can see that we're forming this consolidation phase on the daily as well too. But one key thing to point out, we got these lower highs, so higher lows, sorry. So that's really important. I think that if we can punch through 108, then there's going to be a lot more topside here, and it might be a matter of time, but if we can break through it today, then I think we can make a new all-time high. I mentioned multiple times before, it is nothing for Bitcoin to put in those 10K sessions, so if that momentum's in, we got the EO yesterday, positive news, it did sell off a little bit after that, but again, sell the news event, I guess, but then here we are, now at the top of this range. I think it's only a matter of time until it breaks, and I think momentum within today's session can bring that. So yeah, let's get back to the trade and see what we got going on here. Still kind of chopping around, which is totally justifiable. Yeah, Rigetti's starting to sell off as well too. Are you short Rigetti there, Katina Man?
What's going on over there, Katina Man?
1585, Katina Man short Rigetti. I was actually looking at it from a daily perspective as well too here. Really recovering a lot of those losses that it gave here. So up from that $6 price level, you're looking at over 100% return already in a matter of a week and a half. So there you go, 172% from peak to trough there. So really good look on Rigetti. I don't know enough about this company other than that it's in play right now and everything to do with quantum computing. So again, am I going to be looking to participate in this thing for the long term right now? No, but if this momentum and this craze continues, then how could you not? I think it's something that you definitely have to look into.
Absolutely, Joseph. Well said, my man. All right, we're involved. NEUP, NEUP. Here we go. Waiting at the $0.75. Already multiple outs on this. It pulled into VWAP, and that's what got me into the trade. Let's see if we can cross 70. We're showing 73s now. Bang. There it is. All right, let's go up a little bit more now. We're going to wait at 88s. A couple of more outs on this monster. We're showing, where do we show there? 79s. So here we go. 80s now on the ask. 81s now on the ask. 82s. There it is. We take it out. Now we're breaking through 7. All right. So high day 722. I'm going to wait at 733. We're going to wait for that high day break or take, or we just get stopped out. Simple as that. All right, 722 HOD NEUP, a big baby, 93%, but light share so far, about 3.8 million. So that's nothing. So this one's really just getting its footing under it. Why is that? Well, because it halted to no end, so it was barely able to stay open and print anything. So here's the deal. The volume weighted average price at around 615. Prior to my entry, I had my VWAP, my stop loss below the $6 area to give it a bit of room. Now that's being moved up. Now it's going to have to defend that 615, 620 area, depending on where VWAP is. Here we go, approaching 6 3/4 again, but still a lower high. So here's the deal. I just want to show you the 5-minute chart on.
Wow.
What's going on over there, Joseph?
AMD's moving. The chat's going crazy.
Okay, go.
Yeah, I'm not in it right now. We'll take a look at AMD. We got a hot dog cannon going on. We got AMD going on. A lot going on right now. Katina Man putting in a session, but here we go with AMD starting to really move to the top side here, guys. Up about 1.4%, punching through the volume weighted average price, and that momentum and that volume is starting to really kick in here. Let's see what's going to happen. Are we going to continue to climb higher? There is some news, and best believe Adara is going to bring it to us if she gets anything coming through. So I know a lot of people in the chat are talking about it. So just a matter of time. Let's see what we got going on.
All right, bro, Joseph, we breached that $7 area and then it rejected. Zigging and zagging right now. So the high of this candle, I was waiting at 33s. This got to 717. I didn't take it out because it wasn't the plan. We're looking for a break of the high day. Again, the high of the day is 722. I'm moving up my stop now. We're going to move it up into 14s or so. We'll give that about 10 pennies worth of room. And I'm talking about the trigger and the limit, okay? And if you don't know what the trigger and the limit is, we'll talk about it in a hot second. But right now, I'm just canceling my previous stops so that they doesn't trigger me short. So I've moved up my stop now to account for VWAP, but it's an ugly looking topping tail candle. And here's the deal. It made a high above the previous 5-minute candle, but it failed. So I'm a little concerned now that might turn down. Anyway, 717 HOD on this current 5-minute candle, looking for that 722 break. Not forthcoming at the moment, but it's up nice, man. It's up 90%. It's still printing highs. Still very respectful right now of these moving indicator or these moving averages as well as VWAP, but looking like it might turn back down now. Adara's at the big desk.
There's no news on AMD. I just want to let you guys know there was like a mild volume spike here to the upside when we got this push, I guess kind of near the day high at the time, but it's worth noting no news. Lots of social media attention though, so seems like a lot of people are looking at and trading AMD, but I'm not seeing any news to explain or support that push to the upside, guys.
All right. Yeah. Well, that was an interesting move there on AMD. I guess it's not destroying money right now.
No, it's not destroying. It's acquiring more dollars. That's the point. Acquire more dollars today. Okay.
The Katina man's like, no, it's destroying money. Don't worry.
Yeah. I mean, still off of those, not really off the lows too much. Let's take a look at it from a daily perspective here, guys, and see what we got going on with advanced micro devices. See, I almost called it.
You almost did it. You almost did it.
So it's hard. It's like that's its official new name here. So,
okay.
But we got to call it by what it actually goes. So here we are, guys. Let's see how far from a percentage metric off the bottoms we are. About 9%, so not too bad. I mentioned time and time again, I think this company is going to start to pick up a little bit of steam. So if you're starting to allocate a position, don't just go full throttle into it. Piece it up, right? Like whatever you're looking to put into an AMD position, break it up 25%, 20%, and then slowly build into it, because as of right now, the primary trend is still to the downside, so you have to be aware of that. Is it going to climb higher? I think so, but you also have to take into consideration how far off those all-time highs we are. We're not even relatively close. It's still close to, I think, 100% away, so we can look at that right now as well, too. But again, buying down here, so about 45%. So again, but now you need this thing to double right now, down 45%. You need it to gain essentially 100% just to get back to that break even. So keep that in mind. Building down here, hopefully you're not bag holding, but I think this is a company, it is a repeat offender here, as the boys like to say. It is extremely volatile from a daily perspective. So down here is definitely levels that you would want to start grabbing some at, but if it starts to break key support levels, then you got to get out of Dodge and wait for those reports to come out, and you're going to need some consecutive positive reports coming from AMD, I think, for this thing to start turning around.
All right, I'm in a new position. Got stopped out for the remaining piece for a 10-penny loser on NEUP. It looks like it's going to halt to the downside over here, so stick to your plan, guys. I mean, the only reason I got out at that exact level is because it was VWAP. VWAP got me into the trade. VWAP gets me out of the trade. So we could have taken it out at 717. Didn't want to do that. That wasn't the plan. The plan was to look for that move up, just like NVNI is doing right now. There we go. There we go. Now we're taking it out. So this is another VWAP trade over here on NVNI. Look, wait for 60s, waiting on that 60s. 60s not crossing. So there we go. Now we're taking it out. Now no, 66 is an ominous number. I don't like that. All right, we're gonna hang out at 68. So let's put that there. Let's see if we can get a print on NVNI. This is a nice mover on the day, 140%. I do believe this is the #1 gapper on my scanner. It weaseled all the way up to $4.38, and there it is again. We take it out through the break of 69s. Now we're going to wait at the $0.75 at 75s. Let's see, 71s now on the ask. Okay, so some selling over here, up 148%. Good volume on this one, guys. NVNI Adair is at the big desk.
Where here, there's another breakout name, but it's not a small cap. It's Twilio, TWLO. You may recall hearing about this name because they did actually release incredibly strong preliminary Q4 results here. So TWLO moving a bit like a small capper right now as it breaks that 140 top. Nice uptrend, guys.
Appreciate you there, Adara, bringing us the good. All right, guys, we've got a couple of we got 4 outs on this bad boy. Now I'm waiting at 82s for the next little out there on NVNI. I do like the way that this was looking, and let me explain why I got in here. Well, it's up 140%, so obviously I had my eye on it. Now, it did breach VWAP initially, so I was taking a bit of a risk, let's call spade a spade, by trying to base my trade off VWAP, because it showed you over here at around 1030 that it wasn't awfully respectful of the volume weighted average price. For whatever reason this time around, it did respect VWAP. We're not out of the woods though. We've made the new 5-minute candle to make the new highs. That keeps me, optimistic about the trade, but we're going to need to continually see higher highs and higher lows for, obviously, for me to be more optimistic. So NVNI to the high side here, and it behooves me to give you details on it. It's about $120 million market cap with 167 million shares traded, 8.5 million share float. Let's find out what the short float, if any. 1.77%, kind of negligible on this one, so we're not going to base too much on a short squeeze potential on this bad boy. Come on, let's go, bro. I've been waiting up top over here at 80s. I'm waiting for my 80s. Let's go, my man. NVNI, Joseph, waiting up at that level.
Good look there. Yeah, I had to get out of some AMD. We're starting to pull back aggressively there. Punched at the highs, probably not the best idea. The break was at the volume weighted average price. As you see the volume really start to kick in, we'll look for the turnaround again. We're not going to abandon the thesis just yet. That volume was trading, did increase, sorry. So once we get that pullback, that volume is starting to dwindle, a positive sign here. So once those signals come in and around, then we can look to take a second entry on this one. So here we are with that, and IBIT's looking like it wants to break out at any minute, so I'm going to look to add. Yeah, it's consolidating really heavy, Sharif. I was thinking this morning that this thing can push to 65. I'm curious what that would put it on spot. But yeah, I don't know. For some reason, I just had that gut feeling. You know, you have those gut feelings. I was like, okay, I was looking at the Camarilla pivots, the lesson that we've been through before. And we were sitting under R4, but how close we were hugging and how price action was starting to curl up, I'm like, okay, let's see if we can break through this and then continue to the top side. So as of right now, really, really key point right now in IBIT. It's either going to break down or that volume is going to step in, and then we can start appreciating to the top side. And I think if this ball really starts rolling, that momentum can really come in, and then we can push those levels. I mean, we're just under 61 right now. 65 is a little bit of a hefty, I guess, hot take there, but somewhere in those mid-60s if we continue to trade like this. So really liking that. Let's see what else you guys are looking at in the chat, and let's take a look actually at the top volume stocks this morning. Rigetti is at the top of its class, so it's been neck and neck with these guys here. 118 million shares traded on the session, so that's quite a bit of volume here, and that's what you want to see as that equity continues to appreciate. NVDA with about 88.5 million shares, and then PLTR in third place with about 36 million shares traded on the session. Now let's take a quick look at PLTR. I know my good buddy Greg V's in this as well for the long term. Katina Man's been in it for, I don't know, it's a while. So we're not too far off of these all-time highs. And we know how this thing traded before it came into the NASDAQ and really went on this monster run. It was difficult. Like, it was a nicey stock. Sometimes I'm not the most in sync with them. You would get those multiple fakeouts. But now we're only 1% or 2% off of these all-time highs. So continuing that topside momentum is PLTR. This thing's a dip buy at any moment. I mentioned to Greg the other day, I think it's only a matter of time until this thing has a 1 in front of it and it's a triple-digit stock. So Alex Karp and company, this is a company, I mean, from a defense standpoint, these guys going after, like, he wants to create machines where they can depict organic material and then just essentially, like obliterate you. Yeah, so there you go from an AI standpoint. These guys, and Dan Ives, Dan Ives from Wedbush says, hey, this is one of the purest AI plays in the game. So PLTR continuing that nice price action on the session.
All right, Joseph, we took out 82s on NVNI, but look, let me tell you, 80s is a bit of a problem level. We've worked in the 80s multiple times here in the past 5-6 minutes, been watching this on the book. The book is showing you a hidden seller in the high 70s to low 80s. It looks like they've reinstituted their position. I was able to get a quick wick fill at 82s, but it was not forthcoming in continuing with the trend. So I've moved up my stop below. I was waiting below 40s. That is no longer the case. I've got one out left. It's either going to print in front of $4, that is, or I'm going to get stopped out just like last time with NEUP. Below the volume weighted average price. In this particular instance, I put it not based on VWAP, but based on the area low. So I perceive this area right here at the 1120 bottom right there, that to be the area trough. If that is the area trough, I want to base my out on it because what I'm looking for is continually higher highs and higher lows. And if we breach the trough, then we don't have higher lows. So why would I still be in the trade? So that's my thinking, just sharing my thinking with you guys, whether it's right or not, that's an entirely different story, but that's what I'm rationalizing this trade on. Now, there's a bunch of other small cap gappers that are on the move, and sadly I haven't been able to talk about any of them because I've been involved in these trades right from the get-go. I'm looking at HIMX, I'm looking at BKSY, I'm also looking at KOPN and SERV. Now, some of these might not be small cap gappers. Certainly, SERV, a bit of a bigger company. I think it's $1 billion or so in market cap, maybe a little bit more. There's others that didn't work their way onto the side charts today. There's RCAT. There is TNXP. I see some of you guys in the chat talking. QBTS, obviously, Quantum is in vogue right now, and it has been for a hot minute, essentially since after the election, so early in November. So there's a lot of names that have not made it onto the side chart, and something tells me that there's going to be a lot of cycling through different names today on said side chart. So we're going to keep tabs on that as NV NI comes into my level. But here it is, NEUP. We got out of this one because it breached the volume weighted average price. But this is one of those anomalies on NEUP. I'll submit to you where the volume weighted average price is actually higher than the 10 exponential moving average. It doesn't happen often. In this case, it did, and look what it did. It breached VWAP, was not trading it off VWAP or the algo or whatever it was trading this. It was actually trading it off the 10 exponential. So you work your way down off that 722 high a day, and you dip right into the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 at that 560 area, and now look where we're at. We're like 675, so already $1 and change off that 10 exponential bounce. Now this one did halt to the downside, so it can be a bit of a bamboozler, but this is good information to know. The fact that it's not basing support off VWAP, but rather the 10 exponential, what I perceive to be the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So we're going to keep an eye certainly on NEUP as it is approaching, again, the high of the day. Oh, baby. This one ain't giving it up, though. It's still got to break up above that 722 to really move the sellers out of the way. So lots going on today, no question about it. We're going to keep an eye out on the MAG as well. We'll be looking at the future shortly here, Joseph. But it's been I don't know. It's a mixed day on these major averages. Like you've got the NQ right now marginally down, the ES flat, the Dow same look. They're all 0.12 up or below. The about 0.1% up or below break even.
Oh, okay,
so kind of flat right now on these moving averages. I don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah, no, good look there, my friend. Yeah, let's take a look at SPY as well right now because we were talking not too long ago, hey, this thing's at all-time highs. We were mentioning it yesterday, so really strong market, guys. And I mentioned a while ago, I don't know if you guys remember, and I was talking to Sharif about this before the show, and I said, I was listening to Tom Lee a while ago, a month or so, and he says every time the VIX, and it's only happened 5 times in history, so when the VIX spikes more than 60% in one session, within a month or so, the market makes a new all-time high, all right? And we're sitting around that data point right now. So this was the FOMC. We had that hawkish rate cut here. And then we dipped all the way down to 575 in the SPY. And then now we have climbed back up, sitting around $610 on the SPY and at a new all-time high. So that is that. Look, really good statistic point there that I like. And we can take a look at the VIX a little bit later and see what that looks like from a technical standpoint. But Gaurav also mentioned a good point here. He says Palantir, possible head and shoulders on the 5-minute. I like it, and he's going to wait for the VWAP hold and then look for the continuation of the trend. I told him good thesis. That looks really good to me, especially when this stock is strong. I tried shorting it the other day, just didn't work out. I'm like, we're too strong up here. Not probably the best idea. And here we are, Palantir approaching those all-time highs once again. But let's see who mentioned in the chat. Yeah, Nimit also was talking to me about Go EV. And I said, dude, I can't even pull up my options chain on it. This thing's about 64 cents. And he said, yeah, they're filing for bankruptcy, etc. So it's only a matter of time until this thing's delisted and probably off the exchange. So I don't know if you should be holding any short shares or anything like that. I don't like to hold short swings into my account. And that's just me personally. But if they're going bankrupt and eventually become delisted, maybe not the best play. But just always keep your risk measures in place. All right, guys, what do you got going on?
Joseph, we are caught in an uphold right now on
good.
NEUP. Oh, baby. All right, so this one weaseled back into 7, and we had seen what happened with 7 before because I was involved in it. It was a big boy rejection. So I said, all right, there's more volume around this time at the attempting to break 7. I like it better. Punched in 690. We have a really good out here at 730. Now I'm waiting on the north side of 740 NEUP. Showing me the theoretical auction price right at the closing print. So we halted at 729 and the tap, the theoretical auction price, which you'll always be able to see on my screen right there where it says tap. And I do apologize, it is small, but it's YouTube, so you can zoom in. 729 theoretical auction price halt right now on NEUP. We're going to keep an eye out on that. I also like KOPN. So I'm still involved in NVNI. We only have one more out on this bad boy, but I'm also really interested on KOPN over here. Now, I want to keep HIMS X up, but KOPN looks a lot better. KOPN is putting a hell of a move here. Higher highs, higher lows, respectful of the 10 moving average on the 5. Did it new fall? Joker, bro. She's punning in the chat.
Is she?
Yeah, man. Get it, Adara. No, seriously though, this looks like one hell of a bull flag right now here on KOPN, and not just the chart pattern that I like, but the respect for the 10 exponential. I mean, even when it did breach the 10 exponential with this wild candle over here at 1050, look where it bottomed out. Lo and behold, the area crest. So the previous area of resistance, for whatever reason, flips to support right at that level. So if you had a resting order just a skosh above that area crest at like $1.91, $1.92, you got printed. In any event, this one is giving you the move above 2. It's not at the day high. It's about 4 pennies off that day high, but KOPN, it's in play. Now look, it's not a big percentage mover on the day. It's only up 12.25%. But, you know, it's a good looker. The chart pattern is fantastic right now. SERV, same dang thing. Look at the respect right now on SERV. It's too strong. It can't even touch the 10.
Jeez.
I know,
Bang.
right?
It's like you.
What's going on over there?
It's like you.
I appreciate you, Joseph.
Too strong, can't even touch it.
Oh my God, I'm never gonna do that again.
Ever.
My bad. Any guys, SERV, this is in play. This is a good looking chart. What do you think about this one, Andre? You like this one? Yeah, he likes it.
He likes it. You got the approval, man. You got
Yeah. He said no?
Oh, all right.
You're lying, Ram. She's
Andre,
always.
what did you say?
She's
Andre,
always
what
trying
did
to
you
create
say?
beef. You see that? Andre's not feeling it? I like
Too
that.
fast to see
Okay,
it,
he's
okay,
like,
all right.
look, bro, it's
All
too
right.
fast. It's
He's on
moving
it.
too fast. Get it, Andre. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, look, I like the way this one looks. SERV is the one we're talking about right now, guys. We're just joking around, obviously. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. Very strong is SERV. It's not even touching the 10 exponential. And the last time it even wicked at it was 10 a.m. That was well over an hour ago now, going on an hour and 20 minutes. So we'll keep tabs on that. Let's flip back. Uh-oh, here we go. NIV, we take out the top, Joseph. We took it out, so we're done this trade right now on NVNI. It takes out 4. It's zigging. It's zagging. It's up 157%. I had that resting order up there. Use resting orders, people, because these ones are around for a good time, not necessarily a long time. They don't spend all that much time at the price level, so keep tabs on that. What's the theoretical auction price right now on NEUP? It's 760, baby. We halted at 729, so hopefully we'll get that print. I think this is a bad print right now, though, Joseph. Why would I have my out at 740 when the tap is showing me 760? Cancel. There it is. Now we canceled it. All right, so we're going to take a risk here, obviously, by canceling the order at 741 and come what may. What are you looking at?
Hey, yeah, I'm just sitting here in awe here, guys, and I'm talking to Dipesh, but he's not telling me something, and he wants me to tell you something, but I said I need to know what it is first. So you can read through the chat and maybe find what he wants me to continuously, every day he's asked me to tell you this, so I don't know what it means. But there's something that I wanted to, okay, so he says that London is blue. Ooh, I'm certain.
So he's trying to say
it's a soccer reference,
yes,
right?
of course.
Chelsea.
Hey, you got
Chelsea.
it. You got
all right.
Yeah,
So there
yeah.
we go. So as soon as he told me that it's not bad, then
well, Chelsea's not a bad team this year, but they're still young. I think they're going to be good in a few years, and they got big boy money.
Okay.
Ever since they
my favorite club.
Yeah, well, most of the Prem teams are rich now. But they took it away from that Russian oligarch at the beginning of the war. I forget his name. He owned it. And basically the government took it from him.
Oh, yeah.
They told him either you sell it or we're taking it from you. So he had to say he sold it to American owners, but they're spending too.
Okay.
Because he was big boy spending. That's why a lot of people wanted to come to Chelsea. He was throwing out money, he was throwing out contracts, he was throwing out big transfer fees. But we thought that might end with the Russian oligarch out the window. But no, the Americans got money too.
Hey,
Surprise, surprise.
Okay, all right. Yeah, surprise is right. And there's one thing I also wanted to talk about, just kind of referring to the blockchain that I found interesting that I was reading up yesterday. So remember how we were talking about smart contracts with Walmart and how they had the ability to go through the supply chain within seconds? Well, I also found out that Xbox is using smart contracts as well too.
Really?
On the Azure blockchain. So when you construct a game, with all these games, so when you meet certain criteria, they use these smart contracts in an aspect to pay everybody. So if the game hits like X ratings with X amount of buyers, etc. And then you hit this goal, these smart contracts can pay out each individual trade within the construction of that video game. So yeah, Xbox was using Azure's blockchain, which I found really, really interesting. And I was like, that's something that I would like to know about and get a little bit deeper into, but I thought I would tell you guys. So people are really starting to adapt the power of the blockchain, and if you use it in the right aspect, then this thing, it's really, really efficient, and I think that's why a lot of people are starting to adapt to it. You need to use it in the right methodology, and if you don't, a lot of people fail with it, but then you have the likes of Xbox, Walmart, and I'm pretty sure something with the Australian Stock Exchange too. So so their data.
Yes, they did that. They were, I think, sorry to interrupt you, but I think they were one of the first. Remember I told you about this? That they actually tried to switch their whole system to blockchain, Australian stock.
Exactly, because the Australian Stock Exchange just data and the system was getting too old and they needed to upgrade it, and then that's when they tried to implement kind of using the blockchain. So yeah, that's what I found interesting about finding more of these larger corporations starting to use these smart contracts.
The Katina man's hitting the animation there because he's printing up several storms on Rigetti. Knees are heavy. Let's have a look at our GTI. Before we do that, I want to let you know, NEUP halted again, 837, and somebody was asking for the tap, the theoretical auction price. In other words, the price it will likely open at. That changes. It is now at 850, my friend. You're always going to be able to see it right there on my screen, $8.50. I got out at 780, so I'm pleased with this trade. That's over $1 winner with smaller shares though, and a second entry on that one. Let's have a look at RGTI, see what the Katina man talking about there. Okay, excellent area there. 620 HOD. I love this at around 15 bucks. Here's the deal. There is the volume weighted average price at $14.92, and then look at this area crest over here that we rejected at right at the open, the IB high, the implied balance high. Shout out to Dan, the dang man. Emmons, haven't seen him in the chat in a while, but we're going to shout him out anyway because he's the one that taught me that implied balance high and low. So this is the area I'd like to pick it up at. This is RGTI. Let me throw in the ticker. I apologize. Here it is. So we're breaking down now below the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. We've got 1520 where the 20 exponential is, and then where I'm going to probably have a resting order is front running that $15 area because it's the area crest, and then the VWAP is at $14.94. So I'm going to go ahead and load up Rigetti right now and throw in a resting order. We're going to take off Tesla from one of these screens. And we're going to go ahead and throw up an order over here, Joseph. What the hell is going on with this thing? Oh, there we go. 1505. Let's go. We're going to sit there. It front runs VWAP. It front runs the area crest. So I'm going to give an attempt at this. We'll see if we can get in. And then if it holds, it holds. Fantastic. If it doesn't, we'll look to trade something else. So that's what all I'm looking at right now. HIMX is going right back to the high side again after dipping in close to the volume weighted average price, up 17.5%. And this is a multi-day runner. Look at that move yesterday. Didn't give back anything yesterday on HIMX. Doesn't give back anything today. Fantastic look for this name. HIMX to the north side.
North side. Yeah, continue.
Go ahead.
No, continue. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
What do you got, Joseph?
No,
what do you got?
I go. No, you go. I go. Yeah, I like your look there on RGTI. I would like to see this pullback come towards the volume weighted average price, and then maybe we can look for the hold around those levels, and then the continuation RGTI. I'm still sitting in this IBIT position as well too, guys, to see if we're going to get that breakout. If we break through those key support levels, then I'm going to get out of Dodge on that one, just because you can't hold on to those losers. And as Neil often says, you can be wrong, but it's not good to stay wrong. So 100. That's one of my favorite quotes. I love that when he says that, and it's so true to trading. But yeah, here we are, guys. Let's see if we get that pullback, holding the volume weighted average price. I do think we dip below that $15 price target, which is totally fine. So we'll be ready to participate in that. You got some resting orders out there for RGI. As
doesn't
well
look like it's coming in though.
No, not this second. I mean, that volume is starting to dwindle on that 5-minute time frame, which I always like to keep an eye out. So I don't necessarily think that this is turnaround price action yet. One thing that we can do here RGTI, do. Let's pull up the 1 minute chart and see if we have any clear signals that say, hey, we're ready to turn around, that pullback is over, and maybe we can classify this. So if we break through some of these resistance levels, then we can look for that high day break. But this is a beautiful signal. Okay, guys, like look at that. Wow. Yeah, I don't even know what to say. We talk about the volume price analysis all the time, looking for these isolated volume signatures and these indecision prints at extremes, okay? So now let's take a look at something else. And I seen that this morning and I'm like, no, don't do it. And then here we are. Like, check this out on the SPY. I'm like, oh, when SPY was ripping in the morning, I didn't want to short it because I'm like, I can't. And that's where kind of the human aspect comes into it instead of just staying like to the plan. And regardless of what it is, if those signals display themselves, put those risk measures in place and then put that trade on. As Sean often says, fortune favors the bold here, all right? And he couldn't be more right. And here we are. Look at almost the exact same thing as RGTI. Look at this isolated volume print here, Sharif. That is insane. With that inverted hammer, with the inability to break that 610 high, that just screams short me. And hopefully you guys are paying attention that we've done the volume price analysis lesson multiple times and now starting to recover. But that signal is just absolutely fantastic.
Sorry, just laughing. Guys, we realize, the position board is down. Ram is on it right now. She is just taking care of the computer that deals with that. So as soon as it's back, obviously you'll see it. But we do apologize for the temporary delay. I'm not currently in any positions right now. Joseph, are you in anything?
I'm in IBID still. Here, I'll pull it up real quick.
Yep.
So aggressive add here. These were just like little bits in this consolidation range. Anticipating, and we shouldn't necessarily be anticipating, but for some reason, I told you guys I have that hunch this morning. It's not looking too good right now, but if we grab some more liquidity and breaks through some of these key support levels, then I'll get out. But for some reason, I just have that feeling that we're going to really push and then potentially put in some all-time highs here today. So here we are. Let's see if we can get the positions board up and running. Are we back? And yep, there we go. Okay, so we still have that same average there, guys. Yeah, no problem. Thank you. No, thank you. And here we are, man. I do think that it's going to break out on Bitcoin.
All right. Well, this NEU thing is going absolutely bonkers right now. Let's show them the chart. It's up 182%. I mean, it's no quadruple digit winner like the one that we almost got yesterday, but NEUP taking out $10. Look at this thing go. It's going to halt. Here it is. This could be a false halt. 1023 was a level. It does reject for now, so it comes back down. Keep your eye on NEUP, but please, guys, please, exercise sound risk management skills. It's so easy to lose a lot of money on these super quick because they move dollars at a time, and especially if you're trading it with big share size, because it's like $10. So a lot of us could, based on our accounts, size into this substantially, but we could also lose a lot of money real quick. I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but just keep that in mind, right? You can lose a lot of money real quick on these, so trade them wisely. NEUP, this thing's going bonkers, my man. Bonkers is NEUP. So let's keep an eye out on that. But I told an individual in the chat that I'd look at Affirm. That was on the watch list today. Adara threw that on because they did have a new deal. I forget the name of the company. TMI, right, Adara? That Liberty, LMI, that's it, not TMI. Thank you, Adara. LMI is the company. I'll just read you guys the headline here super quick before we look at the technicals. So the deal with them is as follows. Let's bring in my little notes over here. So, as you know, obviously Affirm does these little micro loans. So if you buy something at the point of sale from like Apple or wherever, you can finance it over a period of months. So they have about $750 million in outstanding loans. So LMI will purchase these installment loans to the tune of $750 million. That size could grow by $5 billion by June of 2027. The reason that this is important, because it divests Affirm of that on their balance sheet. So they sell the debt to somebody else, likely at a loss on pennies on the dollar, but enough so that they could make money off it. Now, they're supporting about 19 million active users, which is, with those 19 million active users have bought about $28 billion worth of merchandise through these little microloans. So that's the deal right now. Affirm and Liberty Mutual Investments. That's the headline. Now, here's the deal. AFRM, let's have a look at the daily before we start on anything else. Obviously well off the COVID highs, but if you're looking, basically take it from July onwards to the highs that we put 240% from the highs there that we put in December. Current top there, about 173% from the July 30th lows. That's kind of a random area to look at it from, but nonetheless, it's up big on the year. Now, the 5-minute chart doesn't look nearly as good. So the Affirm gaps up nicely in the pre-market, but basically almost giving back the entire move right now. And in fact, we're negative on the day. We're down 1%. So Affirm giving back the entire move. Maybe the market is not as bullish on this stock as initially thought, especially in the pre-market. So right now, it does look like it is a bit of a bear flag with lower lows and lower highs. It looks like, for the most part, it is respecting the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart, which it's at right now. This 56.25, 56.15 area, that's generally the 10 exponential. Now let's see if there's more downside. Where's the area low from yesterday? At around $55.60. That is the afternoon low. If we look at the morning low there, it's around $55, give or take a couple of pennies. This one is breaking now above the 10 exponential. I would wait to see, can it retrace? Okay. Specifically above 56.75. 56.75 is yesterday's closing print. And what you saw over here on the retracement when it was trying to do that pop back up is it actually rejected 56.75 as a level of resistance. Didn't use it as support, funny enough, on the way down. In any event, I'd look at 56.75 to reject, but I'd be on the lookout at 56.60 because that's where the 20 exponential retracement or moving average is. So if you get a bit of a deeper pop than the 10, I usually look to the 20, but when the 20 or whatever moving average and a specific level of resistance or support are really close to one another, I hesitate to use the moving average, and I like typically to look at the actual support or resistance level, the price action one. So that's the look right now on Affirm, down 0.75%. It was up like 4-something% in the pre. That is no longer the case. Now back to NEUP. We're halted at 1036. The tap showing me 1040. 1042, it's changing every second. So this one's not as far away from the halt price as it had been previously. Keep your eye out on this one. K, 199 super chat. Thank you very much for that. Do you think Bloom Energy, BE, breaks this new 3-month top? Let's have a look at Bloom Energy, one that I have on my green energy watch list, but not one that I have been involved in. Whether a day trade, swing, or anything. Wow, that's a good looker right there. What the hell is this? Look at that bull flag on the daily. Oh, baby. And then you get the big boy breakout. This is a breakout, especially if we close out at these levels. So this is the bull flag, and then we know what the continuation of the bull flag is, usually another bull flag. It's not a hard and fast rule, but one to be on the lookout for. Now, what you were doing here is you were putting in lower highs, right? You got the break. You could either base the break on the higher high right there, which is about 26.30, or you can base it on the area top, which is 28.50. In either case, we're above it. 29.72 HOD right now on Bloom Energy. I like the look of this chart. Fantastic call out by you. I did not know Bloom Energy was on the upside like this. Now, if I zoom out, obviously, if this thing will allow me to show you the weekly, we're still well below those COVID levels. But that's for a lot of names are like that. So back in early 2021, just around the time Papa said not transitory, we were at $45. That's all-time high. It looks like we IPO'd back in 2018. This is the weekly chart on Bloom Energy. Good breakout, though. Really good breakout. You're likely to encounter some resistance at these area crests as well, like this one over here from back in August of 2022, 31 1/3. You also have this area crest back in November of 2021, up at 36 2/3. You guys get it. area crests will likely act as areas of resistance as well as support, Joseph.
Hey, there we go. Here we're still sitting in some IBIT. I promised 3 sevens that we're going to take a look at VIGL, and here we are. So from an intraday perspective, as you can see, it's not very liquid. Okay, so let's find out what they do. So sitting at a $102 million market cap. Vigil Neuroscience Inc. is a clinical stage biotech company. The company is focused on developing treatments for both rare and common neurodegenerative diseases by restoring the vigilance of whatever microglia, whatever that might be. So not overly familiar with it. Let's zoom out here and see what we got going on with this from a daily perspective. And yeah, the volume is starting to pick up here. As I mentioned before, that's something really key, something you want to keep an eye out on for when we break out. And we can classify that as a genuine move. I don't necessarily trade biotechs, right? That's just not my field. And I'm not very good at them, and I know they can fluctuate a lot from time to time. But as of right now, that volume is supporting the breakout there, 3 sevens. If you've been long since the bottom, then congratulations to you. Looking pretty good right now. And I do think this trend can continue, but I don't know enough about this company. Now, I know Gorav in the chat is talking about, he's talking about Tesla and Nvidia. Let's take a look at Tesla. I haven't been watching it too much. And here we go. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. I really like this. Good look here, Gorav. So look at this indecision print right here at that extreme low, now recovering off it. Really tough consolidation phase here. Sharif's like, yeah, it looks like a piano and just like coding or something along those lines here with this Tesla in the first hour of the session. So again, if you're a breakout trader like myself and you're trying to play the break of the top range or the bottom range, you would just be getting chewed up. And I've been there, done that, I don't know how many times, where you're anticipating the breakout and then it doesn't come because that volume doesn't step in. So it's just a push and pull throughout the session. But here we are, now traded back towards the volume weighted average price. Let's see if that volume can be sustained. We break through the VWAP, pull back a little bit, and then look for that continuation of the trend. And then that's when I'm gonna look to participate in Tesla. Now let's take a look at Nvidia. We know it had some big news. And one thing I was just thinking in my head is like, okay, so we know that Meta is gonna put in what, 60 billion of AI spend? How do we know that Nvidia is going to be the primary beneficiary of that? I personally don't. Are they going to be? Probably. But again, I think that's more of a speculative aspect. What if they're like, nah, we don't like Nvidia, we want to go with AMD chips or something along those lines? Even though they won't, I'm sure they're going to buy a bunch of Blackwell, which they already anticipated to do. But here we are, Nvidia starting to pull back drastically here, guys. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily perspective. Again, we had that inside day, and now it looks like we did kind of break out of that range. But we're running into some key resistance levels here. We need that momentum to step in order for us to break through. Now selling off, are we going to fill this little gap here that we've had from multiple gap up and gap down days here? So around 143 is the bottom of that range. Look for that soft gap fill for around 141, and then maybe we can make that push. But we've been consolidating for quite some time now. I do think that once we break, we're going to see some continued momentum in this underlying. I know a lot of people have a $200 price target on NVDA, and I'm not going to disagree on that.
Adara.
Is there? We're going to Adara? Yep. Sorry, I didn't get it in there.
We have a little bit of an AI news catalyst here potentially with Apple. I'm just going to pull up the chart properly because this is the wrong. There we go. So Apple, I am seeing here apparently on X, people saying that Kim Vorath, who has been a software executive here at Apple for a while, is apparently going to be joining the company's AI division as a top deputy to help fix its AI records or AI efforts, because you know Apple has been found by a lot of people to be lacking a little bit in AI. So apparently now bringing Kim Vorath, who has quite the history with the company, it's worth noting. She has a computer science degree. She also has been credited with helping with Apple's headset as well. So keep an eye on AAPL, apparently bringing in an executive from the company towards its AI division as a top deputy, guys. Back to you.
Well, you know, Joseph, I'd be happy if Apple was at 260 right now, where it was a few years ago. I'd be this happy.
How happy?
I'd be as happy as...
Hey.
Look at him doing his little Donald dance with the sword. Why does he have a sword, bro? He's doing the Donald dance with a sword.
I would be like, take that from this guy.
Get it, Donald. He took it from this woman over here. I think this is an Air Force. Air Force versus
He's like, give me the
blue,
sword.
Right?
He's like, yeah, give me the sword.
Melania's like, this is so embarrassing.
And this guy's holding on to his sword. He's like, yeah,
he's like, you're not getting
now
this
look
sword.
how he's holding it.
Get it, Donald.
Oh my days.
Get it, Donald.
Yeah.
What's he doing?
Yeah, someone take it.
Melania's so embarrassed, bro. What's he doing? Is that a big cake? I think that's a big cake, right? That's a hell of a cake. They got Air Force One there as the cake. They got all the American flags everywhere. And he doesn't want to stop, Joseph. He gives the sword back to the, I think, the Air Force.
Ram wants the dress.
Ram, you like Melania's dress? Yeah, it's nice. Melania's très chic, bro. Yeah, I would be as happy as that, Joseph.
When you have billions, you could be pretty, you can dress to the nines.
Ram says, oh my God, her dress, I need it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a bad dress. It was an interesting hat, though, she had on during the
I like that look.
inauguration.
I like that look that she had going on there.
Just couldn't see her eyes.
Yeah. I like that look.
I think she purposely did that, though.
It kind of gives me like Anne Hathaway vibes or something.
Ooh, well said. Well said, Anne Hathaway vibes. Say that again. Sophia Laurent. Yes. Andre, shout out to you, my man.
Yeah, well,
Andre's coming in with the heat there.
That's it. I got to get out of this bit here. Just getting slacked. It's breaking down here. So, yeah, that's a bummer. I'll send it over to you real quick.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, I just got stopped out, too, of Rigetti. Knees are heavy because this one did end up breaking down below the volume-weighted average price and 15. So we lose 10 pennies quick as you like, right? Just on Rigetti, just like that. It's above my exit again. Here's the deal. If Rigetti wants to set up properly at VWAP, reclaim 15, show me some higher highs and higher lows, I'll be absolutely interested in getting in. But it didn't hold the level that I perceive to be the area of support. So getting out of that. So yeah, here we go. Let's have a look at the future because we didn't look anything at the future and the Mag 7. Here they are in all their glory. So we move up on the future. Look at this, an area of technical resistance, 20,038. That's where we closed out yesterday on the NQ March contract. And this area crest goes right into that level and then a big boy move. Look how quickly we can move down and look how slowly we move up. That's just kind of part and parcel of trading. The down moves seem to be more aggressive in general. We are coming into the low of the day, guys, on the NQ here. We have 21,970 as a low. We're showing 79s right now, so we're measly 7 points above that area low. It looks like we may break that level. So the future giving back the attempt to go green, at least on the NQ. The NQ faring the worst out of the four major averages, down 0.25%. The rest is the only one in Greensville right now, up 0.02, so barely green, if at all. So we're going to keep an eye out on the future, and that pushed down a lot of these names that were catching a good bid. Amazon at the day's low. Nvidia at the day's low. Apple awfully close to that day's low. Tesla a little bit off that low, and Meta. This is the kind of the response that I thought Meta should have gotten when they announced that they were spending big boy money on that Nvidia on AI. It ended up selling. It felt like it was 2022 all over again where Meta announces spending and the market makes them pay. But I guess that was short-lived, the selling that is, and then we ended up making a new high, and Meta just printed the high of the day at 648.17. That's not all-time highs, right? Meta? Okay, so we just did print all-time highs on Meta. Okay. So that's 648.17. That is the all-time high on MET. I thought we had been above that. So just to keep that in context, Meta just made all-time highs, coming back though into the 10 exponential, still positive on the day, 1.25 in between 1.25 and 1.33. VWAP for Meta, if you're looking at picking it up, currently at around 641.50. And I wouldn't mind picking up Meta at VWAP here. It showed you very good respect for VWAP today between 10 o'clock. And then finally, when we got off the schneid there at 10:45, so 45 minutes of using VWAP as a support level. So if it comes back into there, I might take my shot at Meta at VWAP. Good look right now, up 1.33. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Let's flip back. Oh, no, Rigetti. No, don't go up again.
Is it going?
Well, it was about to. $15 was back. Okay. Guys, NEUP is halted again to the upside. Okay, NVNI took 4, and I completely missed that. So NEUP halted to the upside, $12.55. It's now up 259%. And then you have NVNI breaking that $4 area. And I was telling somebody in the chat, they're like, why'd you get out of your NVNI position. I was like, oh God, I ran out of shares and I took it out at 4. But I said to them, I'd get back in if it took 4. And I didn't have eyes on that and I didn't have an alert. So I've missed it. 470 now, HOD on NVNI up 206%. Yeah, look, the small cappers are in play today. So we're going to keep an eye out on these ones, Joseph, just about executing appropriately. Oh, we got the Playmaker
Yeah, we got the
on.
Playmaker. I know, that's what I said. It's 12 o'clock already. Geez, guys, so make sure you get those votes in for the Playmaker. We want to get that as high. Let's hit some record highs here, guys, like the market is. So let's get those votes in. 4,200 people. Imagine we had 4,200 votes. That would be insane. I don't even know what I would do at that point. I have 4,200 votes. But here we are back in some IBIT, guys. One thing that I want to point out, when I exited, now I have a much better price. Is this going to work out? I don't know. I don't want to try to force a setup that's not necessarily going to play out how I'm anticipating. But you have to take a couple stabs at it to see if it does work. If it doesn't, then hey, you got to look at something else. But a nice indecision print at the volume weighted average price is what made me want to get back into this. Now that volume is really starting to step in. So it looks like for every reaction, there's going to be an equal and opposite here on IBIT. So really good look there, guys. I know, Gorev is looking at Tesla as well too. He got out of Tesla when it rejected the volume weighted average price. And you know what? I usually take a look at it, but for the past couple of days, it's just not been on my radar because it hasn't been trading the best for me. So focus on what's working and and then avoid what's not. But let's see what Adair's up to, guys.
Sir.
Well, first, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Prop Firm Match. Are you a skilled trader but lacking capital? Prop firms offer the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, which allows you to showcase your skills, access account sizes ranging from 5K to 500K. You could start with as little as $20, but with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which ones are the best? That's where Prop Firm Match comes in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, and discover the best current deals all in one place. Scan the QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today to find the perfect prop firm for you. The S&P 500 here, pretty choppy. We're basically like flat on the day. The so-called Adair indicator not really coming into full effect here today. We down slightly on the Qs, down even less on the SPY. We'll have to wait and see what happens here. But Qs, I would say, in a bit more of a notable downtrend here. Of course, still on watch, lots of updates from new President Donald Trump. First 5 days and so many things have happened. Nothing as big as yesterday's crypto executive order. Mostly not market moving, but there was some energy-related announcements. So keep an eye on some of these oil and utilities plays. Also here on watch, the SEC, which we now has revealed the new SEC a little bit more pro-crypto. Acting Chair Mark Ueda basically started, I think on their second day here, the SEC second day started this new crypto task force. Now SEC actually revoking this banking rule that forced banks to put basically crypto on their balance sheet as a liability. So now that that's been revoked, could be a good look for large bank adoption of crypto. Let's take a look here as well at Meta, which, as Sharif and Joe were saying, really strong on the day. Mark Zuckerberg initially it sold off to because they announced that the capex is going to be about 60 to 65 billion due to their AI announcements. But good look here for META, bouncing beautifully, making new day highs. Twilio just falling off here, but still up about 20%. 11% revenue growth here for Q4 is what they're expecting here for their preliminary revenue compared to previous estimates of 7 to 8%. They also got an upgrade from Baird. So lots of tickers to keep an eye on. With that in mind, I don't know if we have Neil's list of the day. We do? Or no, we don't. So we're going to go back to the Bash Brothers. See you soon.
As always, for that. Thank you for that, Adair. As always, much appreciated. Yeah, guys, continue to let us know what you're looking at the chat. Katina Man short RGTI. Let's see if this price action turns around. As you can see, let's take a look at the volume by time profile. RGTI, and one thing that I want to note out here, as we start to decline in price, that volume is starting to drop off. Unless it starts to pick up, I'm still going to say, hey, do we turn around? Because that primary trend is still somewhat intact, even though it does look like a head and shoulders and that decisive turnaround signal there. So if we get any sort of indecision prints on these bars here, then maybe we can get a little bit pop. I don't know if we're going to necessarily go back and test 16 today, but if we can get somewhat of a pullback around 15.5s, then I think that would be a half decent trade. But we got to wait for those signals to print on these candlesticks here, guys. So yeah, there's that. Let's go back to IBIT, see what we got cooking up there. Here we go, starting to recover all those losses that it just put in. So again, I think that we can break higher and touch 61, 62 on the day. At this pace, it's not looking too pretty, but something tells me like, hey, we're getting ready to start to get the ball rolling. Gorev says PLTR broke its head and shoulders neckline. Now at VWAP, we'll wait for confirmation before taking long. Beautiful. Gorev, let me know what signals you're looking for. Are you looking for those indecision prints at the lows, exactly like this IBIT trade here, guys? So as you can see, what a beautiful hold. This is how I look at it, okay? So even though the momentum is stepping to the downside, here I have this indecision print right at the volume weighted average price. If it breaks the low of that candle, thesis is invalid, right? And that's totally fine. We're wrong on it. We sit back, we wait for things to turn around, and if they don't, then sure enough, we look for other things. So Gorev, let me know what you're looking for specifically in order for you to take that turnaround trade. And what are you gonna do if those signals don't show up, or if they do show up? Are you just gonna sit on your hands, don't force anything? Looking for a hammer or engulfing sticks around VWAP, beautiful. That's exactly what you want to look for. That's almost that's an A++ answer in my books. I really like that you're looking for those indecision prints at key levels, because we talk about them day after day, time and time again, because they display themselves all the time. So yeah, good look there. Gorev, I can tell you've been trading for some time there, my friend. So yeah, good thing. I like seeing that in the chat, most definitely. But it's not looking too pretty for us right now, brother, because the Qs are going to test those lows of days, and the SPY is starting to head towards that as well too. So we need to keep that in mind. But one thing I will point out here, Dipesh, the BOJ rate hike, and any plan for today's downside? I don't know too much about that, Dipesh, to be honest with you. So I'm not going to be looking too much into it. We're going to take the price action for what it is at this moment. But what I do want to point out is that, remember last Friday, I think last Friday was Joe Biden's final day in office, and look what the market did, which is, it's kind of sucks. But now we're starting to back off some of those gains, which is, I mean, it is what it is. It's part of the stock market and it's part of the game. So, but again, sitting in some IBIT, as we climb higher, if we break through these key resistance levels, I'm going to look to add. So 60.50, we're going to add some heavy size there and see if we can get that big push and continuation. But I think you got a special time right now. It's Neil's lesson of the day. Oh, no, listen, okay, sorry, yeah, okay, I thought so, but then I got it in the, you know what I mean? So that's okay. No worries. Don't worry about it. So yeah, I was like, he's kind of eating, doing his thing. So he's got other things going on. So no, you're doing it? We're doing it live. All right, let's go. Send it to Neil.
We'll do it live. No, we're ready for the lesson today. Oh, what happened basically for anyone that, like, why did Joe just stall? That's not on him, it's on me. Like, as I was about to come and they were teeing it up, Sean mentioned that the lunch was ribs, right? So he's walking away to the back room. He's like, your lunch was ribs, because I got like a salad here. Here's my salad. And I'm like, what, ribs? So I'm doing all this, like, what, ribs are where? So I can eat, and so you know how my mind works. I got a little hungry, and I'm eating a salad, and there's ribs somewhere. So I got all in a kerfuffle and distracted, which, the lesson of the day, don't get distracted. But, man, I love ribs. So no, seriously, I want to talk a little about correlation, everybody. And yeah, that was a Bill O'Reilly reference. See, we're doing it live. Correlation and how you can maybe use it to your advantage. Now, obviously, you understand like things that are like, maybe you have a couple of chip names that are correlated, or you have Oklo going with SMR, something like that, or the quantum names all go together. Those all usually make sense. Every now and then, you're gonna get something that comes out of pocket a little bit, right? Like this morning when Meta announced, when Mark Zuckerberg announced their CapEx spending for Meta, and you saw Meta absolutely dump in the pre-market. And when that happened, you had a pretty decent move up in Nvidia. So Nvidia went up and Meta went down. So at this point, they're loosely tied together. Obviously, as you can see there, The more CapEx spending, good for Nvidia, because at this point, who else are you going to spend with? And then Meta is flushing because spending is bad. You're supposed to save your money. Well, once the market opened up, an opportunity presented itself. I'm not going to pretend that I wasn't looking for bounce plays in Nvidia. Like, we're going to take it off of prior low. I'm going to take it off of breakout point. I'm going to take it off of prior support. Like, I'm picking the spots, going to take some trend breakout trades in there, try to keep it tight, all that good stuff on the way in, catch a couple of good bounces, but mostly taking our shots and keeping it tight to the vest. What was available also to you is the ability to, I'm not saying go long one, short the other. No, the opportunity when you're trading a style like this where all of my stops are relatively tight, depending on your trading style, I consider myself as someone that takes tight stops. All of my stops are going to be really tight at these key price areas, but it gives you a shot. You're going to hold for a bigger move. It gives you a chance when you get to an inflection point to play them both to the long side and simply hang on to the one that goes. Because the same theory, and I'm going to point to 1030 here, like right when we're taking the longs off this 145.75 area and some longs at 146 Nvidia, they're going $0.50 in the money. They're not following through. So this chunk in here at 1030 is right when you're seeing on Meta, it's bouncing VWAP. So you got a nice confluence here. Upward trend, Meta's got a false bottom break, and then it's got an upward trending stock. That's already a bullish setup, right, for Meta. It's above all-time highs as well. So you have a very bullish setup for Meta. Usually you'd like that to the long side. In fact, I liked it to the long side, but I was trading Nvidia instead, like a sucker. So you take this off of VWAP, and you can go with the same tight stop, seeing that support level, like I said, around 1030 when I'm looking into this long. And if you're just long here above VWAP with a tight stop in there, you can simultaneously be playing the long in Meta and playing the long in Nvidia. If it continues the trend of them going in opposite directions, then you have a tight stop to get out of one, and you hold the other. If the correlation is gone, they both have small hits and tight stops. If it goes down. But also if the correlation is gone, you then have two potentially strong stocks that can rally toward the high. Like, you've got three different things that can happen. Your worst case scenario is two tight stop outs. Your medium scenario is one tight stop out and then holding the one that goes. And your best case scenario is you've got the bottom on both. And it's a very unique situation. You don't usually get some kind of a correlation trading opportunity like that. This particular scenario actually provided it with you. And I don't know if we're going to see it. Look, man, this is the kind of thing, maybe you don't see something like this again for like 6 months or 8 months or 12 months. Who knows? But the reason I bring this up is I might have told this story recently about there was like a crazy buy program when I was just starting out on my trading journey. I was only a few months in. It was a crazy broken buying program on 4 small cap NASDAQ stocks. Effectively, somebody just screwed up, and it was like a fat finger on some kind of algo that took 4 small cap stocks up. One was 40%, one was almost 100% to the upside. It was a great trade, and the reversion was great as well. And I remember sitting there observing it. And there was a trader there who made like a small amount on it. And I remember after he was doing like a post-mortem, he was talking about if he ever saw that program or a program like that again, what he was going to do. He's like, I don't know when it's going to happen. That same trader, like 2 years later, I remember taking the train with him the day after there was a similar program on some big cap tech stocks where they dumped them like a year and a half to 2 years later. And he had his best trading day of the year. Something he observed that was a bit of a one-off that gave him an opportunity that was unique. He took that lesson in, and like a year and a half later, when the similar situation happened, he absolutely banked from it. And that's something that stuck with me. So shout out to you, Rokolo. That was his trader ID, because that's something that stuck with me. So in this particular situation with Nvidia and Meta, I think it gave you, it's not a free roll because they could have both lost their support levels at the same time and you lose. But it's 2 tight stops. And you get to hold the one that goes or hold both of them that go. Very, very unique situation that you had available to you on those 2, which got paired today when they wouldn't necessarily be in that situation. So there's your lesson of the day. Hope that one helps, and maybe I'll get some ribs. We'll see.
Love that. Thank you very much, Neil. AKA the people's eyebrow there. You did
People's champ.
a little bit
Have
there.
to.
Shout out to Neil. Eloquent, informative, and awesome as always. Neil Roberts
Definitely
every
do.
day around lunch, dropping the Neilage during his lesson of the day. Shout out to Ezekiel Lapera. Yes, I missed it. I don't think you were here when I complained that I missed the $4 on NVNI. Look at this thing go. Big boy break. I did get in a little bit of a move here on the top, but it was like, anemic versus the first trade and versus what I wanted to do. I perceive it to be bull flag in here with an obvious top at 580. It's a bit of a compression pattern with higher lows but lower highs. I feel that this one's got more under more wind under its sails, kind of, so to speak. I wouldn't mind getting in at around 40s for small size to take out that 580-ish high of the day. Technically, the high of the day is 587. The compression pattern is important because it's showing us that it's a possible bull pennant. So we know, the bull flag, the bull pennant, they're kind of similar setups, not exactly the same. The pennant has compression in the sense that you get lower highs but higher lows. The flag usually is either a downward channel or an upward channel with higher highs and higher lows, or lower lows and lower highs after that bull flag move. So I perceive this to be a bull pennant. Now, how we work in an entirely different story. I'd like to get something obviously to the lower end of the range. That way we can make more money. And obviously, if we stop out, I'll be a lot closer to the level that I'd say, no, this trade is wrong at. Currently, I'd say this trade is wrong below 520. That's not a hard and fast rule. I'm just trying to base it off the area low, right? So if it's a compression pattern, I need to see continually higher lows, but lower highs. So that's kind of what I'm seeing right now. I don't really want to jump in quite yet. Just had a very aggressive move, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 candle green on the 5-minute uninterrupted. This current 5-minute candle that we're on NVNI is somewhat red. It's the first red in, since this candle over here at 11:35. So almost an hour now. So I was thinking maybe it needs a bit of more of a retracement to the downside here, maybe around 520 or so. Yeah, so it's giving up 540s, coming into the 530s. Let's see if it can drop a little bit more over here. So NVNI is certainly in play. NEUP, which is the other monster small cap gapper, it's halted to the downside. So second halt to the downside in a row, but it's halted at a very important area that you're going to guess, obviously. It's the volume weighted average price here on NEUP. So halted to the downside after this topping tail candle, but at a very, very interesting area, a little bit above that volume weighted average price, which is around 810. It's halted 820. Let's go and load the book. I don't think I need to load it. It's right here. Oh, what the hell is this? Are you kidding me? The tap on NEUP's 562. It's halted at 820. So it's almost $3 lower, not quite $3 lower than the current halt price. This thing is going to tank if we open that way. Now, it might encounter a lot of buy orders that are going to be sitting below the volume weighted average price to take this north. I have no idea, but you're not going to see me try to guess the bottom on this one, given how it's traded. NEUP tap now 570, halted 820. All right, back to NVNI. Okay, so breached 520, coming into 5. The 10 exponential moving average is at 4 3/4. Does it hold 5 or does it retrace into the 10? It's breaching 5, okay? Breach 5, bounce right back up at that $5 level. $5 is not a technical area of support, but it is a psychological area of possible support. These whole dollars and half dollars tend to be like that with these small cap gappers. Great volatility today for these small cap gappers. Let's see if this one wants to bounce off 5. For now, it's defending 5. It breached it, albeit very quickly, but it looks like it might be defending it. I was about to punch in there. All right, let's keep watching this one, Joseph. What do you got on your side, my man?
Hey, good look there. We punched into some RGTI here, guys.
I like
nice recovery here on IBIT as well, too, running into these resistance levels. I think that we punched through. Nice liquidity grab here, holds the volume weighted average price, and now starting to on that ascent to the top side. So there is IBIT. We're going to hold on. We still haven't taken any off just yet. So we want to have this high day break, and then we'll look to start taking some out. So let's pull up RGTI. One thing I need to keep an eye out on here is that we are having the inability to punch through VWAP right now. Price action slowly starting to curl back over. If we break the low, excuse me, then I'm going to get out of Dodge. I don't want to participate in this for the time being. But again, if we break through, then we're going to be looking pretty good. But guys, one thing I wanted to talk a little bit about here is the earnings that we have coming up next week. And it is going to be action-packed, nothing short of it. On Wednesday after the bell, we have an absolute star-studded lineup here with Microsoft, Meta, Tesla, report and IBM reporting after the bell on Wednesday, January 29th. So the big boys are starting to put in those reports, and I think it's going to do a lot for the market. So I'm looking forward to that Microsoft report, as well as Meta, and especially Tesla. So Tesla being one of my largest holdings in the LT, we want to see what's going on with Elon and company, and looking forward for that the release of that robotaxi fleet that we got coming up. Was it mid or late 2025? I think it is. So
hopefully,
yeah, hopefully,
I mean,
hopefully,
it's tough
man.
to know.
It's tough. Yeah, it's tough to know. But yeah, again, that's the only issue I really have with this, is that I think the market has priced a lot of this in, and the guy doesn't even have a car on the ground just yet. So I don't know how I feel about that. Waymo's kind of already starting to take market share from the likes of Lyft and Uber, now entering into Florida as well too. We know that they're out on the West Coast. So yeah, really interested in seeing what Tesla's got going on for us.
All right, Hood being called out, but the OG Gorev. Let's have a look at HOOD. That's the weekly chart? Have you seen this on Hood?
No.
This is the weekly chart on Robinhood, bro.
Jeez.
What a rounded bottom. And the lesson that we did on rounded bottoms, one of the key things that John J. Murphy talks about in his book, Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets, is the rounded bottoms is Rigetti going?
No, IBIT is now finally breaking out large,
nice.
Dude. Let's
right.
go.
Like good job, bro.
Yes, bro. Let's go.
One thing that John Jay, he makes very specific in his book TA of financial markets is the rounded bottom takes a hot minute to develop. That's just part and parcel of the position. And it kind of makes sense because it bottoms out where somebody likes it, you know, where this case was $8. It looks like, you know, really couldn't breach that $8. So look at the Hood one. I want to show you guys BTC as well, because we all know what the rounded bottom on BTC looked like, right? There you go. There's boom, the rounded bottom, the cup and handle and rounded bottom very similar, and then you get the breakout. Gold as well. I don't know if I can show GLD over here. Let's see if this one took years to do. Okay, you can't see it on this one as well on GLD, but the point is these rounded bottoms take a long time to form, so if you're interested in them, give them time to set up. All right. We're back in NVNI over here. Let's see, we're long at 4s. I like the hammer candle that this bad boy put up. So we're gonna give this one a try off the 10 exponential. Here we go. I'm looking for a print possibly in the low 20s. Where are we long? We're long 4s. Okay, so let's see if we can pop up a little bit into the 20s over here, get a print or two, cancel that one, we'll move it up. We'll put it into the high 20s now. NVNI up 246%. It pulls back off that 587 HOD and it bounces off the 10 exponential. Good look, good look. All right, we'll take it a little bit here as well. Good move. Okay, so here we go. About 20 pennies in the money. Let's set up a little bit north now. I'm going to sit in front of the $0.50 to see if we can extract something off the half. I think that's wrong though. I think 40 pennies here acted as a good level of support, so we may reject the $0.50. So since I'm in at 5, essentially 5.05, anything below 5, I'm just going to get out. Okay, I'm not going to give back anything on this trade. I don't want to do that. So anything below 5, let's throw out the order right there. We're going to give it a little room, about 4 shekels or so below that $5 area. So it's going to have to take out. Yeah, I don't know why I say shekels. Whatever, you know what I mean. It's very biblical. So keep an eye out there. Actually, denarius, I think, is the biblical one, which is a day's wage.
Is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
in the Bible, it always says that.
What are shillings then? Are shillings?
Shillings, yeah. I don't know what shilling. Where is shillings from?
I don't know.
We got ChatGPT.
We got Chat. Exactly. Oh, here we go. Perfect. Where are shillings?
Here we go, Joseph. Boom! Like that, right on the NVNI, taking out that 40 penny area quick as you like with the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. Happy with this trade. Okay, so we'll do a little bit better now. If this one wants to take out the $0.50, I don't mind adding into this one again, NVNI with a new 5-minute candle to make a new high above the previous red hammer candle. We're still below that 587 HOD, but I feel like we might have that $6 level in our sights, given how these small cap gappers have been trading. Well, at least this week we saw our almost, I put that in quotes, quadruple digit winner yesterday, knocking on the door of 1,000%. I think we got into the mid 900s or so. So NVNI, I don't know if this one hits quadruple digits, but it definitely looks destined to take out that $6 area. Big Spile. Yes, Big Spile. You added the picture. Again, I told him I'd block him if he didn't put a picture back up.
Did he put the picture back up?
K.
Yeah, what's up with that?
K?
Did he put a new one in there?
He did. I love it. He sent me another picture yesterday, which I don't think I can show on the show. It's him hunting.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Or
So
getting
I
ready
like
to
it.
hunt.
I like that. All right.
Yeah,
So
of course.
okay.
I know you're all about that life.
Okay. So yeah. So he's geared up there.
He is.
Yeah. All right. Good
Tesla,
business.
flat bottom break, Joseph. You want to have a look at, or if you're in a position, then I can do it.
No, go right ahead.
Tesla, he's saying flat bottom breakish, and it looks like Tesla now negative on the day, Joseph. It took out that 412 and a third, which was the low of the day. So your point well taken, Big Spile, because we had been bouncing off that closing print yesterday a bunch of times. I mean, you had wicked below it, but you were quickly getting bought back above it. We are really bleeding right now on Tesla, really breaking that 412 and a half. We just dipped down into 410.84. So lots of weakness coming in right now on the Cybertruck, down 0.25%. But you could say that for the majority of these names. Apple, low a day. Nvidia, very close to the low of day. Likewise with Amazon. And the Future, also coming close to the low of day. The ones that are really holding up a lot better are Meta, Microsoft, and Goggles. They're doing quite well. You have Microsoft, Google, and Meta all above VWAP. So they're not really participating in this down move, despite the fact that Microsoft is down 1/3% on the day. Google's up 2/3, and Meta, the strongest of these bad boys here, with more spending to the tune of $60 billion and change, up 1 3/4. The human algo, though, is got some for us at the big desk.
Let's have a little bit of a technical look here in TSLA. We did have the interesting, the area that we kind of broke through there, that 412.30s, was also it was near that previous all-time high around 414 back before we broke into 420s. But B, this is definitely a bit of an area of resistance heading into the close yesterday. So pretty key area that we broke below. Let's see what happens here in TSLA. But I just thought I would share that there at the 15-minute chart, giving you some levels and potential explanation for that Tesla move.
Said Adair, absolutely. We're going to keep an eye out on TSLA. Bad day today for Tesla so far.
Yep.
In the exact way that it's not a bad day for Meta, man. We just got close to the high of the day again on Meta. And every new high day, guys, on Meta now is going to be an all-time high, because we are in blue sky setup territory.
Wow.
If you don't know what that means we've never printed anything above that level. So we can't really have a price action technical area of resistance. We can use fibs, we can use other projections, measured moves to try to predict where resistance will be or might be, but nothing technical in that.
No, I mean, yeah, it's moving totally opposite of the market right now. So blue sky setup for Meta, trading around $647. So yeah, really good look there. I wouldn't mind if they split. And they've never split before. We talked about that, which is really, really interesting. And I thought this company would definitely split or appreciate significantly, maybe a little bit more, because essentially everybody has some form of this company on their phone, whether it be WhatsApp, Instagram, Meta, or previously known as Facebook. So yeah, here we go, guys. Let's talk a little bit about RGTI. I know a lot of people are giving me a hard time in the chat about it. So here we go. We got stopped out. Once we broke that low, we got out of dodge. See you later. Thesis invalid. It's not working right now. That's fine. We'll be patient. Let's see what we got going on from a RGTI, a 5-minute time frame here real quick before we send it off to Adara. Let's take a look at RGTI and see what we have here. Zoom in. 55, Okay, yeah, so nothing really decisive from a print standpoint. So maybe some more downside here. IBIT, we're going to send it to Adara in 1 second. And here we go. Broke the high day of on IBIT here, so looking really, really good. I think we can put in a monster session. Let's see what Adara's up to.
Hey.
Yeah, we're going to do a little mini small cap recap here because, Sharif, I have a brand new small cap gapper for you. It's not really a gapper. It just moved midday. Same as PRFX. This has a tiny float, Sharif. I don't know why I'll speak to everybody here. Very small float, 568,000 share float for this. So very small float. 6.7% of said float is sold short. I have no news on this pop, but again, when a float is that small, it does not take a lot to get it moving. About 5 million shares traded on the day. So PRFX, Pain Reform, former runner on the watch. Also, in case you're seeing FBL pop up in your scanner and you're like, hey, what's that? This is actually a meta ETF. So back from when it was Facebook, this is FBL, so basically Facebook long. This is the long meta ETF. If you're looking for a more inexpensive way to trade META, guys. Back to you.
This is a good looker here, Dara. Excellent call out there, man. Yeah.
Get it, Sharif.
PRFX, good move up, and I like it specifically because it took out that pre-market high. Look at a lot of these ones when they have big boy moves pre-market and then retrace almost back into the lows, they can't reclaim the pre-market high, and by extension of that, I won't trade them. So we rejected that 490 area right at the 540 time slot on light volume, by the way, about 100,000 shares per 5-minute candle. We take out that level. So in my humble estimation, this is now in play. Let's see if it actually uses this 490 to kind of 460 area, depending on whether you're using the closing print or the wick. For support, 532 double top though right now. It is spready, and probably why Adara likes it because, well, there it is, taking out the high of the day. PRFX is on one. It's going here. It's up 70%, 550 now HOD, and it keeps changing. But this one is a little bit too spready for my liking. I can't manage risk as well as I would like to on this one. So unless the spread tightens up, I'm going to have to steer clear of this one, but it's a good looker, and it's really breaking up right now, guys. It might halt here at 560. False halt for now. I didn't really see the book. Just looking at the price action here on the chart. It's already made its way onto the side chart, so we're going to keep it there. But there's another one here, Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to Pretty Dang Panda talking about Triple D.
Okay. Triple D, all right.
Talking about Triple D, Joseph. And here it is, up 27%. Very respectful.
Triple D.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's the name of the ticker. What am I supposed to do? It's all up into that 390 area. Shout out to Pretty Dang.
What is it? Dip, dive, dodge, and...
Yeah, that's dip, dive, and dodge. That's
Dip, dive, and dodge, yeah.
You guys think I'm boxing already.
No, dodgeball, man.
Oh, man, bro.
You never seen dodgeball?
I haven't played it since grade 8, bro.
But the movie Dodgeball.
Oh, yes, of course.
It's like dip, dive, dodge.
What's his name? The guy from...
Vince Vaughn there.
Yes, and what's the other guy? The evil guy?
Oh,
Ben Stiller.
Ben
Yes,
Stiller.
thank you.
Yeah,
Yes,
there you
yes.
go.
Thank you, Neil. Yes, PRFX is still going, guys. 576 now HOD, but triple D, up here at 390, looking real good. Now, it's either you take it off the 10 exponential or you get it off the 20. That's how I see it right now because the deeper retracements have kind of bounced off the 20. Most of the pullbacks have defended at the 10. It's up 26%. It's not moving that aggressively, but we're going to keep an eye here on Triple D to see if it warrants an entry. Okay, so we are now officially halted on the stock that Adara brought to us, PRFX, halted to the upside at 576. It's 80.5% on the day, and here are the details on it. It's a $5 million market cap, so very small. It's got good volume on the day so far because the volume just started moving in the afternoon. It's got 7.25 million shares traded so far, and the float of very small, a little bit less than 2 million shares, 1.926 million. Let's find out what the short float is, PRFX, 6.71%. So I should tell you, the float being shown here by Trade Ideas, showing me 568,000 share float. So about 500,000 share float. My platform saying about 2 million shares. So a bit of a discrepancy there. In any event, 6.71% of this stock's float is being borrowed for short, so it could get a little bit parabolic. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one. And we're going to move a couple of ones. I just don't know. NEUP. We're going to take this one off because we're going to put Triple D instead of it over here, instead of NEUP. What else we got going on? So it's PRFX getting everybody's attention right now. Joseph, hit it. Woo.
What's going on over there?
Yeah, we got a bunch of super chats right now. One I really want to touch on, not Johnny Bravo. Okay, remember that show?
Of course.
Yeah,
cartoon, right?
the cartoon, yeah. From Jeremy Newman, $5 super chat. Thank you very much, brother. Thanks, boys, for all the knowledge. 2 times weekly goal and off to a hockey tournament for my youngest boy. Let's go. I hope you and your boys take it home and they win the tournament. You know I want that one. We won last night 3-0, so let's go.
Hey.
Hopefully sending that to big shutout. Yeah, big shutout last night. Thoughts on Oracle? Any tips on breaking the habit of holding the bag too long? Yeah, IL Tech Surgeon, we will touch on this. I think it's an important topic. Thank you for the $5 super chat, but we're going to send it to Adara real quick.
We have some news on UNH. Basically, I think it's mostly worth noting because we are at the high of day here at UNH, bit of a flat top break potentially. Basically, what I'm seeing here is, so a couple of days ago, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, which is basically the federal agency that looks into Medicare and Medicaid ratings, had initially a couple days ago submitted an appeal with regards to this decision. Basically, a judge was going to force the CMS here, so Centers for Medicaid Services, to recalculate United Healthcare's Medicare rating. So CMS did not want to recalculate this rating. They were going to submit an appeal. They did submit an appeal. Now I'm seeing reports that the appeal has been withdrawn. So I guess now CMS no longer appealing, and they're willing to recalculate UNH's ratings. We'll have to wait and see what comes of that. But either way, breaking new high of days, guys.
Thank you for that, Adara. And yeah, we'll just touch on the super chat again real quick. Forgot who it was from. IL Tech Surgeon. Yeah, here we go. Let's zoom out here. And you say you don't want to hold the bag on this. So where are you holding it from exactly? Because this is not looking horrible. But there's so many. I mean, if you're up and at the top, then it's not like looking too good. But I think they're going to benefit a lot here in the coming years, especially with all this spend going into AI infrastructure. So Oracle is something that you definitely want to maybe continue to hold on to. But for holding the bag, the best thing is just have a plan. Everybody set stops. Sharif set stops. Katina Man set stops. Best believe Neo setting stops. And if that stop gets triggered, then that's it. You stuck to your plan. There's nothing you can do about it. Reassess the situation and then look to get into the underlying at a cheaper price. I talk about that all the time. It's like, okay, I got stopped out. No problem. Guess what? Now I know I can give myself somewhat of a better opportunity to get back into this asset at a better price or something even relatively cheaper. So let's look at it like this, okay? So say you buy in right around here and then you decide to bag hold to here. Now as soon as you gap up, like you're just above break even at this point, right? Or what you can do is you can set your stop loss. So say you're looking to play this gap fill here, you can set your stop loss at whatever your feet. You can use a fixed risk calculation. Like I want to lose $100 or $200 on this trade. Calculate that, put that stop loss in, and then if it gets triggered, so what? But you cut that trade, but now it gives you an even better opportunity. And this is where you can kind of increase your risk to reward here. It's like, okay, you're stopped out. Let this phase out here. And then it's like, oh, I see a nice print. I see a nice indecision candle that says, hey, I need to take this trade, or you hear some solid fundamental news. But imagine if you were to get in somewhere around here and all you had to do was risk the low. But by the time you get back to here, you've hit like a 3 or 4 to 1 instead of bag holding through all of this. And then now you're just break even, right? So hopefully that makes somewhat of sense. Just get out, reassess the situation, and then look to better your RVR in that instance. And that's something that I did. My mentor taught me a lot about that. So thank you to him. And it definitely helps because holding on to positions for too long isn't good. We talked about it earlier today. Neil said it multiple times. He probably says it in his own head on a daily basis. It's okay to be wrong, but you don't want to be wrong for a long time. So that's my thought on that.
Absolutely. I'm just watching PRFX, guys. The spread has tightened up a little bit on this one as the liquidity has jumped in. We're now at almost 8 million shares. We just printed the high of the day. Oh, man, I missed it. Okay, I want to get in. Dang it. Wow, this thing is going, man, oh man. Okay, we have another triple-digit winner on the day, PRFX. Shout out to Adara for bringing us that midday. Just took out that 6.5. Now the high of the day is $6.65. It did halt at around 5 3/4, 5 4/5. It went obviously to make a newer high above that. What a strong stock this one is, man. Good look right now. Let's see if we can take out those highs again. Good strength on this bad boy right now. Let's see if we can get in at maybe 55s or something like that. Anything below 6, I'm just going to cut it. Small size on this one. Let's see if it wants to hold 6 and continue to take out said highs. Seller at around the $0.50 give or take at that level. It's putting in good strength, and the volume is still there, not really dwindling, at least not yet. It's up 100%, could meet with some resistance here at this 100% mark. Not a technical level of resistance. Obviously, here comes the $0.50 again. There's been a seller at the $0.50 for a hot minute. So let's see if we can continue moving up here on PRFX, or whether we're just going to give back that move into about the whole dollar, and that's around $6. Here we go. Moving into that $0.50, so rejects the $0.50 again. So I'm waiting at 60s over here, just in front of that the high of the day. It wicks up there. It doesn't cross because of the spread, so we don't get filled. So we're gonna have to pack patience, and that's kind of like what concerns me a little bit about these small cap gappers is like, they don't hang out in the price level for all that long, so when they do, you'd like to get the print, but when they're spready, that makes it more challenging. So we're gonna have to risk a little bit, 50 pennies over here. If it does drop below $6, we're gonna cut this one. Joseph, what are you looking at there, my man?
Good look there, my guy. So Celery 2 made a good point here. It's like, I like to play the buy more play, though. That's, and I understand where you're getting at. So IL Surgeon, he's like, I'm in at 180. Okay, well then don't like put in a full position worth of risk. I mentioned this before. Whatever you're looking to allocate, break that up in half or into thirds or whatever it may be. But don't just go all in right off the jump, right? So if it starts to work, then you can start to add into those positions. But then if it's not, then you can, it's like, okay, I don't want to cut it. You're attached to it for some reason. You add here, sure enough, okay, not full position just yet. Come down here, you find the nice, and then now your average is down there. So yeah, you can do that for sure. So, but just don't go full position right at the top and then hold through all of this, right? Because that's tough. Like you're losing hair at that point. In at 180, yeah, seriously, like you're stressed out there. You're in at 180, now it's trading at 151. It's like, okay, is this thing ever gonna recover? Multiple gap downs, and you're just like, oh, I should have cut it. I should have took whatever little profit I have, and that's when you start kind of guessing yourself. But then again, here, if you wanna go with that method and DCA in, then don't just go all in at once. 25%, 25%, 50%. Boom, now you're fully allocated. If it breaks, then you take that full stop out on whatever you wanted to risk. But if not, then your average is here, and then that's when you can really look to take advantage of that move. So yeah, that's my thoughts. Hopefully that helps there, Celery and IL Surgeon. But guys, thanks, man. Yes, noted. Joe W. What did Kyle say? Kyle and I were talking about some other things in the chat. Let's see what we got going on with iBit here, continuing to just trade higher and higher, something that I like, up about 3.1% on the session. We broke that high a day. That momentum still seems to be intact. Here we are, a nice pullback on lower volume. Let's see if these bars here can push and we can get to that 60, 80. I know I said 65 today. That might have been a little bit of a hot take there, but it's still early in the session, and we all know what can happen with Bitcoin.
Absolutely. Okay, Joseph, got stopped at a PRFX because it halted to the downside. So we'll take our first L on the day on that one. Very, very volatile name. It's still well above the volume weighted average price though. So let's keep an eye out on that. I just took a couple of prints there on NVNI, and it's also coming down into $5. It defended $5 before. Let's see if it wants to hold up here. This has been a bit of a nice compression pattern at this level. Let's see if we can get the fill there. There we go. Now we got the fill. Good luck. Let's set up some beak wetters in the mid-20s on this bad boy. Very volatile. These small cap gappers are on the day. This one is setting up as a compression pattern. I'm talking about NVNI. Let's see if it defends $5. That's where we added into that position right at that level. So a couple of outs on this one already to the top side, but it's going to have to hold 5 and maintain that compression pattern. Otherwise, I want no smoke. So the small cap gappers starting to give back a little bit here during the midday. To be expected. I mean, can't be strong forever and ever. So we'll keep an eye out on this one as it zigs and zags. Let me put my stop on this bad boy. We're going to go like this.
There we go. So now we can rest a little bit easy here, knowing that the stop is in place. Let's look at these small cap gappers. I think Big Spile was saying something about a flat bottom break on Nvidia, and that was a while ago, by the way. So what Nvidia looks like is it's awfully respectful here of the 10 exponential moving average on the downside. Not something that I had eyes on till now. Obviously, it's always easy to look at things ex post facto, but good look. So every time we come into that 10 exponential on NVDA, we are selling off. And what's funny is Nvidia popped up in the pre-market, going back into that 150 area on the news, that Meta was going to be buying up a storm of or investing in AI chips. Obviously, Nvidia stands to be the benefactor of that, or the biggest benefactor of that, obviously, because they own or they dominate about 80 to 90% of the advanced chip market for AI. And so it popped up on that news, then obviously went red to green there. Let's set up some more orders on NVNI. We'll set up over here, and then we'll set up in the high 30s. Having trouble continuing here. It looks like there's a seller at 20s. So now we were talking about the higher lows. Now we're getting aggressively lower highs here, looking to de-risk. It's going to have to hold 5. Otherwise, I want no smoke. Big Spile saying 30-minute levels, multi-day, NVIDIA, 144 key. Let's have a look at what he's talking about over here. You just flip back to my NVIDIA, throw on the 30-minute chart to see what he's up to. Multi-day, he says, at this 144 level. Yes, okay, so yesterday, 144 the low. Again, on the 22nd, we kind of defended it on a wick basis at 144. So good call out, Big Spile. And then on the 21st, we actually used 144 as resistance. So it's funny how that works. Resistance flips to support and vice versa. Shout out to Big Spile Burdette. Keep your eye out on his levels. He's always calling these ones out. But we got to pay some bills, baby. What do we got?
It's that time, guys. It's Hive Digital Technologies under NASDAQ HIVE is pioneering the digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions and Bitcoin mining. Adara did that interview this morning, a global leader in cutting-edge data center operations with over 2,700 Bitcoin on their balance sheets. Hive consistently tops the industry in Bitcoin mined per exahash and is redefining the future by powering the world's most transformative technologies with efficient, green, and clean energy. Learn more by following them at Hive Digital Tech or at hivedigitaltech.com. Sign up for free, the Hive newsletter for updates. Scan that QR code and see what they are up to, guys. Hive Digital. Good.
I got to send something to Ram.
Yeah,
here,
for
man.
sure. I got you. So yeah, guys, I know a lot of people are talking about Bitcoin here. We did push through that high. Now trading around 60.72 on IBIT itself. A spot around 106.5 there, looking really, really good. Nimit, what did you do? All hell loses if BTC touches 107. Maybe IBIT 65 is still possible. Let's go. Love the positive thoughts. And that's what I was thinking. Maybe not today, like Brandon Marino, for all my UFC fans out there, he said, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but maybe not, and maybe not next month, but one day I will be champion. And there we go. At 65, and he became a champion. So think it, believe it, and manifest it, guys, there. So nothing I can really do about it. I can't move the market, but I do think we will get to those price targets, especially if we decide to break those highs. I mean, we know what's going on with this thing. Really like it. Once the ball starts rolling, I think that momentum is really, really going to pick up, and then we hit that snowball effect, just getting bigger and bigger and bigger, squeezing some people out. I know Shreve was talking about net liquidations the other day, I think sometime earlier in the week. So again, you don't want to be a bear if this thing is starting to squeeze. So once it breaks that top, if you are short or via whatever you may be, then maybe look to reassess that situation. So yeah, I think we go much higher here on Bitcoin.
Absolutely. All right, let's see what Butta Biscuit Head is talking about. He's saying, looks like NQ is going to flat bottom break. Good call out, my man. Look at how many times we've defended that area low. It's generally 21,900 and a third. or 2/3, excuse me, generally. I mean, you have some wicks higher than others, some lower than the others, but yeah, what I see is exactly what I look for a flat bottom break. Lower highs, lower high, with the same low. We get usually one of these bad boys. People love this animation, bro. It's so exciting. Shout out to the Chile Nightmare who put that together. Yeah, shout out to you, man. This looks very flat bottom breakish. On the future, question is, how far do we dip once we dip? Do we go to the 21,950, or do we keep going down possibly into that 900-point level? That would be a really red day on the future if that was to happen. So I want to, Adara's already wearing red, so we kind of already prefaced that this day was going to be red. And that's the first thing I said to her this morning when I came in.
Oh, yeah.
Like that
Always say that
jacket on. I'm like, no.
Now we got to think about the inverse correlation.
Yeah, exactly. Guys, goggles is headed back to the upside again. It looks destined to take out 200 yet again. It's been above 200 already. It got all the way up to $200.26. Here we go again. Here comes 200. 199.90 in play now as it goes into the high 80s. GOOGL bucking the trend today, baby. Up almost 1%.
Oh, let's
like
go.
its counterpart Meta. Meta's up 2%. And again, guys, every single pick we make higher here on Meta is a new all-time high, 649.62. That is the all-time high. We probably hit 650 today. If who knows if we do or don't, but it looks awfully close to that 650 area. Ram, I sent you a video. You're looking at it. I don't want you to look at it. I want you to show it. Okay, so I want to show you something here. Obviously, I have no skin in the game, obviously, on this. But when she gets it ready, this is a very interesting product out of China. Okay. Now, the reason I like it is because we have tons of lakes around here, Joseph. That kind of goes without saying.
Shortage.
No shortage of freshwater lakes. We also have, I think, some of the biggest coasts on the oceans in the world, I'm assuming. Maybe Russia or something has more than us, but Canada has its fair share. So we got a lot of water, and water sports are big money in this country, no question about it. And so if you want to get a jet ski, new anyway, how much you have to fork over for a new jet ski, Joseph, generally?
For like 4 or 5, 10K up to if you want a proper one.
And even more for some expensive ones, right? So that, that might be out of some people's budgets there. But this one, when Ram is ready, this cost, I think, about $400 or $500.
No way.
And here it is.
Oh, yeah, sign me up there.
Hold on, bro. You got to see the entire thing. Ram.
I don't need to see anymore.
Okay, hold up. They're not ready quite yet. We're gonna get that ready for you guys.
I see a lot of people in the South, they're ripping those things. Do you see that?
So the reason I liked it is because, as a business opportunity to weasel those in. Imagine them bringing them in if they don't slap a zillion % tariffs on them. Bringing those things in, selling them here, or going to Woodbine Beach or Humber Bay Beach, driving that around, maybe even renting them out. That's a bit of a business plan there.
Pull up to
Let me know when you're ready,
after.
Ram.
Pull up to Cabana after on them.
Okay. All right, she's not ready yet.
She's not ready yet. All right.
All right. So we'll have to wait there. A little anticlimactic, but it's all good.
It's all right.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
All right.
Yeah, sign us up.
This is pretty cool. So I think this costs about $599.
Yeah.
Rush Wave. It's electric. It's all electric, so there's no gas involved. So you're not having to worry about the gas price. It looks like it's going pretty fast. And she does some tight turns on that thing too, bro. Oh,
that's it,
that's a crappy video. I should probably send you another one, man. But any event, I'll probably find a little bit of a better one there, Ram, because that one doesn't show the full potential of this product. And it's battery packed, and look, you can flip it into the water, everything like that. I might want to weasel one of these, man.
You're gonna order one, eh?
I might want to. What'd you say, Katina, man? Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the product. Ram, I'm going to send you another video if that's all right when you have an opportunity. So yeah, I sent it to you there. All right, guys, we got stopped out of NVNI. Did take a couple of beak wetters up here. We add into 5, and then all hell breaks loose to the downside. So we are coming in aggressively here on NVNI, giving back a lot of the move up into that $6. Now we're down into about 4.5. So a couple of areas of technical support to talk about. There's one currently exactly where we are right now at 4.5.
Wow.
That was the area crest at 1045, and then we have the volume weighted average price at around $4. So you have two areas of possible support there at $4. VWAP
and the price action support, VWAP and the whole dollar. So we'll keep an eye out on NVNI. It's given back a lot and moving down over here. Let me know. Yeah, let me see what this one's a good one too, because this one shows like exactly how he's able to kind of, Okay. What are you looking at there, Joseph?
Yeah, I'm actually looking at some IBIT as well here, but guys, I wanted to...
Oh, here it is.
Nvidia, you got it here? Okay,
look at that. So it's completely waterproof. You can flip it upside down again. Battery operated,
battery
Joseph.
operated.
So it's, not a bad look there. And then look at how the seat flips. So you can get on from the back, and then the seat flips forward. Let's get it, my man. Take that off.
Dang.
There we go, bro. This is like $499, $500.
Look at that turn there, too.
Yeah, did you see how tight that turn was?
Yeah.
This looks fun. I don't know how you guys feel about that, man.
Someone in the chat, who was it here? Let's see. Let's see what they had to say. Something pizzeria. Sorry. He said, yeah, so we can use it for 2 weeks a year. Like, you're not wrong. Like,
what?
Our window for being on the water is relatively short. It's not 2 weeks. It's not 2 weeks. We have about 8 weeks, maybe 8 solid weeks. Right? What do you think we got?
I personally think that
12 solid weeks.
I think we could be on the water for water sports early May. That's kind of what I think. Yeah. It's double.
How much is it?
How much is it, Ram? Yeah, but that's what they're selling it for there. The import price from the seller Ram is $499, and that's on this website. I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
That's the retail over here. You're picking them up wholesale, $500 a pop. $300. Do you know how much jet skis are? New?
I'm saying for me, I wouldn't pay more than $1,000 for that.
The Katina man would not pay more than $1,000 for that thing. It's not a jet ski, I know, but it's kind of a similar thing. Like, I don't know.
We're getting 5K USD, 5K USD for that.
Yeah. Let me try to find the exact price. But what was I saying before we got?
Oh, we're talking about
boogie board.
We were talking about.
I do like that actually, Fabian.
We were talking about the duration of our summer.
Yes. Okay. So I think you can be on the water early May.
Bro, that's crazy.
Yeah. What do you mean, bro? It's double digits early May. Right?
Yeah, but the water takes so much longer to warm up.
I know. Well, we're not swimming. We're just we're skiing.
We're skiing. You're jet skiing.
So my cousin opens up his cottage early May, right? And then he shuts it down late October.
Okay, that's fair.
And like if you think about the days that we had in late October.
Yeah, now
like
it's getting warmer. Yeah,
days like 15.
I mean, like May. Yeah, like May, and then June. June is when the water really starts to warm up, and then you get July and August.
Yeah,
and then,
exactly.
And then a lot of September. So yeah, you got a solid maybe 14 weeks of warmth and jet skiing. Yeah, so we can pull up to Cabana on those. It's free. It's free entry.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna send this to you right now, Ram. Have a look at this. It's $329.99 wholesale, and then you weasel over here and you're selling it for $5,000 a pop. So to me, that's pretty good, especially if you go to the beaches and stuff like that and start.
Well, 5,000 is 10 times the amount of way. You were saying 5? Now that's a big. That's a big. That's a big. Yeah.
$500. Well, it doesn't matter what it costs to make it, man. It's what the market's willing to pay for it. But they're paying like 15, 20 grand for jet skis at the top end of the range. I mean, why wouldn't you pay 5,000 for this thing?
You want to drive a Honda or you want to drive a...
That's a good point. Yeah, and that's why they sell Hyundais and then they sell Rolls Royces, right? Like,
what's the max you would pay for that thing?
Like what I would pay?
Yeah.
A couple of grand.
Okay.
But I'm a cheap guy.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Well, that's fair. But we went from 500 to 5,000, which is like.
Hey, I put it at $5,000 to test the market.
You can buy,
show that.
But in all reality, you can buy like cheap used Sea-Doos for like $1,200, $1,100 with a trailer, right?
What used though? Like 20 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see what this one does. And besides, these ones, like the quality depends on which manufacturer you get from. And so here's the deal with Chinese manufacturers. So interesting to see which manufacturer you can trust. I think I've said this before. You go to their dorms to see how many people they're putting per dorm. What is that? How many people they're putting per dorm? Because a lot.
Oh, there we go. Here we are.
Yeah.
Rush
Go to
Wave
the first
3.
one.
Yeah.
$329.99 free shipping worldwide.
No, it doesn't even. No, the spelling. Go back a couple. One more. Free shipping all world. Like, come on. Like,
I mean, I'm not hiring them because. Of course I did. What's wrong with that, Katina, man?
This is the Chinese government trying to get you to buy pieces of things for next to nothing.
I'm gonna. Nobody
Yeah.
imports anything and sells it here from China, do they? Come on, bro.
Yeah, it is.
Come on, bro. Everybody
Did you
buys.
ever have? Did you have like quads or dirt bikes or anything like that?
Nah, never.
No, really.
Never did that growing up.
Some.
Yeah. The Katina man spoken. It would break down within the first 5 minutes or so. He's never tried it, but he's making the declaration. All right, bro. All right, Adair's at the big desk.
Yeah, there is some news here. So basically, and what news is a strong word, really it's speculation, but beware, speaking of TikTok, this is Meta, keep an eye on Snap as well. I'm seeing some speculation here online that X and TikTok are potentially going to continue to be merging. We know that Elon Musk here has been speculated for a while to potentially be a buyer, or at least the Chinese government apparently would like him to buy TikTok. And now we're seeing, and I have to clarify, literally all I've seen of these postings is just code, but I have seen some speculation here based on this code that people are saying that people are working on a quote Grok Talk feed. So that's led to some further speculation of a potential merger between X and TikTok. However, Meta is still making new all-time highs, so not reacting too much to this. Really quickly as well, let's do a little crypto update because we didn't get to do much of that earlier. We do have, this is the weekly chart because I was like, let's see how Bitcoin's doing here this first week of the new president there, officially President Trump. This is a great, look at this kind of rounded bottom, now getting another little rounded bottom here for Bitcoin. We already made new all-time highs. Can we continue to go upwards? We'll have to find out, but I think that's a beautiful bullish setup here for Bitcoin. Ethereum, a little bit choppier on the weekly. We do still have this lower highs, lower lows, and we're below our election VWAP. But either way here, Bitcoin, great look. I think XRP deserves looking at here as well because that thing is just in a straight uptrend. So basically, all of these crypto names, or like all of the three main crypto names, having green weeks on their first week with the new very pro-crypto president. One of the highlights here, we've had a couple highlights, but they did have that crypto executive order related to digital asset stockpiling. And also, we just had today the SEC basically ending this rule that made it very difficult for banks to want to hold crypto or was trying to discourage banks from holding crypto. Now that that rule has been revoked and banks do no longer have to put Bitcoin as a liability on their balance sheet, we could have more large-scale adoption, which, as Darcy DeBarras of Hive last week told us, large-scale adoption is going to be huge for the space. So keep an eye on this. Looks like more bullishness here. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. We've weaseled back into NVNI here at 65. Best out so far. 07s, 507s, waiting now at 5.25. This one put in basically an area resistance. Previous area resistance acted as excellent support this time around. We dip right back into that 450, high 440s, the same area we rejected at around 1030, 1035, 1040, 1045. It was an area of resistance, so we clear it by some distance, obviously, into 587, dip down right into that area. That's where I liked it. Once it double bottomed, I said, all right, this is the right area to get in, and we're nicely in the money now. Let's see if we can take out that 5.25 here on NVNI. I was watching this one in the mid-teens, around 14, 15. There does seem to be a seller in the low to mid-teens right now. As you can see, we're rejecting again off 14, 15. I'm waiting at the $0.25. So let's see if this one wants to weasel up. It's up 240%. So good strength on it, but well off the highs, Joseph. 587 HOD, but not as aggressive on move up. I guess we got to go back to Adair at the big desk.
People were wondering about like a couple hours ago here, why was AMD moving with volume? Well, now we have an even larger volume candle in actual news. AMD here announcing that they've integrated their new DeepSeek V3 model on some of their Instinct MI300X GPU. So this is going to apparently be peak performance related GPU. DeepSeek also apparently optimized for AI inferencing. So AI related chip announcement for AMD. That's never a bad look at AMD. Struggling here with that resistance, but great pop with volume, guys.
Great call out there. Yeah, we were wondering what was going on with AMD. Thank you for that, Adara. AMD, one of the only chip names today that's actually green on the day, it and AVGO. SMCI as well green, then everything else red for me. Nvidia's red, Taiwan Semi red, ARM, Micron, ASML, Marvell, Lam Research, Intel, they're all red on the day, even AMAT, Qualcomm as well. Shout out to the NOS boss for his chat today on Qualcomm. So AVGO, AMD, and SMCI, the only 3 names on my semiconductor watch list that are in Greensville today. They are all red since the bell, though, should be noted. So all of them, without exception, red since 9:30. All right, we're done our trade on NVNI as we got in at 65, took it out at 25s. Good move up over here, but it's having a lot of trouble with this quarter dollar. And technically, it's still putting in lower highs. So even though we were able to catch it off an area of support, look at this. I mean, it's still putting in lower high, lower high, lower high. So, we'll see if we can break this trend decisively and then get back in to the higher high, higher low situation, maybe above that 5.5. It seems like the selling is coming in at around the low 5s, the 5 mid-teens, the 5.25. We'll see if it can break above that. I'd weasel back in, no problem, if it does hold up that level. What else is moving over here? BKSY, one that I've had on my side chart since we started the show, but I haven't taken a trade on it one time. Now it just got into the high of the day again, 1493. Respectful seems here to be of the 20 exponential moving average. I mean, I don't know, it kind of breached it over here or held it over here. Kind of hard to discern what this one is respecting in terms of technical levels. Maybe that's why I didn't really get into it. It didn't drop to VWAP either. It kind of got in between the 20 and VWAP initially. It's up 25% into the high of the day. What do you got over there, Joseph?
Hey, man, we were talking about things, so I had to pull up the old quad videos here.
It.
Yeah, if we can pull up my chart here, guys. Here's your boy back in the day. Used to love the quad toys.
That's so sick.
Got the quads going.
I bet you that's made in China.
Oh, it's a Yamaha guy.
Oh, then it's probably
That's it. Yeah, there we go. That's the old quad there. I used to have fun on that
I'm
thing.
just hating, bro.
Yeah.
Stop hating.
It's definitely, it's not made in China, but yeah, that's
What do you
it, man.
mean, bro? Everything's made in China.
Is it? Yeah, probably was.
It's
but
Japanese, Yamaha.
Is it? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So yeah, that was it. The old quad toys. I like those. I used to have fun with
sick.
them. My boy used to have an old Sea-Doo too. So yeah, having fun with that one there, guys. But here we are. In some IBIT, continuing to hold on to this position, working out really well. Now trading around $107,000 is spot Bitcoin itself, so climbing higher. I mentioned multiple times, so the chat's chewing that up. They like that one there for sure. Need for Speed, Banshee, there we go. Rough Riders, exactly. Kyle, I heard you're going on some hunting trip as well too, so that's fun. Here we are, guys. What else do we got going on? Oh, Google. Sorry, I know we were talking about Google. A lot of people wanted to talk about it.
200 again.
Yeah, it took 200 again, so not too far off those all-time highs. We don't report until February 4th, so I like that. Let's pull up the options chain and see what we got going on. I don't think the market's going to start pricing in any of that IV just yet. But again, let's always, never hurts to take a look. Why isn't that working? Okay, here we are. So, gonna look at some Google here for you guys. I know someone said they had a call leading into the earnings report. Hopefully you gave yourself enough time on that contract. So, yeah, we like that. Here we are, February 7th. So the at-the-money IV around 44% there. So nothing crazy. I don't think it's fully priced in just yet. But the most open interest I am seeing right now is around that 215 strike price, which I can totally agree with. On Google, I think this thing is one of the best companies on the planet. Greg, there you are, my guy, finally chiming in.
I
know. So there he is, Greg V, taking up, finally chiming in on the chat. But yeah, guys, I don't see nothing crazy on Google. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. Yeah, so knocking on the door of all-time highs. We like this one. Unfortunately, Nvidia and Tesla are dragging the market down with it. So here we are. I do think it's only a matter of time until Google makes a new all-time high. Let's see what Adair's up to.
I actually wasn't aware of this. Thank you to Benton in the chat for bringing this to my attention. I heard nothing about this, but VG, an IPO today actually here. Venture Global, not particularly small either, but $11 billion market cap. Volume here about 16.44 million. It's already halted. Now, if you look up VG and if you're a bit confused because this is a ticker that has moved in the past, That is correct. It used to belong to this company called Vonage. Then they were acquired here, or Vantage. The point is they were acquired by Ericsson. So now VG here is a very different company. This is an IPO. It's not a SPAC. It is an IPO of Venture Global. It is its first day trading. So I wanted to bring that to everyone's attention here. VG, and thank you to the person who brought this to my attention because I was unaware. Again, not the company that Ericsson acquired. It is a different company trading under the same ticker, guys.
And that brings me back, that Vonage company. I mean, it used to be before everybody had FaceTime and everybody, I could call you easily off any app.
Oh, yeah?
It was like, that was like the first VoIP, voice over internet protocol phone. So I could like literally call phone numbers from the internet using a phone,
really?
using Wi-Fi or whatever other else, like Ethernet as well would work. And that takes me back, because when I was in England, that's how I'd call my parents, because like long distance was just ridiculous at the time. And again, that's before all the apps, because I'm ancient, right? So that's the look there. Yeah, that takes me back, man. Who remembers Vonage in the chat? Did you guys have a Vonage? There's other ones as well, like Uma or something. There's like an Uma internet phone as well. That was one of the ones we were looking at. I remember those Vonage commercials, says Ryan Felipe. Yup, Vonage, Scott Tomlinson. Vonage was was groundbreaking tech. It was, man. It was like when nobody had it. And besides, I think it single-handedly probably gave all these telecom companies a run for their money, especially because they were charging you big boy money on long-distance calls, right? Yeah, everybody remembers. ICQ, go Yoel Reina, man. ICQ, that is ancient stuff. That's down my alley, baby. Who else is remembering that kind of stuff? Had Vonage, says Carlo Verdino. Darwin had Vonage, have Uma. There you go. Paid $50 or something else, nothing else. No taxes. Yeah, I think it was a one-off payment, if I remember correctly. Who else? All right, well, that's probably enough. Yeah, Roger or Sega. Yeah, I installed a bunch of them when I did have cable. Sounds good. It's been a minute since I've seen any of those on the market right now. Guys, we got into a new trade right now, HIMX. The only reason I'm in this trade, because it's back at VWAP. It respected VWAP yesterday, and at least today, it respected VWAP. So this is a second day play. Look how strong it was initially at the jump yesterday, right at 9:30. It never ended up giving back the ghost. It respected VWAP the entire day. It's kind of doing the same thing right now. Moves up, doesn't really come back into VWAP on this little area trough here at 11 o'clock. And here we go, breaking down into VWAP again. So I'm giving this to about $0.33. I'm in at 53s. It's going to have to hold VWAP. I've given it a couple of shekels, a couple of pennies below VWAP just to account for any, quick wicks. But I'm just trying to put the odds on my side here. It hasn't breached VWAP today. It didn't breach VWAP yesterday. Doesn't mean that it won't today. But we're going to give this one the old college try and see if we can get something here on HIMX. Very similar look right now to SERV. In fact, I tried shorting the SERV at around 2080, give or take. It drops down right now to 1990. This was a pay for shorts type situation on SERV, but I don't think the short is still in play. It could be, because now we've retraced into VWAP. So around 20 bucks, 1990 here on SERV. I perceive it to be possible support. It's got a good move under its belt, 13% and change right now on this name. Very similar looks right now on HIMX and SERV, both nicely up into the highs and then retracing a little bit into that volume weighted average price. Could give us a possible opportunity for an entry. I'm taking my shot here on HIMX. I want to talk about this trade that I had on NVNI. I'm pleased as dang punch at this trade. I got top wick for now, underline that for now, into that 5.25. Joseph, we were long 465. But here's the deal. So I was worried about this one putting in lower highs, but now we're kind of putting in higher lows off that 450 bump and pop. And the reason 450, again, we talked about this, was a level of support is because of this area over here. We reject 450 initially, and then we come back into 450, 440, and we end up holding it up. So I'd like to see if this one can get above 5.25. If NVNI can get above 5.25, then that changes the lower high situation that we've been involved in for a hot minute. And I'll tell you, we've been involved in that lower high situation since 12:05. It's now 1:15. So an hour and 10 minutes of lower highs uninterrupted. I think that personally changes if we can get and stay above 5.25. That's exactly what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to throw it an alert on my side charts over here. for that 5.25 on a closing basis. So it'll get an alert if we can close above there, and then I could absolutely be persuaded, Joseph, to get back in. What are you looking on your side?
Oh yeah, there's a lot
That's
going.
a lot of prints right there.
Here?
Yes.
Yeah, on IBIT. We're still holding on to it, my guy. Right in at the volume weighted average price here. But Sharif, look at these signals here on the SPY. Look at we're in the SPY 608.81 there, my guy. We're past that 1 o'clock.
Yeah, we're past
we got a minute. I went in at one. Yeah, you were. Yeah, I was
sorry, bro.
No, don't worry. Don't apologize. I'm just saying. I'm just showing you what we got going on. So 607.81 is going to be our stop. But look at this print here. Look at these hammer, these indecision, these bottoming tail candles right at the bottom of it, a possible extreme here on the SPY and the Qs. Really liking that print. So I decided to go with TSLA because it is also, Tesla's also printing that potential bottoming signal. Really nice volume signature there, guys, on this 5-minute time frame. If we break the low, if we break the low, then I got to get out of this here. But I do think that considering what has been happening earlier thus far, that we can get somewhat of a bounce. If Tesla's extremely weak, it's just going to break these lows, and then I got to get out of the position. Totally fine. Let's see what happens if this market decides it wants to bounce off of these. I think it might, because it does seem we almost got into that waterfall type price action. So yeah, hold on to that. Still holding on to some IBIT as well here, guys. So yeah, good look there. I do think we climb higher. 6150s might be the target of the day, but I mean, sitting at the top of the range, I think it's going to be really important to see where this next candle opens on IBIT, or on Bitcoin, sorry. If we open up above resistance, then I think that's when we can make that push into those teens, those mid-teen levels on Bitcoin. What do you got going on, my brother?
Yeah, we're going to do ADRs. Just put them as ADRs, Chinese ADRs,
ADRs.
Because all the ADRs, without exception, are all green on the day. Get it, Katina Man. So, yeah, the Katina Man is going to show a screen.
Nice.
That's FXI at the bottom. He literally has bottom wick on the day right there. Seriously, that's an excellent trade, bro. An excellent entry, by the way. And then the beak wetters as FXI up 2 1/3 on the day. Great trade, Katina Man. Shout out to you, my man. That is a good look right there. So we're throwing out the new poll, guys, and you're going to have some familiar names on there. You're going to have your friend Google, which is one of the only green names in Mag 7 world, obviously with Meta. Then AMD is going to be on there for the news. We also threw on a couple of other ones as well, with China being one of them. And then I do believe I threw on, what did I throw on there? Intel? Oh, you guys will see it in a second. All right. Back to the current trade that we have on at the moment. It is HIMX. It's going to have to hold this volume weighted average price. It's in a bit of a consolidative mode now. Holding above VWAP. That's the most important thing for me right now, that it has to hold above that volume weighted average price, because, well, it's held it the last few days. So I'm just trying to put the odds on my side here, that if it's held VWAP, you know, we know that these bigger money or the bigger money and the buy programs that they use often use VWAP as part of their entry points. So Michael Noss kind of gave me a little bit of a tidbit on VWAP and how, you know, these institutional traders or institutional buyers use it. Michael Noss used to work at a hedge fund, and, you know, they would basically rank their traders, not rank their traders, they'd say how well a trader did on the day based upon the price that they got relative to VWAP. So for example, if I'm hedge fund A and I want to buy, I don't know, 100,000 shares of HIMX, I'm going to tell my trader, okay, your assignment for the day is to pick me up 100,000 shares of HIMX. And the way I judge how well you did or didn't do on the day is to see what your average price is by the end of the day versus where VWAP is by 4 o'clock. And so a lot of traders, a lot of institutional money, they're looking at VWAP and basically trying to gauge entries and exits off it. So the fact that it's held above VWAP the last couple of days, to me, maybe means that one of those institutions is doing just that. We'll have to wait and see. So we're in at 53s. It's showing me 52s right now on the ask. I can't believe you put it in as China. Bro, I just put Chinese ADRs. Okay, it's okay. Shout out to you, Andre. All good there. I'm clicking China. All right, so that's the look right now. So we're still holding HIMX, the only position I've got on right now. But as I mentioned earlier, I kind of feel that SERV and HIMX, a bit of a similar look in the sense that they all had bigger moves earlier on, kind of rounded top, maybe a little bit of an area crest, and then we're putting in lower highs, lower lows incrementally, but coming in to an area of predictable support. That is obviously the volume weighted average price. And in the case of SERV, 1988 is where VWAP is. And then you also have that $20 area, obviously 12 pennies above that. So it's an area hold, the psychological support possibly for the whole dollar, and then the volume weighted average price for the technical side of things. So that's what I'm keeping an eye on. As I mentioned earlier, BKSY, come on, bro. I could have done better on this one. I didn't have any trades on it at all. It's been very strong. It's been very directional. My only criticism about this one is I didn't know where to pick it up from because it didn't respect area levels of support and resistance, nor did it respect the moving averages. It breached them on a closing basis, and it was all sorts of bamboozlement, so to speak. But I didn't have a good read on BKSY, but it looks really good. It's at the day's high, 15.15, up 26.5%. So good strength there. PRFX, one of the ones that we were trading earlier that Adira brought to us. This one's halted to the downside, but it's at another predictable area where it's halted before. The volume weighted average price, it's like 1 penny below there. Halted currently at 522. VWAP is at 526. It's putting in lower highs, but incrementally higher lows. So it's for the moments that it's able to stay open, it's popped up off VWAP. So we'll see if that continues or whether we break down now below VWAP and by extension of that, the $5 area. So keeping an eye out, Joseph. What are you giggling about, brother?
Mitchell Rosa is like, I'm seeing news about a third term for Trump. It's only been a week.
It's not a joke, Joseph.
Yeah,
there is a bill in the House of Representatives right now that wants to constitutionally or amend the Constitution to give this man a third term. Who does this guy think he is, bro? FDR?
Hey, man, yeah, you know
what's going on over here?
Roosevelt, man.
Exactly what I said to Neil this morning. The Katina man just brought up a good point. He's like, that's going to bring back Obama. Obama's still popular among some people, and obviously, if a third term is opened up,
you're only allowed serving 2 terms. That's correct, right? Okay, so you can't, even though it can't be consecutive. You know what I mean?
Just so
that's it. Period. So you can't go for a
We
third
don't
term.
have that on this side of the board.
I thought it was 2 consecutive. Yeah, you can be running for as long as you want.
Yeah, you can be in office for as long as you want.
Office as long as you want.
Yeah.
Okay, so I didn't know that. So I thought it was consecutive 2 terms. But
Greg V's telling me do not go there. Did I open up a can of worms?
Yeah. Get it going. Yeah, start it. Get him going, man. Get him going.
Maybe we should try to get him going, bro.
Not a fan of the orange. Sorry.
Yeah, whatever. It's all good. He's not going to be a fan of everybody. I want to pull up the article, though. CNBC, here we go. Donald Trump, third term. I swear, I read it this morning. Neil was laughing about it as well. Adira and I, we were all in the morning together. And here it is. Constitutional amendment to allow Trump third term introduced into the House. Obviously, constitutional amendments require, I think, like 2/3 of the state legislatures to vote in their favor as well. So this is almost impossible to get done. I don't even know when the last constitutional amendment they got done in the States was, because they can't seem to agree on much anymore these days. So let's find out. Our friend ChatGPT will tell us. When was the last time the United States had a constitutional amendment? Come on, chat. May 7th, 1992, the 27th Amendment prevents any law that changes the compensation of members of Congress from taking effect until after the election of representatives. Okay, so 92. I guess I was thinking a little bit longer than that, to be honest with you. So 92 is not that bad.
Well, I mean, that's 32 years ago.
Yeah, I know. Well, that is your board, right?
Yeah. So that's 32, yeah. That's exactly 32
states need to ratify
years
it,
ago,
says Dr. J. Yeah, that's exactly my understanding as well. Day trader cut. It won't be for previous presidents who served 2 consecutive terms. Oh, I didn't get to read it. Interesting. Thank you for adding that. Also needs 38 of 50 votes. So, okay, interesting. Katina, man. All right. Eddie R. Didn't Putin do the same thing? Yeah, it's a little different.
Yeah, Russia, slightly different.
It might be a little bit different. Kanye East, 100% happening. All right, cool. Paul, everyone in Canada will vote for him. Come on, bro. Stop with that already. We're not going to be the 51st state. Daryl Finch, he would have to get 60 senators, and that won't happen. Okay. Another really good point there.
Very.
Yeah. I love when people comment about this kind of stuff. Keep bringing it in, guys. We're obviously taking it easy a little bit here with about 25 minutes left on a Friday. I hope everybody's going to have a fantastic weekend. Joseph, what do you got planned, bro?
Nothing, brother. Just chill out. Might go to some Italian tomorrow night, Gusto on I forget what street.
You a foodie?
Brock Street. I'm a big foodie. I like food. Yeah. Nice. So we were at Willie's for my birthday, which is a nice place. Yeah. So not Willie's. Again, it's not going to come to me, but the Jamaican restaurant right across the street from Gusto.
Okay.
Yeah, so
I've never been.
So, yeah, big foodie guy. I like going out in the summertime and walking around and seeing when we got taco stands, empanadas, everything, Kensington Market.
Your birthday is early October, too.
Yeah, the 5th.
So it's great weather.
Great weather, man.
Right?
Well, usually it's
so
we'll have these. Well, I mean, hey, things. But listen, I see where you're getting at with this. But I mean, I see where you're going with this, right? But I mean, it's kind of changing now, right? So we're staying warmer longer into October, which is nice. I remember when I was younger, in my early 20s, that there was no way that you could wear a T-shirt on my birthday, but last birthday you got to.
Yeah, it's been that way for a hot minute.
Exactly. So
let's see what else people are saying. Eddie R goes on to say, that was my joke. That he is sounding like Putin. I got it, brother. I got it. Scott H. Look at Rigetti. Long paying off, bro. Okay, absolutely. Let's look at the Rigetti. Katina Man had a big winner on that one today. He had it to the short side, basically getting the top. Okay, so you took Rigetti off 14. That's interesting because there is a technical level of support there. I'm talking about this area over here right at the open from 945 all the way to 1010. Shout out to Scott H. That's a good entry. Not one that I personally would have taken. I would not have gotten long Rigetti below VWAP. That isn't my move, but yeah, good look there. I think you probably took 40 pennies or so because that's the high of this current 5-minute candle. The Katina Man, you have it from like 16 and change, don't you? 1585. So he essentially has the top 10% left. He's still holding 10% right now. That's a big move, brother. You took it essentially from the top there. So good look on Rigetti, whether you're going long or short. Oh, HIMX just broke into VWAP here. So I have decisions to make. It just bounced off 38s. That is where VWAP is. I'm going to add into this level because it didn't breach VWAP, so we'll get a little bit of a better price. It's going to have to hold this level. My level for the out is 33s. It didn't quite make it down into 33s. Let's see what comes of HIMX here. It's held VWAP for the last couple of days. It may not do that this time around, though, feeling like it may not do that. So we'll see exactly what happens. Let's keep looking over here, see what everyone. Rob Winter, 51st state welcome kit. Come on, bro. Gatekeeper. But Greenland wants to join us for McDonald's and Starbucks. Come on, bro. Come on. What else we got? Tony thinks it's funny. All right. Okay. What else we got? Make. All right. I'm just trying to see what these ones are before I read them. What do you got over there, Katina Man? What's happening?
Oh.
There it is. Yeah, so for now, we'll just hold HIMX here. Joseph, what do you got?
Hey, good luck there. Let's take a look at this TSLA, and we're going to go over some of the signals that I mentioned. Here we are. We're seeing them in multiple places. And yeah, I really like trading them here. So here we go. On Tesla, guys, at an extreme low, we have that isolated volume signature from pretty much essentially one of the largest signatures here since 10:15 in the morning. And now here we go, put in that hammer signal, nice little bounce. So let's take a look at TSLL and how we reflected that. Here we are, that bounce, and then now starting to take some out. But then also we mentioned and pointed out multiple ones from before. Here's the one on SPY. Boom, you have that volume signature with that inverted hammer. And then also on PLTR. So those signals are there, guys. One of my favorite setups for my playbook. And here we go on was it PLTR? It was something else that had it as well too. So sorry if it wasn't PLTR. Was it RGTI? RGTI, Yes, there we go, RGTI. So here we are Nice inverted hammer here, nice volume signature, nice standalone volume signature on RGTI. So those 3 of them right there. But yeah, let's get a little interactive with the chat here, Sharif. Let's see what how everybody's day has been. So it's going to be a simple one-word answer. You know, I got you guys. I just say it's either yes or this or this. So just say how your day's been thus far. Is it green or red? Just put it in the chat. I'd like to see this overall sentiment in the chat and see what we got going on. So just put in green or red, and we'll see how everybody is doing on this Friday. We already got people going with the green here. Darwin, triple green. Like to see that there, my guy. But yeah, other than that, let's hold on to some of these positions, Sharif. We're still in our SPY trade. We didn't get stopped out. I thought we were going to get stopped out here. And here we go. People starting to come in here. Green, 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 green. A lot of green, some red. That's totally fine. That happens. And here we go. A whole lot of green from somebody there. Getting the green check marks. Green. Here we go. And then there we go. That's weird. We like the participation from everybody. So yeah, thanks for that, guys. Yeah, and here we go. A lot of green.
We only have 396 votes.
Yeah,
guys.
what's up
we
with
need
that?
a little bit more. We only have half an hour left on the show. We got to get that vote count a little bit. Let's
go. Yeah,
and you got a couple of really interesting names here. You got Goggles. You got AMD. Intel's up on there. Intel's an interesting one on the day. And then you got China. And by that, obviously, I'm talking about these ADRs, these Chinese ADRs. Well, how come they're in play today? Well, your friend Donald Trump yesterday spoke well about Xi Jinping and how he wants to advance the relationship with China, despite the fact that he's threatening to levy another 10% on China on the same day that he threatened to levy 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico. That is February 1st. So we're going to have to wait and see whether that ends up taking place. It looks like as if, that might be a negotiating point between him and China right now. He also had a conversation with Xi Jinping, I think he's the chairman. What do you call him? The chairman or the premier? Or I don't think he's called the president. There you have a different guy called president there. Just let me know, chat. You guys probably know better than me. He had an interesting conversation with him after inauguration and seemed to be okay. So I'd like to see exactly how these ADRs went, because you had like the likes of David Tepper in the summer, right when China announced the fiscal stimulus and the fact that they were going to be throwing money at the economy to help boost it. David Tepper got on CNBC, said buy everything, right? So
buy it all, yeah.
Buy it all, exactly. And right now, obviously, Chinese ADRs haven't done that well since August or September or whenever you said that.
I mean,
so get into the chat and vote, guys. Yeah, keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer, says Maury knows. Interesting. Okay. Chairman, says Roger, or thank you very much for Supreme Leader, says John Quasar. I love it.
What do you say?
Supreme Leader, right?
Supreme Leader, yeah.
I think that's from The Dictator, right?
Yeah. That's very classic there, Sasha. Yeah.
So funny.
You still haven't watched that one I told you to, right?
No, I loaded it. Bro,
Did you load it? Yeah, I told you. I told you, bro.
It's intense.
It's so intense. It's absolutely hilarious, though. I was a teenager when I seen that. Yeah, is it?
Sorry, it's President. I was wrong. President. It's President Xi. I'm mistaken, guys.
I mean, Sharif. Sorry to interrupt you here, but I want to this is one of the better companies in China. Am I wrong here? Alibaba Group?
You gotta assume it's one of the best PE up there.
Okay, right. So at what point in 2020 was when it hit its peak around $320? Now it's trading at 86. At what point is this ever really going to be a long-term?
You know who's buying it up there at 300 and 220?
Who?
God rest his soul. Charlie Munger.
Did Charlie buy it up there?
They were buying it, man. But Berkshire was buying.
Oh,
up there.
really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, Berkshire is...
Well, he probably just sold a bunch of... Then after that, you know what Warren did? He sold a bunch of calls probably against the position to make some of that. 1,000% he did, because I know he does that. He sells options heavy to collect those premiums. Yeah. So there it is.
Jin C, 2 titles. CCP title is chairman, and then leader of the country is called President Xi. Thank you very much for that. I did not know that. So it's something I should probably know a little bit more about, but thank you for educating us, guys, especially the chat. The chat's undefeated, man. They always can fact check us at times when it's hard to do. So shout out to Jen Yersin Financial talking about Baba here, Joseph. Baba was made an example of by the CCP, not a great example of a stock to follow for China plays. What I think he's talking about there is the disappearance of Jack Ma.
Okay.
And no one knew where the hell he went for, I think, 6 months, a year.
So Yersin, show me an example of a China play. Please. Show
Yeah,
me,
great. Exactly. You're
Show me,
Financial.
please.
Who would
Yeah.
you like?
Yeah,
Hey, Joseph and I, or in the chat, which one would you recommend as a good Chinese play? And then Ant Group, which is related, obviously, to Alibaba, wanted to get into financial payments, and then the Chinese government was like, no. We don't want you expanding into all these different areas. Kind of stay within your lane, kind of situation. So, there's times where the business moat of a company can be dictated by the government over there.
Yeah, well,
right?
yeah, absolutely. So ByteDance isn't publicly traded.
No,
is it?
it's very private,
Exactly,
yeah.
very private. So there you
Did
go.
you hear about this golden shares situation out in China?
No, what is
Brendo
that?
was telling me about this, but I had heard about it. So Kevin O'Leary, he wants to buy TikTok.
Yeah.
He's trying to get an amalgam of people together to buy TikTok, or he says, who knows what he's. But the point of why I'm even mentioning him here is because he brought something to my attention I didn't know. So kind of like what Zuck has in Meta, where he has voting shares, where he can control board members. You can't overrule him because
so
he's got
it's
control.
different class of share, right?
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
Yeah.
They got something called the golden shares there. So in order to sell the company, even if you don't hold the majority of the percentage outstanding, you hold this type of share called the golden share. They need your approval to dispose of the company.
Oh, really?
So it's a
Okay,
different situation
okay.
that they have out there than we do here.
Golden
Fact
share.
check me on that, guys. Am I right about that? Because that's what O'Leary was saying. Mark Susi, O'Leary's a joke. He offered $20 billion. Adara said she heard the same thing as well. And we're going to send it to Adara at the big desk.
Your son still haven't.
This part of the show is brought to you by eSignal. New traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with back-testing, reliable real-time data, global markets, at your fingertips. All in one platform, don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Are you ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or click the link in the description.
All right. We asked for some Chinese names.
Yeah, we just said.
For really good names. The OG Darwin chiming in. JD, Baidu, and Billy. ADR is also worth watching. An individual with a Chinese name that I can't really pronounce, although I do recognize some of the letters. PDD is best Chinese company. That's kind of one that I thought was quite good. Pinduoduo, formerly called Pinduoduo. Obviously, they own Temu, the app Temu, which a lot of Americans love because they sell a lot. Checking out says Weibo. Okay, interesting. Yursen Financial says Tencent.
Yeah,
good to
Tencent.
follow in China.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Huge.
Tencent. Yeah. What is the ticker for Tencent? Do you know it? I don't know.
It's an ADR in here. Let me just double check.
Yeah.
It's TME.
TME.
No, that's Tencent Music. That's the wrong one.
Okay.
Excuse me. Hold on. TCHEY. So
TCHEY.
Yeah. So it's on the OTC market. Shout out to Jeff Mendel.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get that
So
right there.
sorry. TCEHY. Yeah. TCHE.
I won't even get.
TCEHY.
Hold on. Okay, one letter at a time. TCHEHY.
HY. There you
Tencent
go.
Holdings. There we
That's the
go.
one.
All right.
Yeah. What is that? The daily?
It's a weekly.
Weekly. Oh, yeah.
So,
It's a tough look.
yeah, here.
Yeah, but these ADRs, they've been all beat.
I mean, PDD does look the best, right? Like this is something. No, it was. Yeah, was it PDD? Yeah. No, something else up there. PDD or what else did I have up here? Was it JD? No, it wasn't JD. But yeah, I mean, PDD or Tencent does look the best out of the ADRs. But again, it's like, I don't know. It's not necessarily like, okay, you're still, how many percentage points off of the all-time highs here on PDD? 47% off the all-time highs there. And then let's take a look at Tencent here. TCHEY and see what we are. So I mean, that kind of just what I'm getting at here.
Right.
Is okay. Like you still needed 100% move to even go and relatively touch those all-time highs. So in the past 5 years, there are other vehicles significantly better to invest in the Chinese ADRs.
Yursen Financial, Zeekr, which is obviously owned by Geely. Geely's a big boy company in China. They make cars. They own. I believe they do own Volvo,
fact check me on that. And by extension of owning Volvo, they own Polestar as well. Polestar's tried to get around the whole Chinese EV thing by building their cars in the United States. I think they have a manufacturing plant in South Carolina, so they're trying to, evade tariffs, evade the 100% tariffs that they put on Chinese electric vehicles in the States. So that's an interesting one there. Let's see what else people are talking about. Temu is garbage, says Maury knows. Okay.
That's what I heard. Have you ever bought anything off of it?
Never.
No. I
Ram,
haven't either.
have you bought anything off Temu? Andre, what are your thoughts about Temu? Same thing, he says.
do you say?
Good, bad, or yeah?
What do you think?
So, he says. Okay, so the quality, how would you say about the quality of the product you got, Andre? Kind of like dollar store quality. Okay, makes sense.
Actually?
Fair?
Wow, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, like he's spitting real. Who else we got up here? Jin C saying the right ticker. Paul says WeChat popular in China. Absolutely. I mean, you can't do anything without WeChat in China. You can't pay, you can't hail rides, or like whatever their Uber is called there. Interesting. Let's see what else people are talking about over here. Temu is not that great. It's a toss-up, says... sorry, I can't pronounce your name, but I think you're probably absolutely right. Jin C says yes, they own Volvo, so I did get that right. Always check the dimensions of the packaging, says KFRY. Why? What happens? Escape Planet. Amazon sells a lot of the same stuff at increased prices. Good point. And my understanding is that Amazon is trying to weasel into that Temu business where they can get their product into the States because less than $800, it's not tariffed. And they started their own branch. I forget the name of that Amazon division that wants to basically copy Temu. They're going to all be made in China. It's all going to be Chinese products shipped under that $800 rule or $1,000, something like that, cap, so that it can skirt tariffs. Carl and Maggie, Temu is now drop shipping, interesting, from local U.S. suppliers, not everything made in China. Thank you for letting me know that, man. Did not know that. Los Palos Hermanos, Sharif, buy the boat from Temu for less than $500. I'm buying that boat, bro.
You can buy the boat,
Just wait. I'm going to pull up on it in the summer. KFRY, they will send you mini versions of what you actually want to buy. Gotcha. Okay, Ram. For the pricing you get, for the pricing, you guys expect not dollar store, question mark? Good point, Ram. Adara's at the big desk.
So yeah, from context here, for the Amazon China thing, also Amazon is basically at low of days here. Basically, I looked it up. It is called Haul. The name is Haul. That's its competitor to Shein and Temu. So HAUL, as in like people like influencers being like, oh, my shopping haul. That's what they call their competitor there to Temu and Shein. So Haul, back to you.
Shout out to Indeed Money. He wants to know who our steroid.
Indeed,
is.
I need money from How High. Yeah, I need money. I need
there
money.
It is,
I
right
told him
there,
it's the gym. The gym is the
Bill told me to tell him it's the eggs.
The eggs, yeah.
Right?
Protein.
It is. Yeshua River Bear. Wish better, and that's not saying much. Okay, sounds good. So you guys are not very impressed with Chinese cheap products. Not surprised there. Obviously.
Isn't Amazon closing all their plants or their facilities in Quebec? I heard that.
I didn't know.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that. Yeah, I heard that.
Really,
I read that yesterday.
Andre heard the same thing. Yeah, well, it's interesting. I mean,
why would they do that?
I have no idea, brother.
It's interesting.
Cost cutting, drop in demand, higher wages. There could be any number of reasons. But yeah, interesting look there. Let's see what else people are talking about here in the chat. Futu China trading platform, says Cami Zone. Futu is another one that I've got up on my watch. It's up 4% to date. It's a good look. Let's see what Futu looks like here on a daily. I mean, I don't expect too much from these Chinese stocks on the daily, right? Because, well, it's been obviously tough. Here's the daily on Futu. This is not a bad looking chart, bro. Okay, so we're not obviously anywhere near COVID highs. We're well off the bottoms.
And this was a China pump, right? We were talking about this. This is late September, early October when David Tepper said buy everything Chinese. You can see that the volume bars there go up big boy, but we've been putting in lower highs and lower lows since that time, and we really haven't broken that trend. We'll see if it changes. It's a good few days over here though, certainly for Futu, especially since the 15th onward. We've been making higher highs and higher lows, awfully close to that $100 likely psychological resistance level. 96.90, the high of the day today on FUTU, up 4%. And just for everyone wondering what Futu Holdings does, investment holding company engaged in offering digitalized brokerage platforms so you can trade stocks. Companies involved in the provision of online brokerage services and margin financing services through software and websites. So good luck there, just as you said on Futu. I got stopped out of HIMX here as it definitely broke the volume weighted average price quite aggressively, and now we are out of that. So bit of a loser there on HIMX. Still up 12.8%, but no longer tradable under my system now because it's broke down VWAP. And I was basing my whole trade on VWAP because it defended VWAP yesterday, defended it this morning. Not so right now. Also, SERV, which looked very similar to HIMX, also suffering from the same affliction right now. Both of them big arches, big rounded tops, and then coming into VWAP, defending initially, but both now breaking down, Joseph, below volume weighted average.
607.81. Sorry, just putting in a quick order. No, I'm just putting in a quick sell order here for the SPY because we are starting to break some lows. I think Katina Man short the Qs as well. So that signal that I was pointing out, that pullback wasn't very deep. Now heading to the south side here, guys, putting in a new low of day is the market. I mean, Nvidia being the bearer of bad news, it seems to be on the session with the pre-market. I mean, I seen this thing moving, and then Sean took the trade. So again, but just giving all of that back here and then some. So down over 3% is Nvidia, which is slightly surprising. I thought that was going to drive this a little bit higher on the session, but it doesn't seem to be the case at all this far. And I think it being Friday and almost 2 o'clock, that recovery is going to be somewhat of a tough one there, guys. So if we get stopped out here at 607.81, that's fine. We'll take that. We'll mark down that loss for the Playmaker poll here, guys. But that's okay. We're going to still sit in this IBIT. We don't have much of that left at all. Anyways, Oh, I got to pop out of my TSLA here as well because that has now come past my break even. So there we go. Nice little bounce on Tesla. Sorry about that. So here we go. We're going to pop out of this here now, guys. Totally fine. Boom. And now we're out. So boom, play the signal, couple partials on the way out, and that's it. Now we're out of that trade. Now to get back to some IBIT, because that's all we have left here other than the SPY, which we're probably going to get stopped out within a brief couple of seconds, unless we bounce here, which we might. PLTR holding these lows here as well, too. I wouldn't say lows, but that pullback low, having the inability to breach down, 79.93. So holding that, is it going to bounce or continue to the south side? I think the momentum is to the downside today, so just going to have to pack our patience. We are running into 2 o'clock, and it's Friday, so that volume might dwindle down a little bit.
All right, I'm talking to Rohit. He's telling me, look, someone told me if Nvidia breaks 144, it's very bearish. So 144, I would submit to you, is a good intraday level. That's what Big Spy was talking about when he was telling me to call that out. 144 we defended yesterday. It's also an area resistance level back on January 21st. We kind of got into 144 and rejected. We held 144 in the pre-market yesterday very well, and then we gave it up today. We're already at the lows right now, 142.62. I don't know. I don't know if I'd be ready to say, 144 is definitely the level. That if we break, then we're looking at all hell breaking loose. I don't think that that's really the case. Let's look at the 4-hour here on Nvidia and do some charting. So it's more like the 130 to me. That's a real level. Look at this consolidation period that we've been putting in since mid-October. Nvidia has been very consolidative since that time. And the defends seem to be at 130. You wick below them at times, but either immediately or the next day or the subsequent day or the subsequent days, I should say, we reclaim 130. So to me, 130 breaks, that's a bit different. That's a bit different than an intraday level like 144 breaking. This is kind of what I'm seeing here. You can see this is the 130 level. Now 130 level, it was an area of resistance before it was support. I mean, look at this area over here, back from late August all the way into, early August to late August, we couldn't break through 130. And we dipped all the way down into that $100 level in early September. And then we claimed 130, no problem. Since claiming it, though, we've been holding above it. So my submission to you is 130 is the more important level on Nvidia. I see your point, though, intraday, 144 makes all the sense. And you could have had a banger trade on it today if you took it. 2.86% right now is what Nvidia is negative on. And it's been very respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. All the pops into the 10 have all sold off without exception on NVDA. And this is one of those ones that went green. On the news that Meta was investing $60-some-odd billion into AI. NVIDIA expected to be the benefactor of the majority of that. Well, not the majority, but $100 billion of that money from, not $100 billion, or the benefactor of the majority of that $60 billion spend. Excuse me, I'll get it right, guys, Friday. So yeah, it's been selling off all day despite the early pop there. The one that I see curling a little bit here is the dead one, Apple. So looking come into that 222 area, and now we're above the 10, we're above the 20. Now, we've done this before on Apple. We've gotten above the 20 exponential moving average, which is the yellow line on my chart, and then we've ended up selling off. So I'm not really ready to say, oh, Apple's a long into VWAP or anything like that, but it's curling up, whereas NVIDIA is still making lower lows and lower highs, and you're getting lower highs on Amazon. You're also getting it on Tesla. You're definitely getting it on the future, and goodness gracious, Microsoft. You're getting it on that as well. Apple's the only one really curling up. Even Meta. Meta's a monster, and it's also printing lower here. So interesting look as the future continues to bleed, Joseph. Are we below 21,900? We are at 21,900, my friend. So there, the blood. We were talking about that 950 acting as support. It's that 900-point level. Now we're down 2/3% almost on the NQ March contract. Joseph.
Hey, good look. Ronak Kumar asked a good question. No, I mean, it's small size, and we usually just document it on paper here. We just take it here for fun. We're not profiting on that. It's a collective thing as a collective unit. So, yeah, no, we don't do any of that there. Ronak, so hopefully that helped you. And Harvey Hunter, I see you. I see you in the chat. All right, I see what you got to say. Kalua, what's going on? We're about to drop another $1 on SPY. Yeah, you say you've been short SPY. Money storm you asked for, you may get. So here we are. Coffee trader, Nvidia bouncing nicely. Here, oh, wow, okay. PLTR looking to break down some lows. Let's see if we can get involved in this here. This thing might pull back. I tried shorting it before, so I don't know if I don't really have any specific setup right here other than that we're breaking through some key levels. So we'll continue to monitor that. Let's see, PLTR here. Now breaking this pivot on the pullback around $80 flat, we will call it. But hey, Southside, what a weak session. Last Friday was the total opposite. Last day of Joe Biden in the office. When I seen that, it took me a second to put 2 and 2 together on why the market was moving so well. And then I guess everybody was excited, or I don't know if they were excited, but the market was, that being Joe Biden's final day in office. I wouldn't short Palantir. Okay, so there you go, Dale. Palantir, sounds like you're a bull. So that sounds fair. Maybe I'll stand away. That was very decisive of you to say. Dale Palarin, very interesting. Got my fill on PLTR shorts, says Jacoby Waters. Very interesting. But yeah, guys, we only got about 8 minutes left. If you want us to take a look at anything else throughout the session, please put it in the chat, and we'll go over some tickers with you guys. I only have, what do I have left on here is IBIT, essentially. Just to continue to monitor, pulling back pretty aggressively, but we did tap into that $61 price level in IBIT, climbed really high. I told you guys I thought we were going to break out today. Unfortunately, my price target was drastically off, and that's fine. So, but again, we got the breakout up about 3.26% on the session, so enjoying that, guys. And PLTR starting to put in a little bit of a bounce. We are slowly starting to put in a lot of indecision candles at the lows here. So possible turnaround signals, multiple turnaround signals. Okay, we're getting some people chiming in. NVNI, yeah, let's take a look at NVNI. And okay, wow, nice look here, NVNI. Let's take a look at what they actually do, because I have no idea. I love that you guys point some of these out, because I have no idea how half these tickers do. Okay, so it's a Cayman Island-based company. The company focuses on acquiring business SaaS companies. Okay, yeah, so I read over this. $144 million price target. Nice intraday price action here. Breaking of the high day multiple times. Nice volume stepping in on these breakouts. You see those orderly price action prints. Something we definitely want to see. 007 Kyle, I like that name. Okay, yeah, really nice. Well, actually, I wouldn't say really nice, but what we got here is breakout and volume on the breakout. This is slightly alarming as that average true range and the volatility starts to expand here, and then you get that fairly aggressive pullback. So, yeah, nice look. Still quite a bit off those highs. What about, about 64% off those all-time highs on NVNI, or I don't know if that's all-time, but close to it, yearly high as it is. So yeah, I mean, that's a weekly? Okay, but yeah, anyways, that's the look on NVNI. Let's see what else you guys are looking at real quick. VIX is going crazy. Yeah, is the VIX up today? Yeah, let's take a look at the VIX actually. And see if we have that inverse correlation that we typically have there. So yeah, so here we go. Sharif, as the overall market continues to move to the south side, we have that inverse correlation on the VIX, really like this here. Off the bottoms around 1458. Nice bounce, guys, with the market now slightly below those all-time highs, I believe, if that's the case. But hey, it is what it is. VIX up, market down, inverse correlation.
I like it. Joseph, a new small cap gapper has weaseled onto the scene over here. It goes by the ticker CREV up 75.5%. It is now halted to the upside at $6.46. The tap here, the theoretical auction price, showing me $6.50. So opening up above the halt level, that's good to show bullishness, but that'll change likely within the 5-minute halt, if this is a 5-minute halt, multiple times. So right now, $6.50. Keep your eye on this one. Light volume, though, guys. So this one's done about 2.5 million shares on the, CREV's done 859 million shares on the day. This is the second up halt, okay? So we halted once at 147. That was for 5 minutes. The halt level there was 609. Now we're going to halt. We're almost 2 minutes deep into this halt right now. 646 now halted to the upside. Good step up here incrementally, but still light on volume. And I just want to show you guys what this one looks like in terms of the scarcity of the trading volume today on the day on CREV. Let me just show you the 1-minute chart here on my side charts. When you see like these really dispersed candles with no, discernible trend, and there's, this is kind of the thing I look for, and I could tell you immediately that it was lightly traded without even looking at the volume bars. So CREV, I think we're about 2 minutes deep into the halt. Let's see how this one does when it opens up again. It's a good day for it today. Let's look at the daily on this one to see where we could encounter some resistance on CREV. So the daily, okay, so this is definitely a former runner. Look at what this one has done in the past. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so this one can have really outsized days, but what I see immediately from these outsized days is that they almost give back the entire thing. And you can almost see that right away by just looking at the topping tails and where the topping tails are and where the body of the candle is. Currently, we're at the high of the day, obviously, because we're halted to the high side. But this one could encounter some resistance. It looks like at that $9 area where the 200 exponential moving average on the daily is. It rejected that area multiple times in the days subsequent to this big boy move on the 23rd of December. So on the 23rd of December, this monster ran up 420%. That's a good look. It's a real good look, especially if you're looking for these ones that have had a history of running. So CREV, definitely in view. Ezekiel Lepera says CREV, no volume though. Agree. My friend, 859,000 shares, super light. One of the reasons for that is, well, the volume didn't really start coming in until about 140. And then even when it started coming in, it's halting to no end. So because of that, it's unable to really print any serious volume, but your point, very well taken. So we'll keep an eye out on this one, see what the situation is. Jerome Hatt says Meta's about to touch VWAP. Let's have a look at Meta. It's been the strongest Mag 7 name on the day, and Meta made an all-time high again today, $652. exactly is the high of the day on Meta, and it's also the all-time high. It kind of gave up or it's at an interesting area right here, I want to say, because this area trough at the 200 bounced off 644 and a third. We're about that right now, 644 and 2/3 is where we got into. Now we're above 645. So VWAP is at 644, but I'm looking at this area as well because we haven't given up this area trough quite yet because we're still above that 644 and a third. So great call out by you. Meta could be an interesting long at VWAP if it makes it down there. Now, Meta's had respect for VWAP on the day. Just have a look at the retracement we got from 647 all the way down into 640, and it held VWAP from 10 o'clock till about 10:45. So 45 minutes of defending a level, obviously in a more liquid time of the day, but the point is the same. Meta strong, so you might be interested in picking it up off a key area of technical support. Google's looking flat top breakish over here. What the hell? $200. I know
Well,
it's
the
been
market's
above.
tanking? Wow.
Yeah, Katina Man says, get it, girl. No, seriously, though, Katina Man, it's putting in higher lows. It's got a lot of trouble with 200, at least over here, even though, in the implied balance high, we have that $226 area high a day. But Google is putting in some very obvious higher lows with resistance in and around that $200 area. Google strong, Meta strong. Those are the only two green Mag 7 names on the day. Google, Meta. No other Mag 7s are green, at least not yet. Maybe that changes. The closest one is actually Apple because it's down 0.7. Amazon's down 0.79. Tesla's down 1%. Microsoft's down 1% as well. And the monster Nvidia is down 3 1/3. So, I don't think Apple goes green, but it's certainly the least weakest intraday, that is, of course, of the 7. So Meta is getting a bit of a pop-up now, guys. Interesting look over here. Here we go. So coming back down into that 644 and 2/3. Now we're at 646 and a third. So a good bump up here with Meta with this area of technical support. It's 2 o'clock already?
Yeah, dude.
Jeez. All right, guys. It's the end of the week.
End of the week, man. Stay safe. Keep it green. It's Friday. Don't ruin your week if you've had a positive one. And yeah, that's it. Keep it green. Shut it down. Go have a cold one or something.
There you go. Why not, right?
Hit the gym. Even
There's
better.
always
Actually, be more
a lot of
productive.
alcohol in this in the fridge over here on Fridays.
There is,
eh?
yeah.
Always a plethora.
Oh, yeah,
of alcohol.
plethora.
Yeah, I'm not supposed to.
Hit the gym. Hit the gym. Hit the gym.
Yeah,
Don't go there. Yeah, never mind the drink.
How was the gym, Katina, man? I didn't go. The Katina. Oh, the key hit to record. My bad.
He's going later. It's going later.
Yeah, he's working for the people. All right, guys, we're
going
overtime. Love you too,
We're overtime.
Kalua. Hope you have a fantastic day. All right, guys, before we send it back to the big boys, CREV's open again.
Jeez.
And it's really going now. So now it's up almost 100%. It's taking out that $7 area, 735 HOD. CREV for all my small cap gapper traders going into the afternoon. But it's time to send you to the big boys. Joseph and I be back, same bat time, same bat channel on Monday. See you guys.
Hey.
Well, what? Huh? Depends on what.
Hello?
Oh, okay. There we go. There we go. Yeah, a little delayed action there. We're back, and obviously you can see what the title of the afternoon is like. Market.
The chat.
Market is dying. Market is
chat.
bleeding. Market's in free fall right now. But I was surprised that Apple was that close to green relative to some of these other names. But it's like it's not everybody. Thankfully, Google. I like you, Google. Thank you. You're doing really, really well. And it's actually breaking the highs as we. Don't jinx it. As we speak, Alphabet is trying to take out those highs. So it is one of those types of markets where you've got some strength in there. You had the massive reversal after the CapEx from Meta, where Meta was down and Nvidia was up, and those two reversed amongst each other. Palantir was at 82. Now Palantir is back at 80. Like, it's just, you've had a lot of crazy action. Bitcoin's held up pretty well, everybody, to end the week. But yeah, it should be a wild one. There's actually volatility in this close. I can guarantee you that. Didn't think we'd be shorting Palantir at any point.
We're still $2 in the money on Rigetti. We took that with all of you at 10 o'clock, and we'll talk about that. Reversion. What's up, Obi? And then we were long the NASDAQ here. We were long together all of this, and all of a sudden we broke, and now we go short. And there it goes, man. It broke through that 87 and change, does not hold up here at 22,000. When we see that breakdown, when we see Nvidia break down, when we see them break these walls down, we go down with it. So that was a nice play there for the TQQs, putting it right back in the pocket. But look at this Rigetti. We still have on 7.5% of this trade as it just bleeds back in for RGTI. So again, kind of a big trade there for me, right off the open. Not off the open, it was 11 o'clock, but it was off that first little fade. So we have, pretty much that high right there back in on RGTI. So far, so good. And then short the futures, and then, FXI. We're long right here. That's 957. So we took that all together. It does go upside. I mean, we were getting out at the pre-market highs. We did pretty good holding this. Again, remember, this was about our stop was through 80 as we wrote it down here. If you want to find all these trades, I mean, we talked about most of them. But our stop here was 11 cents. So now we're in the money here, 31 plus cents, with our best out about 40 right there. So nice little 4-to-1 banger. Nice upside on FXI. But yeah, I mean, the NASDAQ, and we, again, welcome everybody. I hope you guys are having just an absolutely great afternoon, great day, great week of trade. See? There we go. There was that break. Then we talked about this again earlier on this morning. Watch out for that little move. That's 22,000. We went short, and this is why I'm starting to get out right now, because we are finally starting to see maybe a little bit of a bid coming through. I want to thank you to our friends at eSignal for that chart. But look at all these. We let it fall. Let the pain come into the name, and it does do that on the NASDAQ. So we'll put a bid here at 27s, see if we get a fill. Hopefully we do, and then we'll let the rest rock down. There it is, back down into the downside. So hopefully another big trade coming here on the market. So we'll figure it out. But Neil, it's been a very, very fun morning and into the midday for sure. Thanks to Sharif and Joe with a big show.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and now we're going to go over and figure out what you guys want to talk about if and when we're ready. Go ahead, go to Neil.
No, just quickly, there was just news on Paramount. What is it with news? This is what AMD did earlier.
AMD.
Paramount had some news just now about another offer, and it goes up and it gives it right back. No, AMD had an integration story. Wow, Paramount right back in. It's a good thing. Maybe it's a good thing we didn't get right to that. Sometimes you get that pop-up. Come to my chart for a second. This is what Paramount just did. Sometimes the algos punch long and they just get moked. AMD had the same thing. I actually played it the other, like AMD, here's your volume candle, integration of, I forget the name of the product. You can go look it up. DeepSeek. Goes into VWAP, immediately reverses it, and then flat bottom breaks. And Paramount just literally did the same thing where the algos go long, and it's that kind of a day where the sellers are like, really? Yeah, no, we're going the other way. So I almost feel like if you find some things that they pop, maybe some mean reversion is going to be in play. But the market continues to go. Cancel the Palantir. I mean, it's up. Palantir's still up, but it's looking like a topping tail candle at that 80 level for sure. Nvidia just made another fresh low. Right. You were saying Apple was still green. Was close and was actually closer to green than the rest. The question is, where is the bottom break on Apple? Still another $1 away, I think, for AAPL. Yeah, there's a lot to get to. These futures are not really holding up. Every time we get a little bit of a bounce, they just keep on flushing. Well, I have my eyes on, there's a small cap that go EV still. I mean, and then PRFX as well. So
we're over 120 handles in the money right here. So look, guys, I'm trying to show you we're trading the Qs, that's the futures, and we're also trading Rigetti. That's a low cap gapper that's absolutely running. We're also trading an ETF right here with FXI. So we're all over the place, and then just trying to show you sort of the versatility. I hope you guys are all enjoying everything. What's up, Sharif?
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys locked and loaded. They're already in their positions, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So join Joseph and I during the How to Trade show, during the midday, and get into the chat. But you can only chat if you're a subscriber and make sure you vote as well. So make sure to like, subscribe, and share. Let's look at the 4 major averages already. Everything in negative territory, with the NQ leading the way down 0.8%. Last time I looked, this is the look at the Qs right now. Looking at taking those levels that we've been using as support, very close to that. We have the ES also down 0.42, and the Dow and the Russ both down 1/3% right now. So we'll keep an eye on the major averages. Let's start with the first ticker though, as decided by you guys, Nvidia. Wow, look at that move down after going green in the pre-market on the back of news that Meta was going to invest about $60 billion, give or take, into AI. Expected to be the benefactor is Nvidia. The majority of that spending didn't matter though. Texas Instruments, and the soft guidance had chips weak all day, guys. Very few chips actually green on the day.
Did we talk about Texas Instruments? I kind of feel like we didn't talk about Texas Instruments. I can't remember why there was no discussion of Texas Instruments today. But
Adair hates Texas Instruments.
no, it was it's just we're just messing around. We just had some fun this morning about that.
I got you, Adair.
It was a busy morning.
It's content.
But you had to pick and choose what was going to move today. And I think obviously the second that news hit for Meta, because it was Mark Zuckerberg announcing the capex spend on Meta. You got a massive bump up in Nvidia. It tried to hold. It was massive. I mean, it was like $4 move. Volumes came back in the other way. It initially did hold the breakout right away, and it's like, you end the day. If I ended my day on Nvidia, there it would have been great, because we basically had the one bounce that worked off of the 146, but I tried it back here. Sorry, 146.5. This is the 146, which I played again, and then another mean reversion. So that's where we end up red on Nvidia. Essentially, those two shots there. Nvidia is not the worst, but again, sometimes you want to be able to get out of it after that one shot, and then you fail lower high VWAP. It's not an all-time high fail, but it is very, very close to a fail at the all-time high. Reversal candle, but I still am kind of constructive about the 50-period moving average. Ultimately, it's still a good story. I think it bodes well, certainly for them to continue that growth, which has been pretty spectacular, although slowing in the last few quarters for Nvidia. Shadow, thank you, Orion, for the super chat. We appreciate you. Orion Khan with the first super chat. Yeah. Appreciate you right there, Orion. Let's have a fun one.
Yeah, thank you so much, Orion. Oren, it is.
Was it Oren?
Yeah.
Oh, Oren.
All right, what's up, Oren? Thank you so much for that. Look, Nvidia will be the #1 P&L name here on the show, despite me holding on to. Actually, Rigetti will take it, but the Qs, we'll see where that's going. But right there, and it's just what we talk about, man. Stay disciplined, stay real, and be the best trader you could be. Is that motivating enough? 147 break up to 149, good. Reload it, good. Get out, leave it alone. It's dying right now. We're short the market. And yeah, there goes Nvidia. As soon as it broke that 144, it was see you later, alligator. And that was it right there. Nice little break of that 144, and bye-bye. We chose violence with the futures, and it's paying off right now. So without Nvidia, this market doesn't have a chance. Nvidia to the downside right now. Looks like it wants to keep going, so we're staying short the market. And oh, hell yeah, are we staying short the market. Big time movements to the downside right now. Really, really loving everything today we've got on the red hat. Here has nothing to do with the red market, but you can see the market is starting to, creep a little bit lower here, and it's obviously off some weakness here in the chip space. So that's my little story there on Nvidia. It's your P&L #1.
From the weakest Mag 7 name now to the strongest Magnificent 7 name, Meta up 1 1/3, making all-time highs today, breaching that $650 area. It went red in the pre-market, believe it or not, on the back of this headline that Mark Zuckerberg plans on spending about $60 to $65 billion to grow its AI team this year. Additionally, U.S. President Donald Trump criticized, okay, that's a different headline there, but guys, Meta off the highs now, coming back in to about $644.
Yeah, Meta was a beast off of those lows. It was actually before the open when it made the bounce. So if you're waiting for like the opening range to come in there on Meta, it had already given you, like it broke down to 624, it came right back to the all-time high, because if you go back over here, like the all-time high was just chilling in the mid 600s, 630s. And by the time you got to the open, it essentially was already giving you that look. By that point, you pick and choose, moved on over to Nvidia, which it is what it is. That ended up how it was. I was initially looking for a clean breakout of that level, and it changed everything. But this is about as bullish as it gets for Meta here. I think you get a bit of an all systems go. If the market is saying, okay, you're going to spend, we believe you if we're going to close at all-time highs on Meta. On a day where the market's bleeding, Meta wants to close at an all-time high, despite the fact there was some news that previously used to concern people with Meta. But I think the fact that the spending is going into the right place is ultimately good here for Meta. So, this is one of those stocks that we're, happy to have bought semi-recently, not in the last week or so, but yeah, Meta all-time highs. It's Meta and Google that look good, and everything else in the market today, a little sus.
All right, so I'm going to, start to cover just maybe a little bit more. We already did our sort of work there to show you the bottom potential in the Qs, and we might have just made it in the NASDAQ. So just pay attention if you're trading futures right now. We did get some suggestions. Someone asked me there in the chat. Look, I appreciate you, Dinesh, and everybody in there talking about some of the trades that I've been able to put on over the last 4 years. All right, so I'm getting some more out here on the TQs. Look, the big thing here for Google, I know you want to talk about Meta. I like Meta all-time highs. We chose Nvidia to trade that. Obviously, like Neil mentioned there, you could have chose Meta. We didn't. Did you trade Meta? No, you didn't trade Meta.
No, I canceled orders on Meta that I had when the news came out. So
so that's what I was going to say. So not much action there. But this Google, as Neil just highlighted, it's breaking right now. This is a big one. The two largest positions that I have right now are Google and Nvidia. So we're pretty happy with it. But its all-time high is 202.29. So you got to wait out for 202.29. When that breaks, I think is when you want to look for this. But if you're playing something for into the close, yeah, I would say that this has it up 1% down. I'm playing red names today. I'm going to be looking short. I'm not looking long. But if you were, I think a pullback, if this somehow loses the 50, I still think you can buy it here at VWAP. So it's like 199.40, 199.50, this little area right there. But just like we did on Rigetti, Rigetti is a $2 winner. Like Rigetti, we're in the money now. Like this is $2 on 15 or on 16. This is a nice win. But you got to always, we talked about this with Chef Joe. Thank you, Chef Joe, by the way. Great guest last night on the recap show. And I want to thank you for making that one of the better ones that we've had recently. I love having some of our viewers on. That was fantastic. But right down there into 1360, like this is where we need to think about covering here on Rigetti. We have, imagine looking at this chart and somehow saying, well, if I was short up here, that is where we're short. So it's like we've already covered into the 200 period. We covered at the 50, and now you zoom out and you see that you might have some bouncing spots right here. So let's start to cover a little bit more on Rigetti, and that would be that. So Google, we just talked about 200. Let's go get the story, and then maybe we can look at it one more time. But Tesla and China, some big things coming later. Check out the FXI trade below.
Yeah, not much of a headline today, Sean, on Google, just really working its way up there above that $200 level right now. D.A. Davidson maintaining neutral on Alphabet. Google obviously raising the price target from $190 to $200. It's already above that right now. Guys, good day for Google as it recovers off yesterday's sell-off.
I'm kind of curious. The B/O, Google 200 breakout. Okay. No, that actually makes some sense. No, it could mean a lot of things. No, but as Sean mentioned, 200's a round number, and the actual top, the all-time high is 229, and then the actual high for the last 3 days is resistance at 220, 35 or so. So you have some overhead here on Alphabet, which isn't quite an even dollar breakout trend. Sometimes, it's all about the even dollar. Other times not. This market is not looking very strong. On a weak market, punching at the high on anything, I don't really like at all. I do, I love what Google is doing here, much like Meta, where the fact that you're able to be at the highs on a day where the market's not doing very well, I think that's a good sign. But I'm not looking to punch any highs in here. If we do get some kind of maybe you can dip and hold a prior support and you get a tight stop risk to not have to buy literally the highs in front of the week's highs, that'd be a little different on Alphabet. But I think it's an all systems go for them and Meta. They kind of got the clear sailing today. Unlike, we don't really have another opportunity to talk about Apple, so I'm just going to throw them in there because we just went Meta, Google, Nvidia, and that's 3 Mag 7 names. Unlike Apple, which was very much like Meta, like you take all of the little bit of shelves here. There were a couple of chances where it did give you some bounces, but just stair step to the downside. And remember, Apple's a name which is at the 200 period moving average. So for anybody out there that's like, oh, we missed the first time that it bounced off the 200 period moving average, well, here's your shot again, if you like Apple.
All right, so the Google 200 back off. I think that's what it meant. Back off. It's like
that makes 200. Yeah,
stand back. All right, so yeah, is it breaking out? Yes. I mean, it's exactly right. It looks like it's breaking through $200 now. We say finally to that one, so we go bang, 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 and hit the sirens and try to encourage it to go up just a little bit more. We're not in it. It wasn't on my radar today, to be honest with you. I'm happy, obviously, with the stocks that we've chosen to trade today. Being you can see what's happening, but yeah, good breakout, good level. I think you could go long, but I've already told you my piece. We're short the market, man. We're over 130 handles in the money right now, and I just don't want to. I want to sort of cheer and watch out for this short. But if we do get a bounce, I'd almost rather reverse the position here in the futures and then go the other way as far as Google, right? And so if we're going to reverse out, I'd rather find out if we're going to bounce here, maybe break long in the futures rather than Google. But this one has the juice. Still thinking red. Hard to go long on this. But yeah, 1.1%. Hey, man, next week, this thing moons for sure. So great call on that. Probably 210 next Wednesday. Sharif.
Sean, Model Y, new Juniper released today. Well, the pre-orders today released previously in Asia, China, and some other Asian markets already could order the Model Y. And didn't really move the needle today for Tesla, guys, down 1%. Despite this good-looking car, I mean, I don't know, I'm a fan. And this individual, oh, come on. It's like the only part of the video where this dude's talking and it happened to be there when I turned it on. So sorry, guys, a little anticlimactic. Wanted to show you the new Model Y.
So we don't really have a producer.
What a handsome gentleman that dude was.
Back and forth and does this also. Shout out to Sharif for attempting
there's an
that.
He looks like an actor that, I don't know.
There it is.
There we go. That's better.
Nice. Yeah, it looks pretty attractive there. I mean, I like a little more sleek. This guy's like a walking Model Y. Like he's got white on top. He's got the black pants. He's like this guy's.
He put some thought into it.
This guy's all about it right here. Who is this guy?
The kicks don't match, but that's
yeah. He's got some brown shoes on there. All right. Now, so Tesla today. This is funny. Right now. Yeah, exactly, Remy. This is what I'm trying to say. All right, so look, Tesla, despite it looking like this is the best part about it. This is P&L number 2 for the show today. And it's just because we were able to buy it and sell it, we got stopped out. Buy it and sell it and stopped out. The best part about all these stop outs are they're nowhere near the amount that we took on the upside. So that's Tesla today. It's falling back down. The market's going to have a problem down here. As we just said, it might be bouncing. I'm going to exit a little bit more here on the TQs. Maybe Tesla finds a base here in and around 405 or something. So I don't know. This could be. Maybe Tesla's one of the ones to get blasted back to the upside here. All right, maybe Tesla or the futures. We'll have some more looks. I just punched out more here on the TQs as we try to break a little bit above. So we are watching out for this futures play. We said that we'd have to be careful if it broke back above. For me, it's the 50-period moving average, 86.50, and we're out of the Qs, and we'll rethink about reloading and maybe even going long. But Tesla, P&L number 2 here today, well traded. I don't know if you did it or not, but it's a positive stock for me.
Didn't trade Tesla today, but let's talk a little bit about a crypto name. Hive Digital Technologies. That is HIVE over there on the NASDAQ, and they're pioneering the digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions and Bitcoin mining. a global leader in cutting-edge data center operations with over 2,700 Bitcoin on their balance sheet. Hive consistently tops the industry in Bitcoin mined per exahash and is redefining the future by powering the world's most transformative technologies with efficient green and clean energy. Learn more by following them at Hive Digital Tech or at hivedigitaltech.com and sign up for the Hive newsletter for updates. Scan the QR code you see in front of you, and shout out to our friends over at Hive Digital. And, ooh, I like that one. I knew you were going to post it that way. No, you don't have to apologize for it. Sharif, you're staying on brand, as you always do there. Before we go to Sharif, Johnny Bravo, thank you for the super chat there. Thoughts on going long with Hive? Great show, by the way. Well, crypto's up today. Crypto's up today. Bitcoin's up today. I don't want to speak for I don't want to speak for the entire market. Bitcoin is having a pretty solid day today, so I would suspect, I'll get to GoEV in a second. Well, I would suspect that Hive should be doing, is it doing okay? Yeah, it's actually, it's more just holding on. It's holding on to the bid more than anything else. So not necessarily ripping it off. It's like 2.5% to the upside. So it's not ripping any faces off, but still an update for Hive. And look, I didn't know pulling it up. It could have been down for all I know when I checked it, but they are having at least a decent day in here, a couple of points into a negative market. But let's talk about China. I'm not saying it the other way.
All right, guys, last on the list here, FXI, China in focus after Donald Trump says President Xi called him. And the relationship between China is very good, and hopefully China can help end the war in Europe, guys. But this is what kind of want to bring your attention to. This gap up here on FXI, we know that the Chinese ADRs have a propensity to gap up. Oftentimes, though, they're filled. This one actually made new highs, guys.
Thank you, Sharif. Yeah, I mean, we haven't wrote down FXI here in probably months. And all of a sudden today, I came in, we looked at the chart, we found some FXI, and there it is right there, 30.80 long, up to 30.80 to 31. So we had our area of concern there. So we're bidding in those 20-cent areas. So let's go have a look now here what happened with FXI. So again, oops, that's still TQQs. As we got some out there, we put our stop in. Remember where we're getting stopped out of that play. But there it is, man. We've got the bottom. It came right back in. We got those 90s as we had written down. So it turned out to be a good spot to get those. It was the low of the day. You can't ever predict those things, but there it is. And we talked the other day or yesterday with Adara about getting wicked out of trades. Well, this one, we just sat there, took the price we wanted, just like we do with our stop orders, came back in, got it out on the halfway mark there, the pre-market high there, I don't know, 20 pennies or so, and then we just hit it right back in right now, got some more out, and then just now at that top 31.30. So look, I like it. I like the fact that we were breaking higher. I'm trying to make trading great again and trying to make it so simple for everybody. So I think we did that here with this trade, and FXI made sense to me off the 200. Good positive news, like the stock. It's FXI. It's another winner. Yeah, Google's a great trade too. But there goes FXI, man. Neil, another one. This is actually going to be P&L number 4 for the show here today, FXI.
Yeah, great one for sure. No questions about it. I actually have Baba has finally closed above the 50-period moving average. So in my PA, I'm already in Alibaba. We've mentioned this before, so it is what it is. But waiting for Alibaba to knock on wood, the close above that 50-period moving average, and then just gonna buy it up there. I did put a trail in on Palantir. I'll get that in a quick second, so I'm jumping out. It looks like it bottomed at the $79 level after that 80 break. But I like Baba to be able to at least make a bit of a run and try to get back into this 92 to 93 zone. It's been, like, ever since it broke, you can see it's just lower highs, lower lows. It finally broke trend, and now you're, like I said, above that 50 period. So I think it's the go zone for us on Baba. Maybe it's the start of something. We've seen it before. It got to 120, but I don't know if it has that much room in it this time. I think playing into 95, then 100 will be the first look, and then we'll go from there. And just to go back over to Palantir. Look, Palantir, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a row. But that doesn't even do it justice. Like that's just last week. Go back 2 weeks ago. Since the 13th and that $64, it's every single day. It was just stair step, stair step, stair step. Today, it broke out the 80 level. It broke back down the 80 level. And now all of a sudden, it's trying to bounce off 79. So simple. This one was just a flat bottom break, but it's still trend out. So there's your trend from VWAP. The second it broke trend, trail the rest of it out. I'd like to think if we get back to the $80 level, that should be a bit of resistance. So 80 prior resistance that broke out early, turned into some support. Second it double bottomed, we got out of that trade. And then I was asked if I'm going to still trade Go EV. I mean, ideally it'll set up again. I've been shorting it at 65. More early in the morning when it was parabolic, I was shorting pullbacks, but then I just started shorting the 65 level underneath VWAP. It did one last push, 65 to 60, did that a few times, then it broke out. I'd like it to maybe break up, give me a shot to short at 65 again. Otherwise, as you can see, like it's got a bit of a flat bottom at 58 cents here on Go EV. So the story was earlier they're going under, right? But sometimes you get a little bit of a bounce when that's the case. So 58 cents would be a flat bottom break. 65 and in front of VWAP is where I'd look to short the pop. When the volume dries up, generally want to look for that under VWAP short trades. Let's see how far Palantir can get. I'm not completely convinced it'll be all that far. And then the other one I'm looking for a pop in to fade would be if we can get Apple anywhere from 223 into VWAP. I think that's a spot. You know, I know they're not doing that bad, but I mean, it's pretty much a stair step down. Percentage-wise, they're not doing that bad is what I mean. They are having a bad day, but I want to short the next pop here on AAPL.
All right, yeah, I mean, I think exactly. I'm just kind of the same way here. We did get stopped out of the TQQs, so, and we actually see now that it stopped out. Tesla still, we still made more money though on Tesla than the TQs. We did wind up, like we got stopped out, so that was a winner there. We averaged in, we got stopped out here and then went short. So this last trade would have been a loser, or else this would have been, you know, much, much bigger. But there's the stop out. We said on the 50-period moving average, we'd stop out, so there's the break. And you guys, like, this is like a waterfall. So it finally breaks the 50-period right here. I am thinking of potentially going long now into the market. But again, I don't want to get like changed up too much. We wanted the short. I still think the short is pretty good. It's just, it did take that level and in not, I mean, maybe I should have got out of half of what I had left. Maybe that's what it was. Ramin's going to like this one because backed by popular demand tonight, I have invited the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mr. Chris Berkshire will be joining us tonight on the market there it is, yes sir, on the market recap show. He was on with us, well, he's always on with us, but he'd taken a break there. He's been, I had him last week. Yeah, and it went really well. So I reached out, so he'll be joining us tonight. So if there's any questions for Chris Berkshire, myself, or Adara, will be on there tonight. Okay, man, it is a spaghetti kind of a day. We'll say, oh, Canada, and all that nonsense talk there about what's happening with us. But there goes Rigetti right there. Nice trade to the downside. It's still going lower, guys. A bunch of outs over here. You know, this is going to be a big stock, right? It's going to be Nvidia 1 for me, Rigetti 2, Qs 3, Tesla 3, Qs 4. And so those are all positive names. And then the worst name here for me today is going to be Apple. Again, it's always just catching these damn falling knives. I just got to stop. So that's a loser. Oh, FXI too. So these are the winners we have today. FXI, 1. Nvidia, right? That's 2. Rigetti, right here. I'm just showing you the trades. 3 trades there. TQs. This is the one that I'm actually most proud of because we were long and then flipped. I mean, the Rigetti one's pretty good, but long and then flipped into the short. So that's 1, 2, 3. That's 4 win. That's 3 for 3. Then the Q's 4s. Then Tesla's 5. So that's 5 names that we've traded. Now let's flip it around. All right. So the red stocks that we have Affirm. So Affirm cost me, how much I lost on that is just about as much as this Cortado cost. So we make some money on Affirm, then we get out of the rest. That was a half out, and there we explain that live. And the only other one that we have read over here is Apple. So this one read by a lot, but there goes Apple to the downside. So that's it. So we'll go 5 wins, 2 losses on the day there for Apple, and just trying to. I kind of wish we were still short, and I'm thinking that we'll probably go short in and around there. So that's what we're doing, man, today, 5 and 2. So not bad coming in, but again, it's always about share size, making the right plays. All right, Palantir actually, FXI is a great trade. So, all right, so Palantir is coming in right now, right into 79. So this was what goes up must come down, I guess, right into zeros again for PLTR. $79 coming into play right there on
Still
Palantir.
up.
So
Let me do the quick math. 21% from last week's lows. Something like that. No, you know what? It's crazy. There's a bunch of things that pulled back recently that were absolutely flying. I'd be remiss not to mention nuclear name, GEV. This stock, we were talking about this yesterday. I forget who it was that slapped a downgrade on this stock. And I casually mocked them for slapping a downgrade. It's easy when a stock goes ridiculously parabolic to be like, oh my goodness, the valuation's out of control. But whomever it was that slapped a downgrade on GEV, they probably picked the right time to do it because it had just gone after earnings into some fresh highs. It was this and Constellation, both names that I liked, had flat bottom. Whoops. I said flat bottom broke, which they didn't because GEOV did. No, I mean the CEG, Vistra also pulled back a little bit. I don't love the fact that Vernova, I should say, pulled back heavily, 5%. This is the one, of the three, of course, it's the one I own in my personal account. That said, I own the stock, but I have never actually bought the stock, which isn't really that complex. I'm sure you guys can all figure out how that happened because I own GE for a ridiculously long time. And in the spinoff, hey, I got some fun with GE Healthcare and then GE Verona. So aerospace, healthcare. I sold the healthcare right away, but kept the other two. I should check to see how that decision is going. Probably not that good. As long as I didn't put it into UNH, I think it would be fine.
Yeah. UNH, now I think UNH is going to be okay over here.
That's a fair point. I actually think UNH is probably looking a lot better.
All right, we're long Palantir. Yeah, I think so too. I like UNH. Dara likes UNH a little bit there as well, was one of her picks. Wasn't that one of your picks, UNH, I think, maybe? Yeah. Okay, so we're long right now, Palantir. We thought we would try this one here. We zoomed this out. It's right here at this 200 period. But I don't, that 200 period's a little lower, man. This is at 78.70. So if we break below, I was just thinking even right here, 78.90, basically the low of the day. If we break below 78.90, let's get out of Palantir. So that will be something there. We're only long at O's right now, but, to be honest with you, if that's going to be, okay, here, let's get out of 5% right now if we can. And then we'll get another 5%. So there, we'll offer some there for 07s or 08s. 07s, actually, that's not even that good. We'll see if we can just get there, pay some fees right there with getting out of 5% for the dub, and then we'll see if it can go a little bit higher. There it goes. Okay, here we go. So there goes Palantir. Now it's in the money 10 cents. We'll get another 5% right here, and there it goes. We get it out at 11, actually. Now it starts to bump up. Here we go, Palantir. We're long this name. We just talked about it, so we're back in it. Well, not back in it for the first time at $79. I think there's a chance. That is the 50 period right there. Again, we're getting out if it breaks below. Here it comes right back in again. See, so the futures are doing this dance again where we already made that move where we broke the 50 and then just got slammed right back down again. So that's going to be a problem, and I feel like just because what Neil said there too, it's up so much over the last week and a half that, if you're raising capital or something like that, this could be something. If I told you 2 weeks ago, and this name's at 66, that today on the 24th we'd be at $79, there could be some selling coming into the name. But we're not going to treat it any differently. Our stop is still where it is right now. If there's selling coming into the name, it looks like it's already been here. So go away, sellers, and come back in May. So then we'll see where we can be from there. So that's a 50 period moving average. Let's get some more out if we get into the 25 area here, make that quarter point, and then we'll go from there. But so far, not really so good here as Palantir just trying to get off the schneid a little bit here. But
Apple.
Again, yeah. So the day's been going pretty good. You're gonna get back into Apple there. You're in GoEV. How's that been going?
Well, it's not going bankrupt yet. But it just broke to 58. Like I said, this happened with Revlon, I don't know, whatever. Bed Bath & Beyond did this where the time that you announce things are going bad, you actually get a bounce. It went parabolic this morning. And it's just been, ever since this 80 break fail, it's been holding underneath VWAP. There's been a couple times it's like gotten above VWAP, and then you just try to get back in. I thought maybe there'd be one more shot at the 65, but if it gets back to 50 cents, right here at 10:30, you can see the first move at the open, first pullback was into like 50 cents. And that's this range. You can actually see the candle. There's 58 cents up top, and there was like 50 cents at the bottom. So I think that's the move right now. We break back above like 58.5, jump out of the trade, in at like 57.8, which is, that's, I don't know the thing about it. Like in at 57.8 and stop at 58.3. So think of it like if it was like you're short at $57.80 and you're out as, yeah, just move the decimals over. So risking like that 0.5, right? And then the move is in here. So think of it in that regard. Big pain in the butt is relearning some of the gateways. There's so many different, there's very few gateways in the penny stocks that you don't pay a fee for. So one of the things when you're getting back into it is realizing, okay, well, if you post on this one, you get a small rebate. You post on that one, you're actually paying a fee. So getting back into that swing of things, because I haven't really traded these in a while in the same fashion. There was a name I wanted to go over. We'll get to Nvidia in a quick little second. It was actually, I wanted to talk about Boeing futures here for a sec. Because I know this morning we were saying, hey, it's not so bad with Boeing when they report bad news and things don't fall apart. That said, they kind of fell apart at $180 today. The market came back down. There's some sellers in here at the 180 level. So I'm a little bit, I don't want to say that I'm concerned about it today, because I think the chances of it breaking this 173 are relatively slim this afternoon. But if we lose that 173 on Monday, I could see myself being short-term bearish on Boeing. I know I've said I think I'm feeling like the bottom's in with Boeing. You know, I sold a bunch on my personal account and was down to like 20%, and then I added back in, so about like 50% of what I would consider full position on Boeing when it held the 200-period moving average. I don't care about that yet, but the day trade, if it loses 173 next week, is a totally different story. You know, you got back to red today after what looked like a strong morning. And the story, of course, is they're bleeding money because that's what they do.
Yeah, Boeing. I mean, look, I think that's just a story of, do your research, pick the right levels. I mean, and then if you believe in it long term, hold on to a piece. I mean, we talked about that. I haven't sold Palantir in a minute in my account, and I'm thinking that we probably might want to get something out. Okay, I'm gonna get something out more at 09 right here as we just tested the bottoms again. All right, we did not reload. I came close to reloading that, by the way, on Mr. Palantir, but Mr. Palantir is a friend of mine. All right, so that's Palantir. Now, let's just keep on going. We just got some out there at 09, so not a bad play there for us on PLTR. Let's just hope that it starts to go upside. We're only out of 10%. So we do have our next offer at 13s, which never filled us. I thought it did, but it did not. Then we're going to wait for 30s, and then that's that for PLTR. Let's check it back on Netflix. What sort of started this whole thing for the whole, basically the tech sector? One of the very first names that brought to our attention this earnings season was Netflix. We did have Texas Instruments, and we can have a look at Texas Instruments in a couple minutes here as well. But Netflix, again, huge move up there on earnings. You guys asked about it. I liked sort of the setup there before earnings, even though we were under the 50 period, but we had bounced off this 820 and had a couple decent moves into it. Then all of a sudden exploded to the upside. It didn't have too much carry forward, right? It went up to 1,000 and then fell right back down again. But for right now, we'll look at Netflix and say, hey, still down that 1%. I think this is a downside move. It just came in through eSignal. So here's my eSignal alert scanner that I use all the time. There's Netflix right there coming back in on the scanner. Most likely rate coming back right from in here, hitting the 50 period moving average.
Actually,
so,
can you pull that back down again?
Yeah.
One of the, and this is just ad hoc right now, one of the values of a scanner, for most people, it's like, oh, it gets to a key price level. Maybe I want to trade it at that level.
Right.
The other thing you can do with a scanner, and I have a real world example that just happened here, that you can do with a scanner is, let's just say you want to be long or short at a key price level the stock is not trading close to. Well, you don't necessarily want the fill to be the reason why you notice that it's at that price. Sometimes you want to get notified as it gets close to the price level that you want to execute at. That way you can pull it up, be like, do I still want to offer this or bid this? And I only say that because I just got in and out of a stock very, very quickly when I realized the order that I wanted, it doesn't really matter. Like, this is probably a stock no one's going to trade. But I wanted this in the morning. I'm like, yeah, if I can get something spiking up in the pre-market, the stock will do this at the open and then flush every now and then. And I was looking at something like that off of this high. But I didn't cancel the order. I left it all day long. And so my notification for the fill was getting filled and punching out for a 1 cent hit. Now, not that it really matters, but just a real world example of something you can do with alerts. It's not just about, of course, it'll probably come down now. It's not just about whether you want to sit there and trade a stock when it gets to that level, or maybe get alerted to it or take a breakout. Maybe you're resting an order here at VWAP, and you want to know before it gets there so that you're not just getting run over with it. And so I think that's always going to be important. Let's go to Adara. Apple is trying to make a little bit of a curl off this lower high. So let's go to Adara. I'm going to look to get in if we close this underneath 222.80 on the 3-minute. Adara?
That's actually great timing, speaking of Apple, because here is a look here at Mac revenue over the years. It is exactly 41 years since the launch there of the official Mac, or the original Mac there, on January 24th, 1984. So 41 years into the Mac. This graphic here on TTV Research on X, I've dropped the link in the chat. I'm going to give you a history of some of its developments contextualized with what was happening with Apple in 2011 here. We had Tim Cook, I'm going to have to replace it there, stepping in as CEO instead of Steve Jobs. We also had Apple announcing its M1 chip and the iMac with Apple Silicon, so lots of developments here. I will actually be reposting this because Tim Cook and not Steve Jobs, but regardless here, definitely check that out on X once that is reposted, guys.
All right, and then there it goes, man. We'll flush it down the toilet because Palantir didn't hold. So tried it at $79. I mean, this is what we're here for, is to try some of these plays. There it did not work. I should have just, whatever, man. I mean, hindsight is 20/20, but we talked about like trying to maybe stay with that short there. The short's still kind of working, but at the same time, it's trying to bounce. I guess we might have just picked the wrong name, because if we were in the futures, we would still sort of be alive right now. Palantir going red, that might be the problem. Do we, again, remember the biggest loss today is Apple, and that was because we just kept on trying to, we didn't keep on trying. We did keep on trying to go long. We made the cuts pretty small, but after a while, they start to like bleed, and it's like you don't want to make a mistake doing one thing. And okay, but Palantir, what kind of volume was that? Okay, it wasn't. Yeah, it was a big one, but it wasn't a huge one. What was that low there? Yeah, see, I don't want to. But now the futures are trying to go. I think maybe we'll just buy some futures and see, because for some reason Palantir is not giving me those feels. But futures aren't really moving either. All right, it's 246. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for doing all that. The show's not going anywhere. I'm not talking like we're ending. It's just, I don't know if I want to commit to anything right this second, right now, as far as these stocks are concerned. Our FXI, by the way, is like mooning right now. I mean, as the U.S. market tries to battle back, FXI is making that move backside. Okay, I feel like right now, Rigetti's a monster, by the way. That's now 250 in the money, and really, that's starting to be like the chicken dinner winner of the day for me here. Rigetti's probably going to take over P&L number 1. It's not that far away now from taking out Nvidia for that title right here for me. So there goes Rigetti, now 250 in the money. It just bounced off the 50 period and came all the way back in. That's probably a good out now for RGTI. Palantir's right back to 78.95, so that could be a play as well. All right, punch out of, oh, there it is. Okay, well, we didn't even have to punch out. We put a bid out there, get filled at 45 on RGTI. Let's see where it goes, but it's so far so good here. Rigetti trying, guys, to go lower, and we'll just sit there, help it out, get some pieces out, because we're right back to some possible support levels on Rigetti. That's about it. All right, Palantir's still there, and futures are still here as well. So, all right, not much happening. We may try a long in TQQs.
Yeah, I did get Apple. It's right here at that 222.80 level that we're talking about. We got a super chat here from Bill Pruitt. This is like the third time this week, and shout out to you. Third time this week that I've heard, well, not heard, that we've seen people asking specifically about Tempest AI. And weak fundamentals, 17.4% short float, Pelosi influence, opinion for a swing trade, great show, everybody. I mean, technically, so first things first, I'm not here to endorse, hey, just follow whatever Nancy Pelosi does. that ETF apparently does really, really well. So obviously there's something to it, but we're not necessarily here for that. So like you said, it's got a pretty good short float. You're catching it on the upswing, and I'm generally a big proponent of don't catch bottoms, let things break the trend, which this broke the trend here and then held the 50 period there. Generally speaking, I'm a bigger fan of getting it as it's holding the 50 period moving average as opposed to maybe paying for a top there. And then, I usually would be like, yeah, stop out here, you're long in there, that's about 20% worth of risk. Like if I look at Alibaba, which, Baba is going to close above the 50 period moving average. That was me knocking on wood just to make sure that it happens and I didn't jinx it. If it does that, it's a very similar setup that I'd look for on Alibaba. But yeah, I think that's what Tempest is giving you. The fact that it has a short float, it can't hurt. I'd imagine any firm that is short a stock that all of a sudden Nancy Pelosi is interested in is probably getting a little bit nervous based on the history of what it usually does. But I mean, it looks pretty solid technically. I'm not here to tell you anything about what they do or any fundamentals. That's something that hopefully you look into if that's part of your thesis. If you just trade it off technicals, great. Maybe you don't care. But if you do like the fundamentals, then make sure you check it out. Like you don't want to be buying a lemon just because somebody else said so. That's not a good way to go about business. But a nice little breakout happening on Tempest for sure. That's not the first time we've talked about it. And for your sake, hopefully not the last. Hope it'll come back next week and it's a banger.
All right, so new position alert. Okay. We're into the TQQs right now, so this is a brand new position. I'm taking it just against this. If it breaks back through 25, then we're going to get out. Just feels right now like we could get going into the close, and the risk reward is probably here to try it. Like, I'm not giving it all the way to the bottom because the market's still red on the day, man. I mean, what is the ES doing? ES is okay. It's the NASDAQ. ES is down half of this. So we'll just see if the NASDAQ wants to sort of get some good feels here into the weekend and maybe take off a little bit into the close. And we're only going to give this 20 handles worth of room, right? So our stop rate here is that break. So we're long at 86.40. We'll take a little bit more if it does drip in because we don't have a full position yet. If we get something into the 30s, I think we should take that. Low 30s right there, we will. But for right now, here it goes, man. It's a good... Let's take out that 5% again because, hey, with the futures, like we don't know where this is going to go, but a nice little move to the upside. We just missed it. We're at 51, so we'll see if we can get a fill here at 51. And then, again, I'm just getting out 5%, right? Like as I say. So there it goes, breaking through 51. Now let's see if we can get going now to the upside. So target area, I mean, we do have some offers. I don't have any offers, but we do have some areas right here. 70s maybe could be something, maybe even a little bit lower if you could put something like maybe 60 right there, and then into the 70s. And remember, it's against a 20. So it's 20 handles worth of risk. So if we can get 20 handles on it, we should probably get out of maybe a third of it. So let's do that. Let's put an offer right now, upside on the Qs, and see if we get those fills. So far, so good. We'll wait at 57, and then we'll wait at 65 and see if that will work. All right, so there it is, man. A couple new positions for us on the TQQs.
Yeah, very quickly. Apple just broke. We had 72 short. We got some out at 61, and then it just broke 82. So the second it got to 1-to-1, we took some profit, and then it wicked. I mean, it literally got exactly to our first profit taker, then came back out to the upside. I have also moved the trail on Go EV just very quickly. When it did 2 steps down, then move the stop from that 58 half level into 56 and a half. So we're just hanging on to this as it heads to the downside. And the credit of Mr. Lib, I don't know whether or not it's her husband, Nancy Pelosi's husband, or her that makes the trades. I think it probably doesn't really matter. And I don't think a lot of people necessarily care. It's just more along the lines of they tend to have a lot of wins. It is what it is.
I mean, me and Neil here we're all talking about Nancy Pelosi. That's great. But I mean, we're putting up the wins for you here today. We just add another name here to it with the TQs. We hit the bang there because there it goes right up to that 57, 58 marker that we talked about. So it's a nice, I'm going to get out one more piece here as well at 58 if we can. We're just kind of like, we lost on Palantir, okay? We sort of gave that up, and we did learn our lesson from all of this, right? I mean, it's like, instead of trying to catch this and trying to play it, it. I even said, let's go over, and I don't know how this is going to work out for us or not here. Okay, here comes 58. Ugh, I might punch some more 56s. All right, there we go. We punched out a little bit of 56s there. All right, so I don't know how it's going to work out, but we switched it up. Palantir wasn't working for us, so we just simply moved over. And there it is, right? So it's the TQs. We flipped it over, and then we make that back there. What we lost on Palantir, we'll put back here on the TQQs to put forth, a pretty decent day. So far here will be green on what we've been showing you. And it's funny because Joe did that there on the Midday show. He just said, let us know in the chat if you guys are red or green or whatever. I mean, I think right now there's still an hour left. How many of you are trading? What's going on with you there in the chat? What opportunities do you guys like? Because there it is again, Neil. We'll spin it one more time because, yeah, we're getting excited. The prints are coming in. It's another one right there for us on the TQQs. So there you go. You guys talk about scalping. You talk about getting in, getting out. I think we're putting on a little bit of a clinic here with these TQs, showing you, getting out pieces as we go, giving some levels, and trying to hold out for hopefully a bigger move northbound. There it goes. Qs. I could have looked at Tesla. That was another name that we were thinking about going long. We picked Palantir wrong, moved over to the TQs right. So far, so good right there. All right, Adair, what you got?
We have relaunched here this Mac revenue graphic. Tim Cook's name is now Tim Cook. And we actually also hear this nice background inspired by some of those MacBook colors. So take a look at this. Really interesting to kind of see how the Mac revenue has taken a big hit over the last year, especially after reaching a high around 40 billion in the fiscal year. So I think this is especially interesting because we know Apple's earnings report coming up too. So check this out on X, TTV Research. If you have any ideas for posts, always let us know. Trying to introduce some really cool content for you guys. So check this out. If you are curious how Apple Mac revenue is going exactly 41 years after its initial launch on January 24th, 1984, guys.
Thank you very much there, Adair. Appreciate that. Love those graphics that you put out for sure. There's a lot of people in the chat have been asking about EVAX. I'll give you an update when I'm in a quick little second, but I was just posting in the chat as it made the move up, how thin the bid was. Tried to pick up a little bit there, but very, very thin bid on that move up. So essentially, you get a lot of people hitting the offer on the way from 550 to 6.5 into 7 as it got off the schneid, but there really wasn't much in terms of buyers that were filling it back up. Now starting to come in. Now they're starting to come in a little bit at the $6 level. Just be careful. If you're only trading off a chart, maybe you don't see that, but always have that book up, especially on a stock like this. $6 stock with a sometimes 3 cents, sometimes 5 cent spread. And if that opens up, you can get rinsed a little bit more than you would expect in terms of slippage when it doesn't have that liquidity. So the buyers are starting to come in there at that $6 level on, actually not even sure what the story is with EVAX. We'll check that one out. Maybe I'll go back and look in my news source to see what that is. EVAX, Adara, if you could just maybe post it there in a quick little second. So there's a double bottom here, not a double bottom, but a consolidative bottom happening right at the 53 level. It's kind of poetic, right? It's a 10% from support, prior support to the next support. It did this before, where it essentially went from 65 to 58, 59, and then the same thing happening at that 53. But that EVAX suddenly is going to get on the radar. If the buyers can continue to hold that $6 level, start putting in some higher lows, you want to see the volume come back in, which it's already started doing. But I'm not completely convinced that the buyers have won this just yet. It's already started to slow down. Some of it feels like spoofing underneath that bid. And what I mean by that is they'll post at the level 1, and then it gets close to they'll post beneath the level 1 price. It'll get close to their price, and then by the time it gets there, they're not actually taking the fill. They're just posting another 5 cents lower. So when I see that happening, it doesn't make me feel that great about the one.
No. All right, we reload.
Which actually happens a lot, believe it or
not. Ooh, okay. All right, so I don't know, man. Let's just look. You guys, okay, so Coinbase is hitting here. We're looking for some things that are maybe hitting different levels and whatnot. So let's just call up here. Our alert is on Coinbase. So let's go have, I don't know, maybe probably going down, right? Because Bitcoin right now is down to 105.5.
It's really going down.
So, yeah, so there's Coinbase here. Okay, yeah. Excuse me. Maybe an alert for the day on a scanner, giving us the low of the day, maybe for Coinbase right there. Yeah, coming right back into 300. So we'll alert to that itself on Coinbase, and then see if we do get that little bounce. I mean, if we're gonna talk crypto, let's have a just quick look at the asset itself. I don't even really like. Look, I'm a proponent of altcoins. Like I have many different altcoins in my account. The heaviest one right now for me is Solana, but I do have Cardano in there as well. And then it's not really an altcoin, but we have Ethereum, obviously, that we're holding as well. But I think all of us really want to look at Bitcoin, as this is the one that, although it's funny, like that crypto release or legislation or executive order there, I don't think it actually used the term Bitcoin or anything like that. So that's what sort of gave people a little bit of a scare, I believe, about BTC. But there's that 200 period moving average coming into play again right now for Bitcoin. So that could be something to look at right there coming in. Maybe this is a good buy area. That's right about 105.8, 105.9, which is where we're at right now. So 15-minute to get a bigger look at this. I just keep on looking over here because the TQs, we'll get back to this in a second. So we only got out of about half right now of our position on the Qs. Now it's starting to fall back in. So we just got that fail. Remember, we said the areas that we were looking at to get out of the TQQs, right into here. So we did that. It didn't quite get to sort of our target again, where we were thought about it, but we are now long again down here at the 50 period moving average, trying to give it to 20s. If we break down below 20, then we will have to scram on the TQs. We are long right now at 36. Here it comes. So again, like my hands are completely off. The stop order's already in, meaning that this is very just a robotic trade, right? Meaning like if it hits, it hits. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And then we'll have to worry about getting out on the upside. I'm going to still put an offer where all this fun started, 86.50. Although it's looking now that like, I don't know how far we're going to go. Let's put at about 15% or so at the bottom. Well, we're at the bottom right now, but at the top of this shelf, I guess, right here. If we can get something out on the back end up this side, that would be great. But it looks like it wants to test a little bit lower. Remember, the theory was in hopes that we could get a flow through here into the close. It's now 3 o'clock, so I mean we don't have to. We don't have to panic or anything like that. I mean, getting out here at this level makes perfect sense. It will basically turn this trade into a flat trade. And it looks like we're going to tell you, well, actually I won't really be able to tell that much because my net is back and forth. But yeah, 105. Coinbase shouldn't have done too much there. All right, so there's the dip down. It almost got stopped out, but it did not. So we'll have to wait to see now what happens here. It just bounced off 20. So there's another example where sometimes you make the wick, sometimes you get saved. So we are saved temporarily on that one. If you don't like the trade, get out now for a 4-cent hit. I mean, I'm going to see if there is some love back up to the upside here. So let's give it that go. I was just like, we almost got stopped out and it wasn't even a panic spot for me. My net's not really going too bad because it's not that big of a hit. So we'll wait to see what happens here. I still like this as a bottom take. We'll just see if it works. That's really all that we can do now.
I got up to the T. I got up to get a tea and went to the bathroom and Coinbase dropped $2. That's the only reason I said.
Remember, it was on my radar there, and then all of a sudden, yeah.
It was at 3:01. I got up. That was what, 90 seconds?
Yeah.
90 seconds, 2 minutes tops. Wasn't even that long. Coinbase is kind of bleeding here a little bit. What's Bitcoin do? No, Bitcoin's at 105.6. It's not even. It's like a Coinbase thing. For sure. Of course, Apple. Now Apple wants to flush. That's not really a flush. I mean, Apple wants to pull back. But even then, like that's like 30 cents. Like it's not moving. It's moving. It's not moving that much. What did they just? Bankers. Shoot, I heard something about Elon Musk.
They're trying to sell some of the debt, I think, from X, they said. Is that what it is?
Is that what it was?
I went over to... Yeah, just looking to sell. Gia, that's my daughter. Adara will get this in a minute. Yeah, I know you're not seeing it now, but it will come. It'll come in a minute there, and we'll just find out about. I just went over to Tesla because we heard Elon Musk. We heard the sale there of debt, so I wanted to go over and have a quick look. TQs are coming back upside a little bit right now. I'm going to get out at 5% right now at 39, just for like a 3 or 4 handle win. Put a little bit more in the pocket, but for right now, it is not. it's not really trading the greatest on the futures. Let's take some out here as we wait to hear what that story is again. And I mean, this is the best part, man. Adair's just sitting right over there. Looks like we might have another one for you right here, Neil. It could be
another one.
As here we go, man. A nice move to the upside right now. There we go. Let's go. Let's go, futures. There it is, man. Yes, we'll prop it up again for all of you guys trading on this account. There it goes. We just talked about it, man. So yeah, good little 10 handle move right now back to the upside as we're just building today, Neil, on the net. So it's starting to go right now and make a lot of sense and dollars for us. There we go. We got the 49s. Oh yeah. This is what we're talking about over here. I'm not sure what's going on with GoEV, but we are definitely on fire over on this side. Look, prop firm match. Join us in the prop firm game. Are you a skilled trader but lacking capital? Prop firms offer the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase. Man, trading is so much fun. Showcase your skills, access account sizes ranging from 5K to 500,000. You can start with as little as, you guessed it, that $20 bill of yours. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which one's the best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms and proven track records that are consistent, long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews. Explore payout histories. Discover the best deals all in one place. Scan the QR code right now that you see on your screen for Prop Match. PropFirmMatch.com. There we go. But yeah, okay. Look, I love doing the reads, man, but like hosting the show is one thing. Trading is the first thing. And there it goes right there for the triple Qs. More outs at 55, more outs to the upside. There it goes, man. We talked about this. 15 handles as well, worth of risk to rip up 20 pennies. We on one again today. Adair, what's going on with Chew?
Here's the X news, and I want to clarify, it has absolutely nothing to do with Elon Musk. The wording of that, I think, was, I don't want to use the word clickbait, but that seems like what it was. Why it was mentioned in the headlines I'm seeing is because Elon Musk owns X. So the wording here of the headline was, banks prepare to sell billions of dollars of X loans. Again, some of them mentioned like owned by Elon Musk. Elon has absolutely nothing, and I repeat, nothing to do with this catalyst. What this does have to do with basically is Wall Street Journal is reporting that some of these banks on Wall Street is preparing to sell billions of dollars worth of X loans, even specifically saying here that Morgan Stanley has apparently spoken to investors about selling their debt from X. So just be aware of that. Again, zero to do with Elon Musk here, guys.
You know what? I don't want to get into it too much, but the way that stories are framed lately around anything related to Elon Musk is kind of, it's amusing to say the least. And thank you, Darren, for the clarification there. Because I pulled up, and I'm like, why are we not moving? Who cares? But it's not that big of a deal. GoEV just flat.
Well, I'll take the other side of that. I mean, I think it has a lot to do with Tesla. I mean, it's the fact is like...
No, fundamentally. I understand it can be I'm just saying fundamentally, it doesn't... Like, I pull up Tesla like everybody else because that's what you do in a situation like that. I mean, fundamentally, this doesn't matter to Tesla as a company. However...
But remember, like, when he was buying X and everything like that, Tesla was getting affected because people 100%, were like, what's 100%. Going on here? So I just feel that if you're getting a call on some of this debt... We could see, I mean, is there a question mark about what's happening at X, what's happening with Tesla? This guy runs out of money. It will affect Tesla, right? But I don't think he's running out of money anytime soon. And that's what we had read out, right? Remember, we said that's going to be on X. They're trying to sell that debt there.
Well,
so
I don't want him.
Banks.
I don't want him buying. If you're Tesla, I'm a Tesla shareholder. I don't want him buying TikTok. Like, I don't want him involved in that. Like, raise money and how much of his own would he have to raise? It's too big for him to raise it on his own, but I don't want any part of that as a Tesla shareholder. Why would you care? It's not likely to be that big of a benefit, although there's some ways that it could be. But yeah, sometimes you just rather, be a boring CEO. I love when you own a stock with a boring CEO who just produces. And nothing against Elon Musk, he's a genius. But there was a flat bottom break here on GoEV. Just gonna zoom it out for you guys, because it did make the move. It made the break of 52 and then pulled right back in. There's no levels in here, but it bounced off of 42. I was just essentially sitting on the bid every couple of pennies because there really aren't any levels down here on GoEV. It started at 35 cents this morning. I don't know if it's going to pull the entire move back, but when you get something like this, if it gets back above 50 cents, I'm out. It's going to hang on to the last little piece. Essentially just a flat bottom break. And when you do any kind of when a penny stock in a general sense pushes to at or close to $1 and does a reversion play, I tend to like the other side of the trade. So for now, go EV. And we'll see what happens to it on Monday. Keep your ear to the ground. Like, this is exactly the kind of stock we could wake up one day and you're trading it on the OTC markets. And then that's your last chance of doing it. Which, if you're ever trying to bottom pick these, be careful with that. Actually know a trader that happened to. We're like, yeah, I'm going to take a shot on this. And then it went to the OTC. Was still able to trade out of it. You can still trade on the OTC, depending on the rules with your account. Right? Like,
yeah, some accounts won't let you trade unregistered names and things like that. So, and that's why the OTC. Remember, they had those markers there. Here, I'll show you on the OTC. If you guys were wondering about potentially, what stocks, and we had Jeff on the other day. He comes on all the time, but you can basically see right here, just like between a Fannie and Freddie or something like that, there's these little markers right here, like QB, pink, QX, this like warning sign here as well. So you can go over, and some of these different stocks or listings will have different variables about them, meaning, and he was talking about it. Again, I don't know where exactly the link is to the, I guess, to the white sheet or white paper on what this all means or sort of the classification, but you can go over here and just go to it. It's otcmarkets.com. All the information's there. Jeff gave it to us. You can sort of see potentially which stocks have been, it's kind of like vetted by them. I think it's not kind of like, I think that is pretty much what it is. The OTC markets will look at these stocks, check their, bless you, part of it had to do with the filings and if the filings had been completed or not. So definitely do your homework. But yeah, great question there about Go EV, or not even a question, but a comment there about Go EV. We don't know where it's going, but for right now, it is staying upside. And I remember Hertz, is it still HTZ?
That's the one I was thinking.
Oh, was it? Yeah. So Hertz actually, and our friend Carl Icahn, this went down to nothing. And maybe I can call it up on the eSignal platform, which will do a little bit better charting than ours for this sake. Yeah, it went down to the pink sheets. And you know what? Probably even passed earlier than this. Let's just go over here and have a quick look. Yeah. So, oh no, this is when it came back. Yeah. So see, so it went back down went basically under, and I say basically, it went under $1 there on said sheets, and came back, and there it was, man. Look at this move. Came back like at 73, 74 cents, and then absolutely ripped. That was back in 2020. Nice upside move as everybody, I guess, started renting cars during COVID. I don't know what's up with that, but nice move up, nice move up. It gets all the way from $1, basically. If you were about this in the pink sheets, you would have got pennies on the dollar, but it goes from an open market of $1, $1.20, all the way to $46, huh? And there's Hertz. So there's Hertz Global now coming back. And I feel like there's more of a story to this, but like from $1 to $46, I mean, wow, right there. So that's what can happen. And another story, of course, would be LKNCY. Which is Luckin Coffee, LKNCY, the Chinese coffee maker here, battling with Starbucks. They were also a NASDAQ name, and they had filing issues, LKNCY. I'll call this back up here. And they got delisted from the NASDAQ. And I don't think it was for anything other than something accounting related issues, which is obviously pretty important. I'm going to go to a monthly chart just to show people that you can obviously invest like these names, although pretty wild. Here's Luckin Coffee, goes all the way down here, up into $40, $44 on IPO, basically, from the NASDAQ moving over, drips all the way down into zeros again. That's when we must have got delisted, and then straight there back up to the upside. So, getting down to the pink sheets, if you can sort yourself out, isn't necessarily like the death wish that it can be. I'm not trying to say to hold on to any names that are going down there. We saw Save, I guess Spirit Airlines was one that I know Fabian was looking at.
I was actually, someone in the chat just asked a question. I just emailed Jeff Mendel. I'm pretty sure the answer is no. And the question was, do names in this pink sheets reverse split? To my knowledge, there'd be no reason why they would do a reverse split the same way that penny stocks need to on the NASDAQ in New York. You do that so that you can remain listed. I don't think you would have that reason. But just to confirm, I shot him an email. And I'm sure he'll respond at some time, but I'm pretty sure the answer in that particular case is no. And there are really good trading opportunities as well. And don't forget, they're going to be launching OTC Moon, which the ability to trade in the aftermarket on earnings names, we're coming into earnings season, on things like the election night, when Tesla had the robo-taxi event, that was really big and some traders did really well. So I think adding more venues there is going to be great. So thank you to OTC for that. Rolls-Royce trades over there. The ADRs as well are pretty good. I checked to see if Tellurian had made it back. But no,
go down there?
No, it wasn't Tellurian. It wasn't Tellurian. Tellurian was a buyout. There was
right.
No, there was another name I was thinking of there.
I mean, my Fisker went there to die. So
Fisker.
Yeah,
that's one.
I lost like $1,000 on that one.
No, I mean, there was the I've told whatever. Told the story before. Like I used to trade penny stocks when I started out, like as a prop trader. So like my very first month or so was on big cap, and then the second month was on like small cap, $1 to $5. And then the second I started doing like really well on those, I was like, ooh, these penny stocks were even better. And so naturally, like the first non-mutual fund or anything that I invested in was taking shots at penny stocks because that's what I kind of knew at the beginning. And so I made all the classic mistakes.
Yeah,
like, I wish hold myself, hold something when it went to the OTC markets. That one I don't think I could get out of it. I think I lost 100. It wasn't a lot of money, but I learned some really good lessons along the way that mostly evolved to, you don't have to worry about that when you buy good companies.
Right.
Mostly the case. Like even if you buy a downward trending company, like I'm just going to use the example of Snowflake because it's always the first one that comes to mind.
Yep.
Like even if I buy something like this, like I know that it's not likely to go to zero on me in rapid fashion. So even when I'm kind of catching a falling knife or like a little bit of a turn, I just feel safer doing it in something where, hey man, this is a real company that's doing real things that people actually believe in, and there's lots that also want to invest in it and pick some spots. So you'll always be a little bit careful. I've seen a few, Save is another one in there.
That was what I was saying, Spirit Airlines.
Yeah, Spirit Airlines. So just going to go back to Palantir for a quick little second because it's like 315. Obviously getting out of it was the wrong decision, but I don't know. I came in today thinking Palantir was strong, which it was.
Yeah.
And yeah, sometimes the bias gets the best of you. It did do a mean reversion, and it did break the trend line, so that makes some sense. But it did, like the bottom, this is a legit bottom at 78.5. Like this wick is real off of the open at 78.5. So that's kind of the spot where I would look for a mean revert back into the upside on Palantir as long as there's enough time to be able to do it.
Go EV doing?
Volky in the chat, you're right about that. I always believed it was fine to hit singles and doubles consistently rather than taking a big risk on home runs. I think when you're trading small caps, it's a really valuable lesson because, like I said, the first time I traded one, it was like I bought something at like, I don't remember, it was like, I think it was 47 cents, and it made a break to like 84 to 90, something like that, and then it rejected the dollar, and I was like, yeah, baby, this thing's gonna be $5, all this good stuff. And next thing I was selling it at 47 cents a week later when I had a double up. And at the time, like it wasn't a lot of money if I think about it now, but at the time I was pretty pissed off at myself because it was enough money that I'm like, what in the heck did I just do? Was the way that I was thinking about it. But you learn those lessons the hard way, and I've never made that mistake again. I bought Tellurian at $1, and I sold it at $1.75, and I was very happy with it. And then it came back and was 70 cents months later. So sometimes you learn lessons the hard way, and those are the best ones for you in the future. So let's see.
Wait a minute, Neil. You're happy with a 75% gain?
Well,
yeah,
but
that's the point.
But if I showed you a chart of Tellurian at the time, there's a lot of people that have been like, it's going to $5.
Oh, okay.
And I used to be that kind of a person, and then I realized that got me into trouble. So I was
gonna say, like, you're telling me like you bought it at $1, you sold it at $1.75. I'm like, yeah, that's fantastic to do that. Okay, so yeah, great trading there, and that's the thing is like, just stay like what you're comfortable doing, right? Because you gotta like, I don't know, some people get like really carried away and they get that YOLO and that FOMO and all that stuff. I think it's like, we talked about like, maybe back in the day for us, it was like a lot of money to lose or something like that. But like, I lost $1,000 and that was just only, I guess, 6 or 8 months ago there on Fisker. Like that's not just speaking for myself, and it's not that. Just like that's not that much to take a shot at something like that. But again, like analyze that and understand that whenever you're trying to chase a Go EV. I mean, Neil has a great short rate here, but it's like you don't know where it's going to open on Monday. Like that's the thing. So could open up much higher, could open up gone. So you want to definitely. Hold something for the dream. I always think that's important, but at the same time, don't make life-changing mistakes. We've had some people on here, and remember, I'm not going to call anybody out.
I remember that.
And part of it,
I know what you're going to say.
No, I don't know. Part of it was, I don't remember the guy's name, but he or she had super chatted about GameStop saying that they had made life-changing money, life-changing money, but wasn't out of the stock. And it was up here at $32, $33, $34. And I was like, and I even said it there, and then he super chatted again. So there's strong conviction, and there's nothing wrong with having strong conviction. I think that you should have it. But it was like, if you make that kind of money and you're in this area, and I want to say shout out to Chef Joe as well, because he had came out and talked about how, and this is from his words, so I don't want to, if you're on here, you can correct me if you're not, but you said that you had made quite a nice bit of money there on Tesla and was trying to hold it, and something that we talk about too is like, give it to my kids. Well, the one thing about that is that's great, but you don't want to give it to your kids at a third of the value that it is today. So what I was saying is we do have conviction to try to hold things for a very long time, but at the same time, make sure, and I'm just going to, it's basically practicing as I'm preaching here. And it's like, that is what I'm doing on FXI. Look where it is now. I mean, did we write down that we liked the long? Yes. Did we write down that we liked the TQs long? Rigetti short? Yes. But at the end of the day, nothing gets in your pocket until it's in your pocket. So like, look at all these fills. Like if I'm like a Chef Joe or somebody that holds forever, yeah, man, I make literally probably 20 times more money if I just hold them all for right now. Buy them, sell them there, buy them back right now at the end of the day. But the thing is that this is just a prop. If I knew where stocks were going, then I wouldn't even be sitting here. So that's the whole thing about making sure that you're consistent and honest with the trade. So that's why, just make sure if you have, and especially when people say life-changing money, it's like,
the second you hear that,
yeah, that means like, try to take something off the table. We're always trying to make better lives.
Yeah, like when I threw away that, at the time, like that double up would have made me $1,000 on top of that penny stock.
Yeah.
Like I was young, man. Like it's different when you're like 20 in your early 20s. At the time, like it felt worse than it would feel right now. But the principle is also priceless. It's just one thing. A few people, including Jarhead, love you. Been a while since seen you in the chat there, Jarhead, have asked about this DXF. So we don't have it in our system, so I can't call it up. And I don't really know anything about it, except that a lot of people have been asking about the stock. Apparently, it was halted most of the day and up 45%. But I can't bring it up. I can.
DXF?
Yeah, it's supposed to be on the Amex, but like we don't have it on our platform right now. So sometimes if a stock is too illiquid, sometimes if something is like way too low liquidity, or maybe it's like it had an issue change or a recent IPO, sometimes it might not end up in the first day on our platforms. We can't see it, but I did just get out of Go EV. I moved my trail to here, as you can obviously see, at 48. So as far as it got down to 42, I think pretty much every day until they're gone, want to be looking at this stock. It did 271 million shares of volume today. So you got to believe there's going to be some more interest in it until inevitably, either figure something out, get saved, or, you end up going over to the OTC markets, or the company just goes under. I think it'll be in play till then. Palantir is trying to hold lows, just kind of bounced. Consolidation, hasn't really broken this consolidation yet. I'll give it a chance to maybe pull back because the market's coming back in right now. Like I look at the NASDAQ kind of pulling back into support. So I'd rather maybe test the low before taking a breakout trade on PLTR. And then keep in mind we have imbalances coming in about 20-something minutes or so. Maybe like one or two more shots before we get to the end of the day. And yeah, Travel Trader, I'm assuming that DXF is insanely low traded. One of the good things about real trading, oh, you have it? Okay.
I mean, this is why we talk about why you should be always using eSignal platform, right? I mean, this is it right here. So they're quoting everything. So it looks like it just split 1 for 125, and then it was doing nothing here. And then I don't know if this is its first day alive or what, but here goes DXF. It is known as, and here's a 1 minute chart because Neil's already tested it. I'm not going to try it on our platform. You did already.
No, we don't.
Yeah, so there it goes to the upside again. Remember, because we're at a prop firm and we're trading firm capital, we're not just allowed to go into any stock at all time. If generally speaking, the rule is here at Real Trading, if it's under 50,000 average daily volume, then it's not going to be in the system the very first day because compliance and everything looks at it and says what's the risk like and blah blah blah. We got to make sure it's borrable and all that kind of the fancy stuff there. So we're going to find out about this, but right now we are going off on DXF. So great look there on the company. It is a ADR. It looks like it is Eason Technology Limited ADR. So good call out. And if you're in it, man, you are really doing well today, up 600+%. Thank you to eSignal there. As again, we talked about, having sort of the reliability of the charting there. And so there it is, DXF.
And that rule's that's an important rule about the liquidity because obviously on a prop floor, traders get lots of buying power because you're day trading, you're in and out of positions guaranteed at the end of the day. So therefore your account can be bigger than a retail account.
Yep.
And if you throw someone like that just has a big amount of buying power on a stock with no liquidity, they don't know any better. You put one order because you have the ability to trade a lot. And then one fill can end you pretty quickly on those small caps. All right, maybe there's a chance. I'm kind of wondering, all right, there might, every now and then there can be imbalances on things like OEV, but it just pulled back into our flat bottom break level at 58. So if it can curl there, that would be worth a shot. It's basically that or PLTR, which is now breaking. It just stair-stepped and broke out. So I was waiting for the dip, and then it decided it wanted to break out a little bit more. So maybe we get one more crack at PLTR. Such a weird move that Palantir did today. Yeah, it's one you got to wrap your head around because it was so strong. If it can catch a little bit of a bid, it's not a mean reversion or anything, and usually that's the way I would like to take it, but it is holding that wick bottom.
Okay.
That's pretty strong. It's getting back above the 79. Maybe we'll nibble in front of the even dollar on Palantir and see what this thing is capable of doing going into the close here. Just a couple minutes until we get some early. Actually, that's not true. It's 3:25. What am I talking about?
Yeah, so what?
It's still 15 minutes. Until 25 minutes.
Today is really funny. Okay, so guys, we did it again. I'm reloaded. Put on another winning trade, Ramin.
Gimme.
Ramin's like, what did you do? Oh, I think this is very appropriate right now as we have some fun here as we watch out for the futures trade. Here it is, man. I told you this is when I tell my wife we had a winning trade right there. Imagine that was your dad just looking at you, and there's this guy. Isn't he 6'8"? As here we go. This is the best part right there. There it is.
He's ridiculously tall.
Yeah. Anyways, all right, guys. So just having all fun there. More outs there. We just got up into 40s and 50s. Remember, these are reload positions. We've taken the profit out of this already a little bit to the top side, just averaging. The thing is that you don't want. We're averaging in, but it's the same price. So what we're doing is getting more opportunities. Now, you don't just keep on reloading. I'm not going to be doing it anymore as we are getting into the close. It's either going to win now or it's not. If it just goes like this, that's a recipe to give everything back because you will start to get it's breaking the top. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. And then you just keep on getting wicked out back and forth. So we are not going to do that. I mean, let's see my example on Palantir earlier when it did this. Where we made some money and then just to give it back and wind up being flat on the stock, that's, it's fun and everything, but at the end of the day, there it goes. You have to exit when this happens because you can have all these outs and then boom, goes the dynamite. So I know you were just on Palantir there, and I guess it did the same thing to you.
Yeah, I broke 79 long and stopped it out underneath prior bar resistance. So it's 15 cents worth of risk, but it couldn't hold that bid whatsoever on PLTR. GoEV is not SSR, but it's still... I mean, whatever. I tried to just get it on the offer here. I actually didn't punch. I just thought I punched. But obviously, this thing, it's weird to say that it's spready when the spread is 1/4 cent or 1/2 cent, but that's actually a pretty decent spread when it gets up here. So you don't necessarily want to chase it because those are like percentage points when you start to think about it. So it's a little bit spready up here. It's starting to tighten up, but it went right to the resistance spot. I went to get short by cutting the spread, but then the spread opened up to almost a full cent on the stock, which is kind of insane for a penny stock. You shouldn't. You're not expecting to see like a big spread like that. So anyways, it did tighten up a little bit, but it looks like the chance to get back into that, you had to be a little bit swift. What I'm realizing for this is when you look at these trades, like getting it when it consolidates or on the way down or when it consolidates, it can work, but when it flat bottom breaks, it's just so much easier. Like if you look at every one of these, it's like, okay, yeah, you work yourself in, all that good stuff. Or it can just have a support level, dump off the support level, and you just get short when it breaks a low. Those have been so much easier. Like even when it did it here at like 52, that's a lot easier than trying to catch a curl on one of these bad boys. Apple is dumping, huge dump on Apple. A couple of people who just said.
Yep, it was decent.
That looks like.
That is for sure.
Yeah, that looks like it would have been.
And that got us out of our TQQ trade there right now as well. So, yeah. Unfortunately, there it goes, and there goes AAPL, just because everyone's talking about it right now. I will talk about FXI in a couple of seconds, but yeah, that's a nice little drop there on Apple. What's up, eh?
We're going to take a look here at the best performing S&P 500 name on the day and the worst. So what I did was I just looked at the components on the S&P 500 on TradingView. What is up the most percent in the day? What is up the least percent? So of all these 500 tickers, the winner on the day is, drumroll please, Next Era Energy. NEE is a utility name. I believe it's the largest component in utilities, which is one of the strongest sectors on the day as well. So that tracks, which does not necessarily track as their earnings report, which is why they're trading higher. But this is a pretty mixed report. In line earnings per share, they missed by over $2 billion on sales, and their guidance is pretty tepid as well. So interesting look here. NEE, regardless of the actual numbers of the report, nice push to the upside. Then we give CF. I'll move these. Basically, a slew of downgrades on this name. I looked into this. CF down over 7% in the day. By the way, the only name that is down around the same amount as CF here is going to be TXN on earnings. CF Industries, I looked into it to understand these downgrades because we had 2 or 3 downgrades today. We had another slew of downgrades on Tuesday. So they're a hydrogen-related name. From what I could tell, apparently Donald Trump and his getting rid of the Green New Deal is actually a bad look for some of these hydrogen names from the limited research I did. So be aware here. Looks like this CF getting a little bit sold off with analysts getting pretty cautious here. So CF and TXN, the losers of the day. The winner of the day, NEE. Make sure to like and subscribe. Check out the market recap with Sean, myself, and Chris Brecher. 4 p.m., guys.
Make sure you stick around for that. And for those that asked in the chat about whether or not OTC splits, Jeff got right back. And he said, actually, they do.
Ooh,
because there's
Mendel, ladies and gentlemen.
domestic and foreign names, but there's a lot of the foreign ones. There'll be underlying companies where it's dual listed somewhere else, like in Canada, where you do have those listing rules. And of course, if they reverse split there, they'll reverse split on the OTC. But outside of that, it still can happen to domestic names. So it's absolutely possible that happens. Remember, a reverse split doesn't fundamentally change anything about the stock except for a change in price. I think the only time it's a material difference is when it's a ridiculously expensive stock that a lot of retail is not touching for options because assignment's too expensive. So I think it matters splits more than reverse splits.
Yep.
You know, either you're regaining compliance or you're making it cheaper for people to play options. I think those are the 2 reasons why it ends up mattering. The one thing I'm also realizing here, and I'll do some work on this, is I think you need to be trading using some dark pools when you're trading penny stocks here. And we have a lot of keys that we have the ability to use. And I think I'm realizing that some of the old tried and true that I'm using on GoEV are not getting the fills that you want. So I'll be asking around at some of the good keys that we can use from some of our other friends here at Real Trading. Apple, I guess there wasn't news on that. It was just, well, we're just going to randomly drop $1.30 on Apple and then come right back up. So, yeah, I mean, I didn't see anything cross the wire. I even checked on the X over here on X and didn't see anything unless I'm missing it. Yeah, like Apple just seemed like it fell off a shelf here, and then we're right back into 220. Like that 223 still feels like resistance. maybe it'll get up there and turn again. Early looks are pretty much nothing. ET phone home, and then that's, what'll that be, Guidewire? GWRE. Yeah, that's Guidewire. Wait a minute, that's a delete today. I know it's an addition, check that. Guidewire is an addition to the S&P 400. And right now it's an early look sell of 2.4 million. So that could be interesting if it flips.
Okay, you know what?
How big is that?
Let's go over and check out who's making money. All right, so this is from, I'm going to refresh this page. So this is our internal, and it just made me think about it because Neil had mentioned here that, you know, if it's a buy or a sell. So this is our trader information portal. This is available to real trading partners, right? Here's like a report on what's been trading in the TMX. Here's like, again, this looks like it's some sort of an article here about the midday crunch. NASDAQ scheduled maintenance. Okay, so that's interesting to know. We'll find out about that. Here we go, trading Link on OTCX. So there's a talk about Link and some legendary flow. So there's some notes in here, index events. So we click on this, and this is where we can be able to see what's being added or what's being deleted here today. So there are a couple ones, GRWE, ARWR, B is a deletion. Is that BlackBerry? What is B?
No, that's Barnes & Noble.
Barnes & Noble, okay.
Barnes Group.
Anyway, so this is all available to us, but also what's available is right here, compare your profit. So let's go over and have a quick look to see who's making what kind of money. So here we go. These are the top 10 traders. Now, this is from yesterday. All right, this is from Real Trading. Again, the world's leading prop firm. NASDAQ. So someone yesterday made 23K. Good day. 16, 12, but like, look at this. This is another thing. Can you take a look at that? CBOE in Canada and the TSX Venture. So somebody, again, we talk about Hive. We talk about the different opportunities with eSignal, the different opportunities with P-Pro 8, the different opportunities with everything right here. You're going to be able to see that, look, new markets, Amex, NASDAQ, that would be probably ETFs. There we go, New York, NASDAQ, and then someone down here as well. I mean, look, the only one on here is this one that's unique. But as you scroll down in, it doesn't look like we had too many different markets here. These are the different markets that someone traded. So Hong Kong, 2,800, Australia, 800, damn. Paris. So not much money in some of these other markets. Like yesterday's top pink sheet trader was $400. So it's not, you know.
That's low for Europe.
Yeah, exactly. This is low for everything. So yesterday, I don't know what was up with yesterday, but those are the numbers there at Real Trading. So we'll drop those down for you. And yeah, I'll go over those every day if you want. That's the numbers here. And again, remember, I'm green today. You can ask us if we're green or red. We don't disclose our P&Ls, but you know, if you ask us and I tell you like 8 out of 10 days where I'm green, or you just ask and keep track of yourself. Yeah, so far so good there, man. It's 3:35, getting ready for the weekend. I'm so excited. We've got 3 or 4 hockey games to attend. Football on Sunday should be great. Some great matchups. Really excited for Philadelphia as well.
My weekend's,
yeah. I think that's going to be insane as well. I'm doing the e-signal ad read. I mean, I only get paid so much. Okay, all right, we'll do that. But I shout them out all the time. All right, we'll do e-signal ad read in just a little bit. Make sure you do follow that. But thanks. Thanks, Ramin, for reminding me about. I almost said thanks, Adara again. 1 second. Oh my God, what am I going to do? How am I possibly going to do this? All right, well, hey, when it's easy because, hey, I'm passionate about this. We've already got some questions. Does e-signal connect to our broker? Is e-signal available in the App Store? There it is right there. We just saw it. So go over, download it, hit your eSignal tabs. Look, give them a try. If you don't like the charting, you don't like the charting. We just called up that DXF. We found it on eSignal. And the best part about it is, honestly, all markets. You know, like I like other platforms, but some of them, you're already paying for it, monthly, yearly, things like that. But at the end of the day, you want to make sure that you get solid data that you can back test against. And the last thing you want to be doing is sitting here thinking that you have a strategy for Europe or Hong Kong or even the US markets or whatever, and you don't have reliable data. Grab eSignal, scan that QR code. Oh, by the way, look what's right here. Rigetti right now, falling out of bed, man. $3 winner on a $15, $16 name. The market, I don't know, it's not really doing anything, but Rigetti right now, a nice fall down for RGTI. So, so far so good, man. Tesla deflating like a whoopee cushion? Yeah, probably. Shout out to Kyle Burdett and Chef Joe. Kyle saying he really, really liked that interview, or it wasn't an interview, just back and forth with me and Chef. So
Discussion.
Yeah, discussion. And today we'll have Chris Bretcher on, who we'll have fun with as well.
Yeah, always good to have Chris Bretcher on. We do appreciate him. Coinbase almost went red just now, and Apple, yikes. Apple starting to get a little bit of a curl. 12 minutes till the imbalances come in here. Yeah, so anyways, I canceled any shot at getting that Go EV. Just doesn't look like it's going to be anywhere near the price that we wanted. It's one thing to want the curl and short it up here at 55, but you know, there's a saying, like, there's always a price that you're not willing to pay. And for me, that's going to be shorting at the absolute lows. But yeah, this is the one we wanted to try to get back into with only about 22 minutes to go. Maybe it pops one more time, and then that can be it. But if it doesn't, then I'm not going to take any more shots at it at this point on Go EV. Nvidia is catching a little bit of a bid. We've seen us have buy imbalances in the past. I'm going to have Nvidia, Apple, and then that Guidewire, just because Guidewire has an imbalance that we're expecting. Right, so I will have Guidewire up in case it does come out a big bid, but right now it's early look sell for what's supposed to be 7 million shares to buy. So because it's supposed to be 7 million shares to buy, the fact that it's a 2 million sell isn't that big of a deal, because that can pair off and flip by the time we get to 350. But those are the three stocks I'm looking at. Go EV will probably be dead at this point. So Apple, Guidewire, and then, of course, Nvidia, in anticipation of any potential imbalance that we might be able to see here. With only about 10 minutes to go here, let us know if there's anything else that's worth looking at. MSTR is tanking, I'm seeing. Really? Because Bitcoin is at 5.
Coming back a little bit.
Yeah, it's tanking all right. MSTR is getting punked, and it's not that bad on iBit. Wow. Oh, this is... I don't know. I was just at physio yesterday, and this is one that my guy, you know, he loves MSTR. So every time I'm like, yuck on MSTR. Don't chase. But this is the problem with MSTR. It's a problem with some of the miners as well. Like Bitcoin goes down a little bit, and these go down a lot of pressure on MSTR. No story that we're aware of. I feel like there's a few things that are a little bit. Just say antsy on this Friday. Oof. And the thing that we didn't even mention much about is, remember Bank of Japan that raised. Yes. Well, ultimately, it wasn't as big a deal than the last time, but it still ended up with us having a bit of a heavy day in the market. So you got to pay attention to that a little bit, and it seems like it's going to matter this year what they're doing, because that'll affect any carry trade, and sometimes you get even a little bit of an unwind, put some pressure on a lot of stocks. Maybe not what's going on with MSTR, but some of the big cap names for sure.
Yeah, good talk there for sure. Yeah, good point.
We forgot about that.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that earlier, and I forgot to sort of look over there. What's Palantir doing? Okay, so Palantir is, at least it's going to the down. So I just want to show you like what, and again, it doesn't really matter, but like what a difference there, because look at the TQs, right? Doing this, we're able to get out of some. Since we switched over away from Palantir did have that move into 79, and then the fade right back out. It touched out 78.50. So yeah, this name's still a little bit of trouble here for PLTR. So just, you know, if you're in the name, good on you, but I'm not sure what to expect here from Mr. Palantir and Alex Karp and friends. So we'll wait for it and see if we get any love back in on PLTR here. But I'm not going to touch it right now. Still FXI. We've traded this many times. Neil and I here are not. We've talked about trading Chinese names into the close, and generally speaking, doesn't really work out that well, because there never seems to be too much volume when we're trading some of these Chinese names. So I'm going to be getting out if this breaks 30 to the downside right here on this space. So that's what we're going to do right now. If it breaks through 30, we're going to get out of FXI for a big win, man. 40 cents. We'll take that. The stop was 10. So again, small piece left on it, but still in. You guys talking about Tesla giving it up. Yeah. I still cannot, Tesla's now number 3 here P&L wise, but we only went long today and then we left it alone. Big mistake. I got to own some of this. Look, I mean, it's a positive stock. It's good, but I got to be better at, And I think we did great. I mean, we put TQQs in here of reversing the position. So we were long and then we reversed it on the futures. But I got to do a little bit of a better job of wrapping my head around like, all right, I like Tesla. We talked about it on here. And I'm glad we did. I said that it was my number one trading idea. So for it to be P&L 2, I'll take it. But at the end of the day, maybe the short, I mean, right into there. I wasn't here at this time, but like VWAP again, I was definitely here right there, right? And we were long. So just understand that if you're underneath VWAP, it kind of is a game changer for me. And we should have been better on Tesla. So put your hands up in the air because right now, that was on me. I should have done better there on Tesla and reversed the position and gone into the short. But that's okay. We will get it again. JP Morgan, I don't know.
50 period on Monday on Tesla.
Ooh, 50 period. Where is that's 380?
Actually, no, it's now 390 because, and that's the thing about a moving average, everybody. As the stock generally climbs higher, the moving average climbs higher. So I actually put in the chat now that I was looking at the 50 period on Tesla, and I said 380 in the chat. It is, of course, now 390. At the beginning of the week, it was $380. Tesla hasn't been under that since October of last year. And look at what happened when it did break the 50-period moving average. You essentially got an accumulation for, call it half a month of a tight range, and then the breakout where you got the double up from that 200 level, like real quick. So let's see. I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen. Obviously, you got earnings to come through for Tesla as well. But if we get back to that 50, even if it breaches it by a little bit, I'll be looking for some kind of a curl on Tesla. 7 minutes to go till the imbalances. Danny Nahas, you're welcome. I need your Bills to kick some Chiefs butt. We all need the Bills to kick some Chiefs butt because sick and tired of Patrick Mahomes winning everything. Let's go over to the desk with Adair.
Keep an eye here on META and SNAP, and it's actually not TikTok related. Wall Street Journal reporting that there is a recent email sent by Elon Musk, the owner of X, to some staff at X, and I do not mean United Steel, I do mean the social media company. Apparently this email that Musk sent basically said that their user growth is stagnant, their revenue is unimpressive, and they're barely breaking even. So Elon Musk apparently expressing some discontent with regards to X's performance in an email to staff members. Keep an eye on META and SNAP, as well as Tesla potentially, because that is an Elon Musk associated name, guys. Back to you.
Meta. So Meta ultimately not going to be as good as Alphabet here today. It holds on to VWAP. It gets some points here, but Alphabet doing a little bit better at the end of the day, although it's underneath 200. So it's getting a little bit of a bleed for sure. Hector in the chat, no, we didn't see anything on Apple regarding this wick. So I didn't see anything. I pulled up X. We kept our ear to the ground. Adara was checking for news on Apple, and nobody was able to find anything to explain what happened. It's like that never happens to you when you're in it. And I'll never forget when I was, true story, I was short Affirm 5 minutes before that day where they accidentally released their earnings. And I had just gotten out of it. And then they released their earnings accidentally at like 3 o'clock or 2:30. It was in the afternoon, whatever it was. It was in the afternoon. And the stock tanked like 5-10% or some utter nonsense. But Apple wasn't news that we're aware of. But let's be real, Apple's been bleeding. So it could just been somebody's been program selling maybe all day long, or they just didn't get enough of it done. They hit a big order and it took out the bid. Sometimes that's just a simple case of it. And again, it's a downward trending stock. Still like that 200 period on Apple. As far as I'm concerned, it might even be better if it breaks the 200 period from a long-term perspective, because then you get like even better prices to be able to be involved in. Like generally speaking, you don't get generational dip buys in Apple. Like when Meta lost its 200 period, like the next 6 months were a great buying opportunity for you. Apple tends to not give you those opportunities, and maybe it's about to give it to us.
Yeah, no, we talked about Apple. Actually, Apple does dip down 20 or 30%. We've sort of shown that, but I mean, you got to be there to buy it. So I think that you've always talked about stink bids, and that would be just putting a bid down there and hoping to get filled. And maybe that would be there on Apple, especially you're going to get a capitulation point at some point. Yeah, like point at some point where the market just absolutely either, Well, we've seen it happen before where stocks get really excited and they rip up 10. I mean, look at ARM just the other day. Got huge upside and then just came right back in and filled up everybody else the other way. We were long ARM 160. Oh, it's still right here. 160 up to 180. We had a $20 winner the other day. And even today, look at this, come all the way back down, filling up that whole candle on Operation Stargate. I don't know, is it Operation Stargate? I don't know what it is. Project Stargate? I don't know. But at the end of the day, nice move there up for ARM. And then given all of it back again for ARM. So just be careful here. Not just who you're following or anything like that, but like just make sure that all the trades that you make are the ones that you want to make. And I just mean that like by don't get caught up in like trying to make swing trades if that's not something that you don't have ouch or anything like that. ARM is a good example of like you sort of hear the news and think it's a great story only for the next couple of days with not much changing for it to come all the way back down in again. So, kind of like rug pulling all over again, but in a bigger name like ARM. It does happen all of the time. All right, so FXI is not doing anything. Rigetti's not doing anything. Our futures isn't doing anything. Let's check out what Nvidia's doing. Wow, okay.
Still.
So I actually,
Stink like this silly.
Like I like Nvidia better than Apple. We just talked about Apple getting into the 50-period moving average. Nvidia is now $2 away from it.
Better.
So yeah, exactly. Like I like Nvidia a lot better than Apple. So yeah, I feel pretty confident if this is kind of the level that we start buying some more shares here on Nvidia. So I think we're getting close to that point.
And I know Ari Pages was joking with me, but just on the off chance that people didn't realize, like
what did he say?
If I say I'm stink bidding it in my PA, I just mean in my personal account.
Yeah.
That's all. I'm literally stink bidding in my personal account on ARM in front of the 50-period moving average. I don't know, maybe it'll actually fill this time. You never really know. And that's just I find there's been way too many times where I wanted to buy a stock for the long term at a certain price and I didn't put an order in, then it got there, then I decided I'll buy it a day later, maybe I miss a fill, or maybe I buy it 3% at worse of price. It's who cares? If you like it, just throw the order in there, buy it, and then never sell it. If I'm never selling it, I don't care too much. It's more of like a value thing. And Nvidia, I guess we're going to get 140 maybe next week.
Yeah.
That could happen. Vin sings, SMCI recovery. Maybe. I'm just going to go over to the imbalances because we got 30. Just realized we have 30 seconds to go. Where did Guidewire? So Guidewire was an early look sell despite it's supposed to be a buy. If you're wondering, B is Barnes Group. They're being bought for cash, $47.50, and it's being deleted today. So I would expect that's going to come out of sell. But in about 5 seconds, we'll see if anything else decides that it wants to come out as a sell imbalance. And
oh boy,
Nvidia's a buy, $4 million to the upside there. ET, whatever that is, phone home, $4 million to the sell side. I don't know ARWR. That's 2.7 million to the buy side as well. Apple and Amazon both 1 million to the buy side. Guidewire came out of sell, so that's not much of any use.
Yeah, I wish I was a little bit quicker there. As soon as I saw Nvidia, and this is the thing. So this trade, shout out to Marty and everything like that. I'm gonna just zoom in to show you. But like Nvidia came out a buy. The trade might be squashed right now, but I tried it and just missed it. And that is that. It was right down there. I saw to buy it, tried to buy it, and the next thing I knew, man, it was at 50s. So I canceled that bid because Nvidia came out of buy and just absolutely ripped upside right there. So the play for this is if Nvidia if this starts to pair off and we see some weakness, we could reverse into the short now for Nvidia. But look at that, man. Like you just said, big time short, big time level for Nvidia, and someone coming in, nabbing them all up. Okay, so there's that GRWE, that stayed. Amazon, I'm just trying to look at some names that might have interest. It might interest some of you guys. Amazon, nice move up. Didn't even realize that was red on the day, but it is. So there's Amazon, good little level there. Again, I feel like you could fade most of these plays. So as we get closer and closer to 355, you'll get a flip over on this, right? Yeah. So we'll wait to see if something. Amazon, I think, is a #1 candidate to go short. So 234.50 or so. If we're hanging around there near the close, I think this could be one of the victims here to go short on, as we'll get that flipped around on Amazon. So let's be careful with it. But I think this is possibly one.
Yeah, it's a disappointment for Guidewire. I'm going to leave it up because if it, like Sean said about flips. If Guidewire were to flip to a buy, I still would be interested in it there. But yeah, obviously, 1 million to the sell side when you're expecting 7 million. What I like about that, though, is the paired volume is 3.6. So add that up, it's 4.7. We're expecting 7 million. It could still flip into the good side for us. Pfizer was a million buy, but I looked that up and not really that. Yeah, it wasn't really that appealing. Apple, you saw with their imbalance, it's not really moving a heck of a lot. Nvidia tried to go on its buy imbalance. It's a weak day for Nvidia when it comes out 4 milli to the buy side, is still there 2 minutes later, and we're right back hanging off of those lows. So it's not looking that good. We always talk about the close prices mattering more on these names. Well, this is not exactly what you're looking for Nvidia. You want that buy and balance to give you a relief rally on most days, and today it doesn't look like the case. Guidewire, that might be a nothing burger. So I think sometimes what will happen is people expect it to be a buy, it comes out a sell, and there's people that have taken this long in anticipation it's going to come out one way, and then it comes out the other way and it bleeds on them. So you got to be careful. Just because it's supposed to be a bid in your research doesn't mean that you're supposed to go in there and just buy the stock all day long, because this thing's falling like a rock. I'm glad I'm not involved in it, to be honest with you.
So we just put out a bid here for Rigetti. If it breaks through 1330, then we're out. We held this all the way down for one last piece here. And again, we'll hold trades all day, but this is just a small piece. But I was pretty happy. A lot of our outs were at 14, and then again here at 1350, and we sort of zoomed back out and explained why we liked some of these levels here on Rigetti. So, if we do pop back up at the end of the day, then we will get out of some RGTI. I still want to go back and check on that idea that we sort of had here with Amazon fading off of this. So we'll see in just a couple minutes. We will get this imbalance going the other way, I think, on Nvidia. So it's already... on Nvidia, on Amazon. So there it is. It's already 1 million trying to pair off. Google sell side, AMD sell side, Apple buy side, Sofi buy side there as well.
Sofi.
Yeah, Sofi buy side. Yeah, so $18. So again, pretty good level there for Sofi. It had a nice run today. It was brought to our attention earlier. I think it was 1860 or so on Sofi was one of the highs that we were looking for. But here comes Amazon. So let's just watch to see what winds up happening. Again, no skin in the game right now, but I was thinking that that's not a horrible short, just you might have missed it, 40s or so. Watch out for the pair off here in 25 seconds. Again, like I said, I think this is prime candidate, maybe number one here for me, would be this short right now in Amazon. So let's just wait to see. Here we go, 15 seconds, possible to get it, and then we'll see what winds up happening. So here comes Amazon right now with only 10 seconds. Everything's starting to pair off. Watch out for Nvidia.
It's still 4 mil.
Yeah, there it is. So we'll keep it on there. Still 1 million. 3, 2, and 1. There it goes. No, upside. So it does not. See? So it stays a bid, and then you pay the piper there.
Nvidia stayed bid.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of these names stayed buys. So not enough levels to pair off. There it goes right back there to the upside. So yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be a winner on that strategy there today because there is no pair offs. Look at Nvidia as well. So, everything takes a little bit of work, and we're going to get better at doing that one. But there it goes, Nvidia upside, same as Amazon. I don't know what happened to this B. It now has an N beside it, but
that's it's neutral.
Means something, yeah.
Yeah, it means something. I just whatever. I have to go to the research. Remember, it's neutral, but I don't remember exactly what that means. But it doesn't really matter.
FXI came
That's
in.
a big disappointment, I'd say. So obviously, Guidewire, you're not going to see any big buy imbalance on that. It probably rinsed some people. Yeah, it's actually bouncing a little bit, but not a good look. The one that was supposed to be the buy and balance ends up an absolute nothing burger. So, what are you going to do? You can't get just because it's supposed to be there. We say it all the time. Like, you'll get a situation where NU, that shows up, it comes out as you expect, and it's a huge trade, or like Palantir when it happened, but Guidewire is going to be a nothing burger. Apple does do at least a little bit of a job here. Oddly enough, it is right back to where that little liquidity grab and dump happened. So whatever it was, they bought it right back up. And Apple, maybe it closes green. I don't want to put a hex on this or anything, but I like the fact that at least this got bought up off of those lows. And remember, it's now held down around here for like 3 days after that big dump. I still feel like Apple's trying to make a little bit of a bottom in there. That said, what we got to do better next week, or at least I'm speaking for myself here, there's always that it failed the prior high in an overall downward trend. on some level, look at this. Like, I don't mind taking a shot on longs at dips on good prices, but when it's actually the same pattern as the day before where it's stair-stepping down, those are almost identical 15-minute charts for all intents and purposes. That's what I don't like about trying to go long Apple today, is that this is exactly what it did the day before. So you never want to get tricked by the same thing. You know, ultimately, it could be worse, but the short would be infinitely better.
All right, guys. We just posted out there. We are now out of Rigetti. You can clearly see the trade right there. We are now out of it. So far, so good there into the close. We'll just cover it right there. We can't hold overnight, nor would I. I don't necessarily think that that's going to ever be the right plan, especially over a weekend. You know, unless it's a bigger cap name, you're not too worried about it. Even
then, it's not worth it.
What? Well, no, I think if it's a big cap name, I think you're fine. It depends on your strategy. It's just with Rigetti, like, moving 2% is fine, but this thing could be 40% on Monday or Tuesday, right? I mean, like, I hold all my positions.
No, I mean, I'm just meaning short. That's all.
Oh, short, yeah.
There's just a different level of risk holding shorts over a weekend in an explosive squeezing group. You know, like, yeah, you're probably, which one is more likely to wreck? Is holding sort of squeezable name to the short side. Like, we've seen it happen before. Let's just leave it at that. And sometimes you get really lucky when you're stuck in, we see people stuck in overnight positions, and it doesn't look really good on the chart. But every now and then you get bailed out. So I'm going to watch Apple, 90 seconds to go into the close. Maybe it gets green. I think that would be a pretty hefty job for it when the NASDAQ is 0.5% to the downside and everything's been bleeding all day. Nvidia, is Nvidia catching a bid? I removed that to look at something else. I want to keep it on Apple here. Nvidia still trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. Back at the 143 level there for Nvidia. I just thought I heard CRISPR, but it's not the right one. So Nvidia, not much of a bounce. Apple doing a really good job. Looks like it wants to close green. It really wants it with about 60 seconds left. We got 1 minute for the end of the week. Come on, you can do it. Get that one sliver of hope and make it Meta, Google, and Apple that we're able to close on the right side of things here today. Yeah, the bull.
January 30th.
I don't know. At some point, I knocked the bull over with my elbow because I always do it. And I guess it was apt today. Maybe we should have known. We had Japan raising rates, or Bank of Japan anyways.
Yep.
And we had Adara wearing red.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, my God.
And Sean wore a red hat. But then all of us wore blue, like navy blue today. Not that seems to matter, but it is what it is. It's a red day in the market, but we're kind of hoping Apple can do a bit of a job here at the end of the day. I just jinxed it. 10 seconds to go, and Apple just caught another seller at 223. Adara, ring it in 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. And the market, as they say, is closed. No, Apple did not do it. It is a disappointment there for AAPL. Look, overall, this was not a very good day for the market. And the reason I know it's only, look, we're only 0.6 to the downside on the NASDAQ. We're only 0.3 to the downside on the ES. But when you consider that it started out with all the exuberance with Nvidia, and then Nvidia didn't just lose the bid, like it continued to lose it. Held all the support that we'd built up the last couple of days and then filled in more of the gap, right? Nvidia is a bit of a bellwether for the market. It's hard for us to go when Nvidia doesn't go. That's just how it's going to be. So you got to have a little bit of a cautious tone heading into next week. But that said, we got earnings. Big earnings week next week for sure. We started out with Netflix. Actually, didn't even check to see where Netflix finished their week. Double check, $9.76. So still under that $1,000 mark, but still a good week for overall for Netflix. Big shout out and thank you to Fabian and Ramin on the ones and the twos. Shout out to Joe and Sharif as always on the midday and the Playmaker poll, which is doing fantastically. Thanks to you guys in the crowdsourcing of that futures trade. Always giving a shout out to our boy Brandon. And at the desk, Adara, keep us abreast of all the news. But you know what? You got a treat. Because joining Adara and Sean, you're going to have Chris Brecher coming on back on a Friday to get your questions ready. Always fun to have his expert opinion in there. Let's go. You got the market recap. You don't have to do anything except sit back, relax, and head over there.
Not even ready yet. Okay, welcome everybody to the show. This is your recap show. Am I live? Yes, I am. All right, pretty good day today overall. I mean, obviously there was some great trades to be had. We had some top ticks there in Rigetti. We had a great trade. You were just talking about Tesla making the move to the downside, but it was a day where you were looking short, right? I mean, Obviously, you come in here with red, which kind of started that whole thing, and that's kind of a joke around here, but it looks like it's true one more time. And I think that what you have to do is sometimes be a little cautious of zooming back out. Tesla's still up here. I just have Tesla up just because, but on the daily chart, we do fade back in a little bit, down 1.4% there for Tesla. Let me just get a 1 minute chart up here just to see. Let's go 3 minutes. So there's the bleed that we talked about. Was a good day for Tesla. I can show you my trades, but hey, overall, we lost that 415 area. Nice downside push there for TSLA. Kind of a mixed bag today. We had the FXI long, so that was a banger of a trade there earlier. But at the end of the day, we get out FXI. Nice move there on some Trump. Nice talk about China. I think that he was, the tariffs here. I feel like maybe there's more of a target on us up here in lovely Canada. And Mexico, of course, yeah, renaming the Gulf of Mexico. That's going to be hilarious if that ever gets done as well. But we traded China again a little bit today on FXI. I do like some of those dip buy opportunities that we were able to get off the 200 period moving average if you were there. Now it's trying to break a little bit higher. Remember, when everybody's thinking one way, often the other way will turn up, right? Okay, so uranium today, a little bit of a pullback. We did have a big day yesterday, so I don't want to throw too much shade on what uranium's been doing. It's had a huge move to the upside, so a little bit of cooling off here in some of these names. I always look at SMR. SMR down 4% today. There's NNE is another name that's been really, really popular. Look at Nano Nuclear. Just continue its move higher here for NNE. When do these guys report? This would be a really interesting name to look out for here. Earnings date undisclosed here on trade ideas, but NNE with a nice move up. You get some movement up on the utilities as well. I just think like today, some of the sectors that have been beat up, catching a little bit of a drift higher, and then some of the names that have been on the way upside getting downside today, including, like I said, uranium here. The NASDAQ as well, cooling off period as we just hover at the highs. Nothing to really worry about there. I mean, XLE, again, another spot that's been pretty hot, trying to fade out one more time. So, I don't know, we did have some numbers earlier today. The S&P was relatively flat, though, on the day. There's XLE coming back in. Many tech tickers kept us going here in what we looked at for trading. So, individual names alone today, if we just have a quick look, Nvidia, yikes. Stop a fail on that one as we go downside on Nvidia, down that 3%, getting really close to that 50-period moving average. I'm like a buyer of tech names, and especially the king, and I call that with Nvidia. So we'll have to buy some dips here. I know a lot of you are maybe cautious on it. I just think, hey, look, we got that news from Meta earlier on in the day where it was building, what was the size of Manhattan, some sort of a data center there?
Yeah, apparently it will be like as big as Manhattan. So guys, shout out to Law & Order, set, of course, famously in Manhattan.
Well, oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, you didn't know? Yeah.
Of course. So, yeah. No, I know.
I guess that's not a known fact.
No, Law & Order's in Manhattan? No,
It is?
I might have guessed. I would have guessed probably New York or Boston. Was there ever anything in Boston?
They have not had they have a Law & Order LA. And sometimes they go to Jersey, but I don't think there's, hey, Law & Order, get a Boston show. You already made the Canadian one.
Yeah, I know. Smarten up, Law & Order. Okay, so just real quickly here. We didn't even get a push up in AMD as opposed to Advanced Micro Devices. We could not finish the day green on AMD, but AMD did get good note there. AI integration announcement, so that was nice for AMD. But at the end of the day, without that little rally, you were down to 122 and threatening to break even lower here on Advanced Micro Devices. We talked about yesterday, the only red ticker yesterday in the ETF space was gold, and today, despite the move down, we still do get an update for GLD. All right, man, big earnings surprises today. We had Twilio. What a good mover that was. Check out the daily on TWLO. We're islanding up here. I may ask Chris Bretcher about these island trades because Twilio right now is stuck out there on one. It's okay when you're on an island, but you'd like to have food and power and maybe transportation to get back off the island. Food's not that big of a deal because you teach a man to fish.
Literally. And then he'll fish you all the fish.
Right, exactly. So that's what we're trying to do right now. We're trying to wheel you guys in, man, let you know what's going on. Today, we were pretty lucky to be 6-2 on the day and have a green day. So I think today, we sort of showed you that fish, how to fish and where to find it. Today, it was on Rigetti, man. Today, the quantum names really had themselves a day. Huge moves up and then the fade, right? So there goes Rigetti. Everybody yelling at me earlier on in the day, look at Rigetti, look at Rigetti, look at Rigetti. So you know what we did?
You looked at Rigetti.
We looked.
Nice.
Man, you're on one today, Adara. Man, did we look at Rigetti. And what did we wait for? We waited for this because we had missed it already. We were too obsessed. Well, not too obsessed, but we traded Tesla. We traded Nvidia. Both of those back-to-back jacks. I mean, we hit them huge. And we also had the Qs. But what we did with Rigetti was this. Pretty simple. Hey, look what we have up here right now. It's, who's over there? It's Fabian, right? Or is that Ramin? Who's over there? It's Fabian. Okay. Sometimes I can't tell because they both wear the tubes.
They both have the hats. They have the long hair.
Yeah. Anyways.
Sometimes if you're like, unless you're like really like looking hard.
Now that I see, I mean, I can see it's Fabian.
Shout
But
out.
there's Rigetti. So this is what we did, man. We waited for the bump in Rigetti to finally slow down. Now, I mean, I feel like we got a little lucky because, you know, the high spike right there in volume gives you that pullback. You know what? Let's zoom in a little bit right here, right now. So let's do stock blitz.
Let's do it. How does this work again?
I just made it up.
Oh, okay. Nice.
So stock blitz used to be when I did this show for myself with by myself.
Yeah.
For you, by myself, for about 8 months or so. And then I was like, yeah, I gotta take a break here. Neil started helping out. Now Dara's obviously with us here as well. But I used to do like a lightning round.
Okay.
So I would ask Bears versus Bulls in the chat. I'd be like, yo, get these guys, send me some questions or send me a stock. And they would just say Eli Lilly.
Oh,
and I would go,
like
all right, let's go Eli Lilly. And I'd spend 10 seconds on it.
Nice. And then you go to the
I
next
would go
stock.
Nike and whatever these guys asked, like the stock.
Ballroom blitz. Dude.
Ballroom blitz. All right, I got to get the chat open right now really quickly to see how that's going. I want to thank all of you for joining us one more time here today. You could be anywhere right now on a Friday. I want to thank over 3,300 of you watching. We do have Chris Bretcher. I'm going to pop out the chat right here. Normally we'll do a roll call, but here it is right here. Look at Rigetti. Yeah, man, we're looking at Rigetti. So I want to thank everybody for joining us right now as we have it there. Yeah, I think it was a little bit of an easy short as people talked about it, but easiness is where it comes from. And I just wanted to say, like, there, see this volume spike, this volume spike to the buy side, that's generally what you're looking for, and there's the pullback. So I feel like this was a decent level, but then when it breaks it, that's the look long. When it breaks a failed level for the downside. But then all of a sudden, finally we got a wick. You get a wick top right here at 930, and then that wick, I was like, Let's put on the short because the risk at this point, Adara, is defined. And whenever you have a defined risk, it makes this trade much, much easier. So when we have a defined risk, there's us getting out for 1 for 1, 2 for 1, and then let it bleed down. And I mean, mom's spaghetti. That is Rigetti.
It's funny. I was actually rewatching like that battle scene at the end of 8 Mile with my sister.
Okay.
On Wednesday, like virtually, we were watching it. That or Tuesday, whatever. That movie slaps. Shout out to 8 Mile. I was just thinking about that because it's like obviously Lose Yourself. That is its origin story. So shout out to Eminem and honestly probably one of the best rap movies ever, or at least the best I've seen.
Yeah, there was a Cuba Gooding one. I think it was with Ludacris. There was a movie there. I don't remember what it was.
Oh, is this? There's been a couple. Ludacris is a good actor. I've always said this.
Luda. Yeah, exactly. So back on that front, I was listening to Toby walking around.
Oh, nice. Yeah, shout out to Baby Tron.
So, shout out to Baby Tron. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so that was Rigetti there today. All right, let's just keep on going, guys. Tesla v. Nvidia. All right, so Nvidia, nice downside push. Neil mentioned it earlier, which was a good point. Apple's getting close to the 50-period moving average, but so is this, my friend, Nvidia. But the thing about it is, everything is not alike. When you're looking at a stock like Nvidia, the 50-period moving average right here has meant absolutely nothing. So why am I going to think it's going to mean something here before? Like if I bid this rate here, all right, I'm long at the 50 period. Good for me. It goes all the way down into 130 again. So that wasn't a good long until now when you look back at it.
Yeah.
So I don't think I want to sit here. I want to sit here. So we're going to sit around 130 and see if we can catch a little bit of a dip buy opportunity there in Nvidia. And then Tesla is exciting down near that 380 marker. I think that there could be a hold there. I like to buy that. So let's go over to a stock that me and you had some fun with here today, Texas Instruments. So they missed. We talked about this yesterday. You and I are going back to back here. We did the show yesterday. We're doing it again today. This little hold of 185, like...
it bounces there.
Yeah, I mean, did it? I didn't even look at.
It actually did. I was looking at this intraday.
Did it bounce intraday off
Just
that
above
level? Okay,
185.
so bounces there, kind of closes back in at that level. I never really like a name that closes on its lows.
That makes sense.
Especially a name that had news and
Yeah.
that was trying to battle back and never got above its 200 period moving
That's a
average.
fair
So
point.
the trend still continues to the downside. So we will look to see what happens here. Yeah, I got ludicrous. I still, so tomorrow there's a hockey game, and I told you I played Baby by Justin Bieber.
Yeah, I did karaoke to Baby by Justin Bieber. Like literally, I was telling Fabian like last weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What song?
Baby by Justin Bieber.
Oh, that actual song.
Yeah.
I thought you said you did Justin Bieber.
No. Baby is the only song of his I would even remotely attempt.
And you probably don't even need to see the words.
I don't actually.
Right.
I performed it. Like I remember I performed the Luda rap when I was a kid. We were like 11 at our concert. I played the piano. And then I stepped up for the rap, and all of these like moms were like, "What is happening?"
Yeah, no, I remember you telling me that that you knew all the words to that Luda part. So that's why I came up because we were just talking about Luda.
Yeah, it's fair.
Okay, so yeah, Texas Instruments with not a great report coming through today. I mean, it wasn't the end of the world, but at the end of the day, it does make that move down for Texas Instruments. So again, Twilio, a nice move to the upside today on surprise, better than expected earnings and a guide forward. The problem is Texas Instruments guides in the middle of the range. We want to see beats all around. So we're going to get ready to bring on Chris Bretcher.
Yeah.
We'll talk to him about the Qs. He wants to talk about some sort of condors happening there on the SPY. So we're going to have a quick look at that. And then we want to give a big shout out. Bears versus Bulls not with us here today. Our thoughts are with you, Bears, and we'll get an update on him into next week. So Adara, when we take some questions, me and you are going to have to try to pay attention to the chat.
Got this.
Okay, so we're going to look in the chat to see if there is anything there that you guys want to talk about. All right, so that's Texas Instruments. Another name that was going upside today, well, it went upside at the end of the day, but it still is relatively flat on the day, but still down that 1.74% is American Express. So we'll have to wait out for Visa and MasterCard, but for right now, American Express, nice move into the close. See, this is the opposite of Texas Instruments. American Express tries to get going there into the close, but fails. Look for continuation play off of these lows then. If you don't break the lows on earnings and you actually hold, especially this bottom right here, 312 or so, I like American Express trying to hold that bottom. Let's have a quick look at the daily chart for AXP. I mean, look, it had a lot of room to the downside and it rejected. So that little wick, that's that 314 that we're talking about. So let's see what happens with American Express. Not closing green on the day, but really filling that candle back up. These wicks are real. Let's see if American Express can hold that 312, 314. And as you can see as well, it might have been set up for disappointment. I don't love stocks that take off like this heading into earnings. I'd rather buy a stock that I like down here, like a Netflix, Palantir is now off, but stocks that hit some levels ahead of earnings, let's see them bounce and hold and then go up. The minute you bounce and take off and then report up here, the expectations are just so lofty for that. So we'll have to wait to see what happens now with American Express. The other name in the play here, MasterCard. Look at this, see? Right near that top. Like I would like this to be a little bit, again, you obviously want to buy everything down there. This looks a little bit better to me. And the other name would be Visa. No. So this is an example. When does Visa report? There it is, January 30th. So we have a week yesterday for Visa. If you're still up here, it makes me a little nervous about earnings because you've just had such like a 10% move here in about a week and a half on Visa. So, okay, I think we're ready to go. We've been excited for this. We welcomed Chris back, took a little bit of time off. We brought him back last week. We had some great responses. And now, Iron Condor selling in the SPX. Let's go figure out what Chris is talking about and bring him on. It's Chris Bretcher. It's Trader Talk. Oh boy, Chris, how are you doing today? It is Friday, a pretty exhausting week for us. How are you doing?
Fine. Hope you like my office redo. Behind me is the IBM pit, and that orange coat is me. So I stood in the same spot for 8 years.
Oh my gosh, yeah, we've never seen that before. Did you just get that framed?
No, actually, when they did a long time ago, they did the yearbook or calendar for the CBOE. I said, can I have the negative? I want to blow it up. So I blew it up 4 feet by 6 feet, and I've carried it with me ever since.
Oh man, that's so amazing. I had A friend of ours that works for ICE also was a pit trader, and he was showing me his card. I guess the ID that you sort of had to scan in or something every time you walked in, or your little ID card. Hilarious, great. I love those moments. Very special to be able to have that. So maybe why don't we go over that? So you started trading. It wasn't oil with you. It was it copper?
No, it basically. Oh, it's a long story, but I started with a boiler room. And the people, like the thing you read about Wolf of Wall Street, a lot of that's true because I was there. And so I did that for a year, and everybody in there was doing terrible, touting penny stocks.
Yeah.
And so they started taking shots in options, and they were all losing. I'm like, who's the house?
Yeah.
So I just took a really low-paying job to be a clerk on the CBOE, and that's where I learned.
Okay, awesome,
really
man.
cool.
That's awesome. So a clerk rather than a trader. So that's awesome. I like that, man. Work for the casino. I think house always wins on that one. But what a great photo. What great memories there, Chris. So thank you for that. All right, look, you're a much smarter options guy, obviously, than me. You mentioned to me here, the big iron condor selling in the SPX the last 3 days hasn't really been working out. So why don't we talk about that? If you have some examples, I know there's a lot of traders. And again, Chris is a big follow on StockTwits. Go over there, have a look, Google up Chris Berkshire, and you can go find this guy all over StockTwits. So let's talk a little bit about this iron condor and feel comfortable sharing your screen as well.
All right, and just to let you know, and it sounds ugly, but you got to understand on the floor, it was really ruthless. And can you see my screen? I'm not sure if it worked.
Yep,
Let me
it's
see
good.
if it works.
We're good to go, Chris.
There.
Yep, we see you.
So what I mean by ruthless is you sort of knew on the floor who was cold, and you tried to take advantage of that. I mean, this a long time ago. You know, I've mellowed out since then. So we're always looking for the dumb money. And so this iron condor seller has been wrong every day. And I mean, we're talking about big, like 50,000 contracts. So what they've been doing is selling an out of the money call spread and an out of the money put spread. So what's been happening is it's a 5-point wide one. So the most they can make, it seems like they're selling it at $2. The most they can lose is $3, but you know, 50,000 is $1.5 million. So the last 3 days, the one day they lost $1.5 million. Yesterday, supposedly they lost more than $4 million.
Ouch.
So today they had this one on. So I hope you can see my screen.
Yeah,
I wish I could make it bigger. But you see the open interest right here?
Explain it,
So
Chris.
we're talking
If you just there we go. We made it bigger. We're good to go now, Chris. Don't worry about it.
Hey.
We zoomed in.
So basically, they were selling an out-of-the-money put spread and out-of-the-money call spread. Well, every day they've gotten hosed on the call spread, and I'll show you what we're talking about. This is yesterday. So yesterday they were short. I mean, it's pretty ugly to see if you were in it. I mean, if you were the opposite, great. They were short the 610, 615 call spread, 50,000. It was worthless with about 9 minutes left. It went out, it rallied 15 points, the SPX, actually more. So they lost over $4 million. So
Ouch.
The whole idea is they did it the day before and the same kind of thing happened and they lost money. So they traded even bigger yesterday and they really lost. So they did it even bigger today. So the key is, you might say, well, how'd you know it wasn't going to go up? Well, we were playing to the lower strike, figuring that every day he, she, or it, because maybe it's an AI program or something, was betting on that, oh, the markets would go up. And we were thinking that he would get hosed at 60.90. So we kept playing towards 60.90. Doesn't mean it's going to 60.90, but it means that once it's up here, he's probably trying to hedge to not lose too much. So it went right to his drive. I'm sure he probably panicked. And then it went up. But we played that move. But we also combined that a lot of the indexes were selling off. Right. So when we watch Tesla sell off, and I'm not saying I'm bullish, bearish, Tesla whatsoever. I'm just using it as a tell. So when that was acting poorly, that's a 15-minute, and Apple was acting poorly, we're like, you know, this is more likely to go down than up, the SPX. So that's why we were playing to the lower strike.
You know what? Yeah, I mean, look, you're getting a lot of love in the chat here, especially from our good friend Chef Joe. Said he noticed that as well, and he's glad that you're a little bit explaining it there for all of us as well. All right, look, there's something called the Berkshire Ledge. Have you heard of that before?
You know, like we kidded on Stock Twitch, somebody said, do you know, coincidentally, it has the same last name as you?
Exactly.
You know that one. I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, that was great. I wanted to bring it up to you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I actually was bringing that up because a name that you just dropped there, Apple, it's on a lot of people's minds right now with report coming next Thursday. There's so many names coming next week. I look at this. Does this qualify like as sort of like a little bit of a Berkshire Ledge here? I mean, I think we can go back to September 17th where we have this low of 216. We also tried to battle through 215, 220 all the way back here into the summer months. And if we lose it, not only do we lose key levels here, Chris, but we also lose the 200 period moving average on a daily chart. I use this to track like, hey, do we even want to be in a name that is underneath such support like a 200 period moving average? And we get the Berkshire Ledge break here, I believe anyways, in and around 218, 219. So tell me something about Apple that I might not know, because right now I'm debating buying this, but I'm getting a little nervous because I think it's going to break.
Well, the first thing is when you have a Berkshire Ledge, it's usually after a sharp move down.
Okay.
But also a ledge at support is less likely to be trusted. So I'll show you real quick. Here's AMD. We were showing this morning on a 1-minute chart. There's a Berkshire Ledge. So you had a sell-off. You had a consolidation that was horizontal and lack of support. On the other hand, you have Apple that has all that support. But the big deal is Apple has a habit of selling off prior to earnings because they can't buy back their stock. So most of these companies 5 weeks prior to earnings don't buy back their stock voluntarily, but most of them don't. So they couldn't prop it up. So it doesn't mean it's going down, but it means bad news or a bad technical setup is more likely to knock the stock because they can't prop it up. But you'll see all these times, almost every time that Apple sold off into earnings, not this one. That one didn't work, but this one sold off. Sold off again, yep. And sold off. Then they could prop it up after earnings, and every time it rallied. So the Berkshire Ledge doesn't work as well in Apple. It might work on a 15-minute chart when they had their buyback blackout. That's what I've seen. So it just isn't as reliable when they can prop up the stock. So that's why I'm not sure about that being a ledge, for that reason.
Thank you for going over that, Chris. I want to ask you, with earnings coming up here, are there any sectors you're looking at here on technical basis or anything that you're seeing could be of interest with earnings? Of course, we have tech. We've also got materials, variety of different sectors on watch with a variety of these earnings names coming out in the next couple weeks.
What we've been doing is looking for stocks, unusual call activity with the stocks like a Twilio that are rumored takeovers. They had an analyst meeting yesterday and already broke up. But it seems to me that I'm going to try to structure some bullish spreads in stocks that haven't really moved that much, might be takeover rumors, and even if they get hit on earnings, they might go up. In this kind of regulatory climate, suppose I've been reading a lot about law firms and hedge fund desks are getting a lot of questions about potential takeovers. So that's why I like a MongoDB, I like a Twilio. When it comes to sectors, I agree with Sean about like a Visa. Like now, don't get me wrong, we're not perfect. We lost money in Capital One because we're like, this is so overdone, but it kept going. So, I mean, you're right about the old buy on rumor, sell on news. And when you really look at American Express, I can't believe it closed near the high.
Right,
after
exactly.
that kind of move.
Exactly, Chris. I mean, great minds think alike, which is why I'm not sure why you're thinking like me, because I saw that AXP move as well, and I was impressed that it closed near the highs. All right, Chris, I messaged you earlier to come on, and I want to thank you so much on late notice for doing that. But I also told you that it was Q&A day, okay? So Are you ready to rock and roll? Because I got a pretty good one, and it's about the VIX and Bollinger Bands. One of our viewers, I'm going to give you a second to load it up. Fabian, come over to the screen here. I want to get your comment on the VIX and Bollinger Bands. It's from Jay Haas, and he says, at Sean Katina, can you ask CB, about his post on VIX Bollinger Bands triggering a sell signal in the SPX? So you just sort of went over some of that talk there with the Condor and whatnot, and we had some of our viewers talking about also seeing that. What's going on? I only have AMD up here. I don't have the VIX up right now. But Chris, what were you talking about and what possibly triggered that sell signal on Bollinger Bands? I actually haven't heard you talk too much on this program anyways about Bollinger Bands.
Well, I'll tell you right now, it's great that you asked me that question. We've been, and you're right, I posted that on StockTwits today and showed it for our clients. Basically, and it's not perfect. So it's not a sell signal yet, it's a warning signal. But usually when the VIX gets near its lower Bollinger Band and then closes above it, it's a sell signal for the SPX, just like the opposite. It was a buy signal for the SPX. So when you see it up here, it's usually a buy signal for the SPX and vice versa. Now, one thing that's really interesting is if the Bollinger Bands are like going way up or way down, it can ride it on the top, like you see here for a while. It's when it flattens, and now it's flattening. So if you get that one little twerk under it on the bottom here and then back over it, yeah, that'll be a sell signal for the SPX.
What I also saw a post that you made, Chris, about BBAI, which is Big Bear AI. I think we talked about it maybe last week. What? No, I'm only talking about it because, again, it's one of those names that who knows where this is going to go. But you had mentioned maybe a signal.
It's a nemesis. That's why I smirk.
Oh, okay.
I keep missing it around $3, but we were in at like a 2.
That's what I wanted to ask.
240. We thought we were geniuses on its way to 4.
Yeah.
But the reason, well, number one, I want to digress. This VIX also works with a lot of VIX products like Apple. Believe it or not, like VX, Goldman Sachs has a VIX and a Bollinger Band.
Right.
So when that hits the lower Bollinger Band, a lot of times that's a sell on Goldman Sachs and vice versa. It's really wild. It works with individual stocks.
So let me ask you about that, because do you just keep, like, is this just all up here, or do you have a journal where you just put down, okay, Goldman, look for these signals, Apple, look for those signals, or do you just sort of whatever comes up on your screener, you look at it and then all those calculations start to pop in there and then we go for it? How do you look at those things? Like, you just nailed Goldman Sachs right there and you're like, typically this is what happens. Is that with you just studying charts, or is this something where you have like a little notebook of plays based on specific setups for individual names?
Usually I'll just go through like VX, Apple. It's VX, and it's not just APL. Then you got to go to this esoteric thing. And this is what we were talking about, that when it's the Bollinger Band sloping up, it's more an art, not a science. So actually right here, you did have a little rally in Apple, but this Bollinger Band is just so sharp. So you'd rather have more of a leveling. But in answer to your question, there aren't that many that have VIX things. You have Goldman Sachs, you have Apple, you have Amazon.
Okay.
And you combine it with charts, but yeah, you got to have this just as in your hip pocket of the VIX ones, just to have that. And I don't look at it all the time, but when you look at, I think Google has one. Yeah. I'll have it in the back of my mind, but look at that. Google's gone nuts, and look at that. It just doesn't look bad yet.
No, exactly. You know what? I was actually going to ask you about a big cap tech name myself, because we're seeing that Google right now, the all-time high is that 202.30 or so. We're approaching that right now. But let me give you one more name before we have to go. It's like every single name we're talking about is reporting on January 30th, which is coming again next Thursday. And here's another one. It's one of the biggest and the baddest. This guy's buying yachts. He's at the presidential inauguration. He's got a new girlfriend. He's worth billions and hundreds of billions of dollars. It's Jeff Bezos, and it's Amazon. And I mean, look, I like retail. I also like the fact that AWS is in the building. We talked today about all these hyperscalers continuously spending money. We saw a dip down in Meta today, only for it to rip back up again. I think Amazon right here, and again, I don't necessarily want to buy stock that just continues to rip up into earnings, but I just really like to hold here at the 50 period, a clean hold and support of 230 past highs. What do you think about Amazon right now? Are we a little cautious heading into earnings? Or for me, I'm full speed ahead. I recently bought down here and I don't want to sell. I like this at the 200 period. It's starting to go upside. Any thoughts about Amazon heading into earnings? And then I'll let you go.
Well, you just saw it with American Express and Discover and Capital One that when they rally lately, I mean, every earnings quarter is different. We've seen that a lot of times when they rally into earnings, then they do blah into earnings no matter how good because the bar is so high. But this earnings, like Capital One and all that, they just kept going. The other thing is, if this was like a $2 stock, I like trading $2 stocks, and you saw a bull flag and a breakout, you'd be all over buying it. So I see why you do it. The only negative is how overbought it is in earnings, using a MACD. But you know what? Like you were saying, I mean, these just kept going. But what do they all have in common? They had that kind of triangle they broke out of. So Amazon doesn't look like it's reached its upside objective yet.
All right, yeah, I mean, that Capital One, again, another huge move, again, on COF. I think we might have missed that one. XLF, some of these bank stocks continue to go. I mean, we saw the bank stocks come with earnings, and then since then, XLF, which gave a really great dip buy, is all the way back to the top. And I think more deals happening this year. I really like Goldman Sachs in the space. I like Morgan Stanley in the space. Is there a financial name that you're looking to pick up in here, or one that you're long? What's your pick of the litter? Is it still Capital One?
Well, I was short Capital One after earning. I lost it. That was the only one. We've had a really good record, but that was the only one that was a turkey because we were fading that it's overdone instead of doing it with like 3 reasons.
So what I mean, Chris, maybe do you flip long? Do you flip long when that fails? Or do you just do you flip long? So you're short, and then all of a sudden it triggers you out of your short. Does a trigger like that also flip you long, or do you just sort of sit back? And that's why I was trying to ask you for if there was any other names maybe that you liked in the financial space, because we got a question on the chat. Was there something there in financials that you liked, which is why I flipped it back to Capital One. But
yeah, the problem with the XLF and a lot of these, and let me just tell you, you could put next to here BBAI, so I could, so I'm not avoiding it, is what we're seeing, whether it's the bank stocks, whether it's BBAI. The key has been when they get oversold down here, and we can put XLF on the right because it did the same thing. Look at that, oversold, and then you buy when the next candle is higher and it's still in an uptrend. So it was over the 50, and then this candle was higher than this candle. That was your buy signal. And same thing over here on the right. If I had the 50 up here, is the XLF getting over the 50, and the next candle was higher than the one before. Amazing, totally different things, and they work the same. The reason I'm bringing it up is we've been seeing these highly trending either product or stocks that when they get too far over their 20, they have to stutter so the 20 can catch back up, whether it's XLF or BBAI. And you'll see it, like BBAI, the strongly trending stock, every time everybody loves it up here, it came back to the 20, even here. And it overshot, that's fine, but the whole key is you don't chase it and you don't buy at the 20, you wait for the candle above it. And that's the problem with the XLF right now. Let me go to TradingView. The problem with this, in my opinion, is that it's just when it gets that far from the 20, it has a habit of reverting back to the 20. So I like it longer term, but I really would like to see this revert back to that purple line.
Look, Chris, thank you so much for going over Big Bear AI. I remember that we did mention that, and some people in the chat were doing that as well. But hey, it's 4:36 right now. The questions keep flipping in. What about if I invited you to come on one day at 2:45 while the market's still open, and then we can show you off to everybody and have a little bit more time with you, Chris? Maybe we'll organize that for one day. So there you go. For Profit in the chat wanted to know if we can get you live one day. All right, Chris, what are the plans for the weekend?
It's well, you know, I'm probably going to continue to redo The Office and do that. And besides that, not much.
What's the one most important? What's the one thing? What's the one thing that you can't go without in your office? Is it like that picture in the background? Is it like a big, like your chair, a specific desk, or you know, what about your office that makes it something unique for yourself?
No, I'm going to be corny, but probably my beagle. I let her sleep on my couch a lot. So that's probably the thing I can't do a lot without.
I love when the dogs sit on your lap. You know, I mean, there's nothing like a dog's best man is a dog's best friend. Or
no,
a dog is
mine.
Wait a minute, dog is a, yep.
So it's ironic because we have somebody with Simpler that has an indicator called the Moxie indicator, and my dog's name Moxie. It was just coincidence. So, but Moxie is with me like 24 hours a day.
It's like Jim Cramer naming his dog Nvidia there, I guess. And all the way to the upside, there goes Nvidia.
That's usually a sign of an intermediate top.
Yeah, it seems like that, eh? Okay, Chris, thank you so much, man. A lot of love in the chat. Everyone can go find you at Simpler Trading, the Senior Managing Director of Simpler Stocks. It's Chris Bretcher. They can find you also on StockTwits, one of the smartest guys around in the business. Thank you so much, Chris. Have a great weekend and good luck with everything. And say what's up to your furried friends back there. Oh, what about that snake? Wasn't that your son's snake or something?
No, my daughter. We have 18 snakes.
Oh my gosh, I remember that. Wow. Okay. Hopefully, you don't have any earthquakes and none of those.
She loves to bring them out and says, "Why don't you pet this 6-foot snake?" I'm like, "No, I hate snakes."
Me too. I'm the other way around. All right, Chris, we got to let you go or we'll never end this thing. Thank you, Chris Bretcher. That's go find him on StockTwits, Simpler Trader. It's Chris Bretcher.
Anytime.
All right. Those snakes, they're on the plane, man. The snakes are on the plane.
Okay. Why are any snakes on that?
I don't know. You ever watched that movie, Snakes on a Plane?
I've seen enough clips to know I don't really need to see the whole movie.
Yeah. What was the other one where there was, no, not Snakes on a Plane, where there was Sharknado?
Yeah, oh my God, my mom loves Sharknado.
There was like six of those or something, wasn't there?
I think my mom has seen every Sharknado.
Oh man, I want to.
Or like at least enough to have seen more Sharknadoes than any person should see.
Yeah.
I like bad movies, but I can't do the Sharknadoes are too gory for me.
All right, everyone, thank you so much. See, when you know when it's Fabian as opposed to Ramin, like that thing hits right at 4:30.
Yes. Also, Grayscale filed for a Solana ETF with a NYSE, so Solana is popping, guys.
They did.
Sorry, I just have to put that out there.
I wonder if we have a chart of that. Okay, we'll find out some more.
Trading view, I'll show you guys this up. Look.
There it is.
Boop, boop, boop.
How
Volume.
Much is that? What kind of a move is that?
That's from low of 256.35. It's like 4-point move.
Okay.
It was 5 or 6 at the top.
All right. We'll continue to watch that. I mean, I think Rigetti's going to be hot next week again. I think the quantum space, you just nailed it right there with some of the crypto names.
Lots of earnings plays, yeah.
Earnings plays. Oh my, next week's going to be absolutely huge. Watch out for Coinbase, especially on that ETF. I mean,
MSTR too.
Yeah, more and more people are going to hit up to buy Solana coin, right? I mean, if that starts to go to the upside right there, another one of those names, smart contracts there with Solana. An Ethereum killer is what they say. All right, look, what a great day. Thank you, Fabian, Neil, Brendan, Joe, Sharif, Adara, Ramin, Andre, Tomasz, the guy from Hungary. I don't know the other guy's name. Thank you to Wayne. Thank you to Obi. Everybody that's here. Brankles, I think I saw here today as well. I did see him here today as well. Thanks, Bears versus Bulls. Thoughts with you. We'll catch you hopefully on Monday as well. But most importantly, thank to everybody who's watching here again today. Thank you for staying late with us. We're going to be back at 8:30. We have to obviously shout out our good friend CB, Chris Bretcher.
Shout out to Chris Bretcher.
Simpler Trading. So go check him out as well. Chris Bretcher, thank you so much on StockTwits as well. All right, potato.
French fry pommes frites.
All right, we'll see you guys on Monday. Have a great weekend.
See y'all.